100 years have passed, but the memories remain vivid. Ed stands before the first door, the gateway to the first world he ever knew. With a golden key in hand, he prepares to step back into the past, hoping that the world he left behind has finally found peace. A flashback unfolds. While gathered with his comrades at a tavern, a blond man looks at Ed and coldly informs him that he doesn't have to come back tomorrow. Stunned and confused, Ed can only repeat the words in disbelief, realizing he is being exiled from the group. Desperately tries to laugh off the situation, hoping Zane is just drunk. However, Zane's expression remains stern, as he clarifies that this wasn't a sudden decision. The party had already discussed his exile many times behind his back. The realization that it was a collective consensus leaves completely stunned. Ed falls into a state of panic and denial, desperately reminding his comrades of their promise to defeat the Demon King together. Despite his pleas, the party remains unmoved, and Zane bluntly shuts him down, confirming that they are completely serious about kicking him out. Ed remembers the early days when he was welcomed into the party, recalling a blonde woman's praise for his talent and the help he provided. However, the fond memory is shattered by a sudden shift, transitioning to the present where the same woman slams a mug down with an aggressive expression, demanding to know how he has been. The flashback continues as E.G.'s former comrades list his failings, accusing him of cutting corners and failing to improve while everyone else grew stronger. Despite a facade of hope for his future motivation, they coldly conclude that they have already endured enough of him, leaving Ed stunned and speechless. The final blow is delivered coldly. Ed is officially banished from the Heroes party, leaving him devastated and broken. Just as the words of banishment settle, a mysterious system notification flashes before his eyes. The condition has been met, and a countdown begins. 10 minutes remaining until his return. Instead of despair, Ed erupts in a sudden, ecstatic cheer, shouting with joy. His former party members look on in utter confusion, wondering if the shock of being banished has driven him insane. Ed simply replies that he is perfectly sane. Ed calmly explains that his wish has finally come true. Just as Zane attempts to give him something before his departure, a swirling black void erupts in front of him. The party members watch in utter shock, bewildered by the sudden appearance of the mysterious portal. Ed presents a set of instruction manuals to Nari. Shocked by how he produced them, Nari demands to know why he never mentioned having a skill like dimensional storage. Ed casually admits it's similar and tells her to focus on the manuals instead, explaining that they will show her how to better utilize her own skill. Ed tells Nari to read through the additional details he prepared for her, adding that some things are better learned with age. Meanwhile, Zane is left speechless, holding a map of incredible precision. He is outraged and confused that Ed had mapped out hidden passages and traps that he himself had never noticed. Ed calmly dismisses the shock, claiming it was simply for their convenience. Ed tells Nari to read through the additional details he prepared for her, adding that some things are better learned with age. Meanwhile, Zane is left speechless, holding a map of incredible precision. He is outraged and confused that Ed had mapped out hidden passages and traps that he himself had never noticed. Ed calmly dismisses the shock, claiming it was simply for their convenience. Zane is stunned, demanding to know how Ed could possibly draw a map of places he had never even visited. Ed simply reminds him that he is no longer a member of the Heroes party and keeps the details a secret. Overwhelmed by regret, Hana bows deeply and tearfully apologizes, admitting her lack of insight and her failure to realize how much work Ed had been doing for them in secret. Nari bows deeply in apology, admitting she failed to recognize Ed's hard work, while Zane laments his own incompetence compared to the young man. A flustered Ed tries to stop them, explaining that he only wanted to be useful to them one last time before leaving. However, Hannah interrupts them all, calling them idiots and boldly announcing that the party is taking back the decision to exile him, asking if anyone has any objections. Hannah looks at Ed with regret, admitting she is ashamed to ask him again, but she pleads for him to stay with them. Ed, however, raises his hands in a gesture of refusal, politely but firmly stating that he cannot come back. This leaves Hannah and the rest of the party in a state of shock and disbelief. With a calm and serene smile, Ed tells his former comrades that he looks forward to seeing them defeat the Demon King. Without giving them a chance to respond, he quickly makes his exit, leaving the stunned party members shouting for him to at least say a proper goodbye as he walks away into the town. Ed leaps away from the town with a look of pure relief on his face. As he speeds away, a countdown begins, signaling that there are only 10 seconds left until his return. Ed leaps across the rooftops, racing against the ticking clock. As the countdown drops from 5 down to 1, he takes a final breath, thinking that this place was good. Just as the timer reaches its end, a system notification appears, executing world transmigration, signaling his departure from this world. A blinding light erupts, engulfing as the transmigration process begins. He is swept away by a powerful vortex of energy, leaving the world behind. The blinding light fades as the system announces that the world transmigration is complete. Ed lands softly in a bright ethereal space, a nostalgic smile appearing on his face. "Ah, it's been a while since I've been here," he remarks, feeling a sense of familiarity as he returns to a place he once knew. Leaning back with a sigh of relief, Ed reflects on his efforts, noting that it took a full year this time to complete his task. Having finally made it back to the surreal hub of doors, he looks toward the entity and reminds them that it is now their turn to fulfill their promise. With a determined expression, Ed makes his final demand. "Take me home." He sits alone at a round table in the mysterious hub, waiting for the entity to respond as his long ordeal reaches a turning point. Ed waits in silence, noting that the entity refuses to speak. He recalls his former life as an ordinary mercenary before being summoned to this place. Amidst his thoughts, he discovers a mysterious book of pure white with a completely blank cover. Ed looks around the surreal void, noticing that only a single door now remains. With God still remaining silent, he turns his attention back to the mysterious white book and decides to read it, regardless of how disappointing the contents might be. Ed opens the white book and begins to read. The text reveals the cycle he has been trapped in. He must enter a new world, earn the trust of a hero for at least half a year, and then be exiled to return to this space. He also learns that once a door is used, it vanishes forever, replaced by another leading to the next world. Ed stares at the pages, bewildered, unable to fully grasp the logic behind these strange and cruel conditions. Looking at the vast number of doors surrounding him, Ed exclaims in disbelief at the scale of the trial. He realizes that visiting 100 different worlds and being exiled from all of them is an insane feat that could take 100 years. Overwhelmed with a sense of accomplishment, he shouts that he finally did it, and demands that the entity create a celebratory mood to mark his success. The entity continues to ignore Ed, leaving him in a heavy silence. With a deep sigh, Ed accepts the lack of response, though he notes with a small sense of relief that he hasn't aged a day, despite the centuries' worth of trials he just completed. Ed reflects on the strange nature of the white world. He notes that while he can gain muscle, weight, or grow his hair in other worlds, all those changes are wiped clean the moment he returns to this void. Because of this reset, despite having spent 100 years traversing 100 different worlds, his body and spirit remain frozen in his 20s. Ed lets out a bitter laugh as he contemplates his reality. He realizes that if he returned home now, he would be an old man over 100 years old. Looking back at the fragmented memories of the people he encountered across different worlds, he feels a crushing sense of isolation, concluding that no one, not even the idiots he knew, or his own mother truly cares about him. Driven by a longing to return, Ed pleads with the entity, demanding that it finally fulfill its promise and take him home. Suddenly, a brilliant light manifests, revealing a glowing crystal ball. Ed stares at it in realization, remembering that this was the object that granted him a mysterious power every single time he was expelled from another world. Ed reveals that he has named the mysterious powers he gained from the crystal ball exiled skills. He recalls some of his most useful abilities: the Wanderer's Treasury for interdimensional storage, travel footprints for mapping his journeys, the glasses of 7 lights to see dormant human talents, and half-fledged counterfeiter to replicate things he has seen. Ed looks back at the achievement rewards he received. He admits that, as an ordinary person, these powers were the only reason he managed to survive the trials of the Heroes parties. With a determined expression, he declares that if these powers are offered to him, he will gladly take them. Just as Ed is reflecting on his powers, the crystal ball flashes, granting him another reward. Surprised and excited, Ed realizes he has received a rare anti-muse ability with a powerful effect. He decides to save this precious skill for the perfect moment, but his thoughts are suddenly cut short by a strange occurrence. Ed suddenly notices something strange. He senses fluctuations in space and realizes that a door has appeared, however. He is shocked to find it on the opposite side, as new doors had always appeared next to the previous ones. He begins to wonder what this unusual occurrence could possibly mean. Ed stares at the mysterious door, realizing it is overwhelmed, the gateway back to his own world. Overwhelmed with hope, he reaches out to open it, longing to return to the place he has missed for a century. But as he does, a chilling thought hits him. If time flowed normally in his original world, then 100 years have already passed since he left. Ed screams in agony and rage, confronting the entity. He laments the 100 years he spent in the trial, feeling as though his entire life was stolen. Terrified of what he will find behind doors Izen, he demands that the entity make it up to him, recalling the mindless, forced labor he endured throughout his long journey. Ed screams in agony and rage, questioning how the loss of 100 years could possibly be considered a reward for his achievements. Despite his outbursts, the entity remains silent. Just as he is spiraling into frustration, a large chest suddenly manifests in front of him, leaving him completely bewildered. Ed opens the mysterious chest to find a book similar to the one he had before. As he reads, he discovers that the small digits under each door's number plate indicate how much time has passed in that world since he left. Looking at door 0, he sees the digits are all zeros. A wave of shock and hope hits him as he realizes he can return to the very day he was kidnapped and confined. Ed attempts to open the door to his original world, but it refuses to budge. Confused and frustrated, he turns back to the chest and finds another book. Inside, he discovers a key, the final piece needed to unlock the door. Ed scoffs at the commemoration service provided by the entity, calling it the most unwanted gift in the world. However, as he reads the instructions, he learns the key's true purpose. It grants him a on-time opportunity to revisit a world he was expelled from, and a way to return to the White Hub afterward. Ed realizes that using the key to revisit a past world is the only way to open the door to his original home, though the key will be destroyed in the process. However, he is suddenly struck by a frustrating realization. If the condition to return to the hub is to be exiled again, he might just lose his mind. Ed convinces himself that if he simply chooses a suitable world and returns quickly, it will be an easy win. Now optimistic, he skips around the hub, pondering which door to use his key on. As he examines the various options, he suddenly stops before one, feeling a strange intuition. Ed stops before door 001, the gateway to the very first world he entered. Looking at it, he is reminded of the hardships he faced back then. He recalls how everything was unfamiliar, and how he struggled to fit in, knowing that joining a heroes party was reserved for those truly called heroes, while he only possessed the meager abilities of a guard. Ed remembers that it was his first exiled skill, accidental flag bearer, that allowed him to join the heroes party. However, the success was hollow. He lacked the strength and skills to be truly useful, leaving him in a state of constant desperation and fear of when he would eventually be thrown away, to be honest, and doesn't know how the others viewed him. Lacking combat power, he dedicated himself to the party's logistics, arranging lodging, procuring supplies, and carrying luggage. For a year and a half, he did everything he possibly could to be useful, viewing them as his genuine companions right up until the day he was exiled. Ed looks at the number plate on door 001, noting that 10 years have passed. He wonders what became of the world after he was cast out halfway through the journey. As he glimpses a serene landscape of a peaceful town, he realizes that the party must have had enough time to defeat the Demon King, leaving the world in tranquility. With a determined smile, Ed makes his decision. Since the world now seems peaceful, he decides to treat his return as a sightseeing trip. He reflects on how terrible the forced nature of his journey was, yet admits he doesn't entirely hate the memories. With that, he inserts the key into door 01, ready to step back into his past. There were a lot of hard times, but there were also good times. With a nostalgic look on his face, Ed admits that he missed that world. "Let's go," he says, as he walks toward the door to begin his visit. With a determined gaze, Ed takes his first step back into the first world, returning to the very beginning of his journey. Ed stands amidst a wide open field, gazing out at the distant mountains. He looks around with a curious expression, wondering if this is the same place he first arrived in 10 years ago. Ed puts away the key, noting that it would be a disaster to lose it. As he looks around, his memories of the place begin to return. He assumes that with the Demon King likely defeated, there shouldn't be any strong monsters nearby. Scanning the horizon, he spots a town in the distance and heads toward it, though a lingering doubt remains. Ed thinks to himself that it's important to confirm the situation here. However, he is suddenly taken aback, letting out a confused "huh?" as he notices something unusual. Suddenly, a massive explosion rips through the ground, right beneath Ed's feet. He leaps back instinctively, narrowly avoiding the blast. "Oi oi!" he mutters, completely caught off guard by the sudden attack. Ed looks up in disbelief as a gargantuan, multi-eyed serpent looms over him. Confused by the presence of such a formidable monster in this area, he wonders why such a big bastard would be in a place like this. Instead of being intimidated, Ed sees the monster as the perfect opportunity to test his abilities. He activates the Stranger's Box, Wanderer's Treasury, summoning a sword into his hand with a confident smile. He realizes that he can now use the skills he gained from his various exiles normally, preparing himself for the battle ahead. With a confident smirk, Ed strikes. "How about this one?" he asks as he delivers a devastating slash, cutting deep into the massive serpent's body. As the colossal serpent lunges with its massive fangs, Ed calmly activates his skill Invincible Impregnable Wall. The attack is completely neutralized, leaving Ed with a confident smirk as he tells the beast that its strength simply isn't enough to reach him. Ed laughs in the face of the colossal beast, completely unfazed by its power. He taunts the creature, asking what else it can do, before deciding to try out another of his abilities, Magic Dissolving Liquid. Ed activates his Magic Curtain of Absorption, surrounding himself with a protective barrier. He remains completely unfazed, confidently remarking that neither physical nor magical attacks pose a threat to him. With a cold and determined gaze, Ed swings his blade down, declaring that this will be the final blow to end the monster's life. With a single devastating slash, Ed cleaves through the colossal serpent, tearing the massive creature apart and bringing the fight to a definitive end. With the colossal serpent completely destroyed, Ed stands calmly amidst the wreckage. He looks ahead with a smirk, deciding that he will take things slow this time. Standing atop a hill, Ed looks out over the horizon, recalling the familiarity of the landscape. He admits that he missed a place like this, while the mystery of what awaits him in this first world begins to unfold. Ed recalls that during his first visit, he was bound to the Heros party. Now, however, he is completely free to go wherever he wants. He thinks about the gold and silver treasures he has acquired. Imagining the fun of shopping for armor or even selling hero manju buns, he chuckles to himself, enjoying the simple desires he can now fulfill, before suddenly noticing something. Ed is suddenly snapped out of his fantasies. Confused and then completely panicked, he cries out in disbelief, unable to believe what is happening. He quickly turns and bolts away, desperately wondering what is going on. Ed stops in his tracks. Staring in shock at the crumbling stone walls and devastation surrounding him, the town is falling apart. He wonders why this happened, questioning if a demonic beast attacked the place, but then remembers that the Demon King should have been defeated. Confused and troubled, he begins to wonder if the humans themselves were responsible for this tragedy. Ed walks through the wreckage, pondering if humans turned on one another after the Demon King's defeat. However, as he sees a skull and the sheer level of ruin, he realizes this is far beyond any normal conflict. Holding a piece of broken debris, he asks himself in disbelief what the hell is actually going on here. As Ed wanders through the wreckage, he is approached by a hooded man with a monocle who assumes he is there to scavenge. The man warns him that there is nothing left to find and hands him a small item out of pity. Confused, Ed clarifies that he isn't there for rubble and asks why the town is in such a terrible state. The man's response shocks. The town has only been in ruins for 2 years. Luca explains that the town was completely wiped out by the Demon King's army. Ed is stunned, unable to comprehend how this is possible. When Ed asks how the army could still be alive and well, Luca is bewildered by his ignorance, questioning where Ed actually came from since the Demon King's army has been rampaging the world for a long time. Desperate for answers, asks what happened to the hero. Luca mentions hero Alexis, the prince of the country who was on the verge of subjugating the Demon King 10 years ago. However, the revelation takes a dark turn as Luca reveals the tragic truth. Alexis died 5 years ago while fighting the Demon King's army, leaving Ed completely stunned. Ed is stunned by the news of the hero's death, trying to convince himself it can't be true, however. Luca bluntly tells him that the ruined town is all the proof he needs. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ed remembers the other members of the hero's party and desperately asks about their whereabouts. Luca, however, has no information, suggesting that they might have perished alongside the hero. Ed is visibly shaken, lamenting how the hero's party had given people so much hope, only for it to end in such a terrible state. Luca dismisses the sentiment, stating that the common people know little and that death is the same for a prince or a hero. After Luca bids him farewell and leaves, Ed remains frozen in shock, the word dead echoing in his mind. Ed is spiraling into a state of total shock. He cannot fathom that a party of real heroes, unlike himself, could have been defeated by the Demon King's army. As the weight of the tragedy hits him, he recalls the faces of Alexis, Gonzo, and Taya. Haunted by a crushing sense of guilt, he desperately wonders if their failure happened simply because he was no longer there to support them. Ed is consumed by a mixture of guilt and denial, imagining his former comrade Destia, Gonzo, and Alexis not as the heroes he remembered, but as grotesque undead husks. He wonders if it is too conceited to think that a mere luggage bearer like himself could have altered such a catastrophic outcome. However, he cannot simply accept this cruel reality, determined to uncover the truth of the world they once traveled through, steels his resolve and calls forth his power, commanding his exiled skills to appear. Determined to uncover the truth, activates one of his exiled skills, the Akashic Compass. He commands the device to search for the place where hero Alexis perished. As the compass locks onto a location, Ed realizes it points directly toward the Demon King's castle, confirming the grim reality of his former comrade's fate. Ed continues his search, calling out Gonzo's name as he uses the compass. The device pings, revealing that Gonzo died in the same place as Alexis, leading to believe they fought and fell together. Lost in a moment of despair and self-doubt, questions his actions before turning his focus to Tia. He wonders if he should find their resting places to build them graves, and finally asks the compass to locate where Tia Lunarsha died. As Ed searches for the place where Tia died, the Akashic Compass lets out a chime, but the result is shocking, not applicable. Stunned and confused, Ed stares at the device, unable to comprehend why the skill cannot find a death site for her. Bewildered by the previous result, Ed shouts a new command, demanding to know Tia's current location. To his shock, the Akashic compass responds, displaying a mysterious image within its glass. With the location finally revealed, doesn't waste a single moment. He activates another one of his exiled skizzle sherms, launching himself forward with explosive power to reach Tia as quickly as possible. With the power of Herm's dash, Ed becomes a blur of motion, slicing through the air and racing across the land with overwhelming speed to reach Tia. With a look of desperation and determination, calls out Tia's name. He tears through the landscape like a comet, finally skidding to a halt in a cloud of dust right before the woman. Ed's heart races as he realizes the truce is alive. Spotting Tia by a peaceful lake surrounded by birds, he shouts her name with desperation and relief, ready to use another exiled skill to reach her. In a flash of light and feathers, it activates another exiled skill merge. Shifto vanish and reappear instantly before her. Overwhelmed with emotion, Tia looks at him and calls out his name. The clock ticks down relentlessly. Ed races across jagged mountains and glides over vast waters, obliterating any monster that dares stand in his path in his desperate rush to reach Tia. The timer hits 0 with a sharp ding suddenly. Ed finds himself in the middle of a rocky canyon, surrounded by winged monsters. He looks on with concern, wondering if the effect of his skill has finally worn off. While Ed is occupied, a far greater threat is mobilizing. At a grim, imposing fortress, a demon commander addresses his legions, declaring that their victory is near, and that another human town will fall. With a cold command, he orders the army to march straight ahead and destroy everything that stands in their way. The Neri surges forward in a wave of aggression and chaos. While some soldiers are momentarily bewildered, the officers roar with fury, shouting for the troops to keep moving as they march toward the human town. Suddenly, a violent shockwave erupts, shattering the momentum of the charging horde. The Neri are blown away like ragdolls, their screams of aggression turning into cries of confusion. Soren watches in disbelief, stunned by the unexpected attack that has thrown his army into complete chaos. A gargantuan vortex of energy rips through the earth, the sheer force of the blast obliterating everything in its path and leaving the Neri army in ruins. Away from the chaos of the battlefield, stands alone in a quiet forest. He is hunched over and drenched in sweat, gasping for air as he struggles to recover from the immense strain of his power. Still gasping for air, Ed slowly recovers from the strain of his attack. As he looks ahead, he is met with the sight of a colossal mystical tree looming over the forest, leaving him to wonder if he has finally arrived at his destination. Suddenly panicking, Ed realizes he should have brought a souvenir. He searches the surroundings, hoping to find something decent, until he spots something. With a look of joy, he picks up the fruit, excitedly identifying it as Oren's fruit. Ed decides to bring the fruits as a gift, believing Tia would like them. However, as he stands before her home, doubt creeps in. He worries that as a disgraced former member of the Heroes Party, his sudden visit might not be welcomed with a smile. Despite his hesitation, he reaches out to ring the bell. Determined not to run away after coming so far, Ed takes a deep breath and knocks on the door. He calls out to Ta, but as the silence persists, he grows anxious, shouting to see if anyone is inside. Surprised to find the door open, accidentally steps inside, only to be caught off guard by a voice. Flustered and panicking, he quickly tries to explain that he didn't mean to enter without permission, but the woman recognizes him instantly, calling out his name. Startled by the unexpected visitor, Tia looks up with a confused expression and asks, "Who's there?" Tia stares in disbelief, wondering if she is dreaming. Ed looks back at her and softly calls her name as they reunite, a meeting with an old friend from the very first party he was exiled from. Tia looks at Ed with wide, shimmering eyes, whispering his name as she tries to process his sudden return. Ed responds with a nervous, shy greeting, momentarily captivated by Tia's sun-like yellow hair and jade-colored green eyes. Tia suddenly lunges forward, shouting Ed's name repeatedly in an emotional outburst. Ed is completely caught off guard, noting that she is exactly the same as she was 100 years ago. As she clings to him tightly, Ed panics, desperately telling her to calm down because she is far too close. Still clinging to him, Tia looks at Ed with disbelief, wondering if he is truly there. She tearfully admits she never thought she would see him alive again, which prompts a flustered Ed to tell her she's as exaggerating Tia counters by explaining that despite his role in the Heroes Party, he completely vanished from public knowledge after they parted ways. Caught off guard, Ed can only awkwardly apologize for his disappearance. To explain his long absence, Ed tells Tia that he changed his name and started working in another country to avoid the stigma of being exiled from the Heroes Party. While Tia accepts the explanation, privately recalls the truth. He had actually minutes after being kicked out. Overwhelmed with emotion, Tia cries tears of happiness, expressing how glad she is that Ed is safe. Seeing her reaction, Ed lets out a sigh of relief, glad that his cover story worked. Ed presents Tia with a collection of orange fruit as a small souvenir. As Tia feels dizzy and unstable, Ed quickly helps her sit down. Tia explains that these fruits are typically used in a bath to make the skin soft and smooth, which leaves Ed bewildered. When he questions the idea of eating in a bathtub, Tia clarifies that she doesn't even have one in her house, but she insists that the fruit is absolutely delicious to eat normally. Tia offers to cut the fruit for Ed, promising that it is super sweet. However, as they talk, she notices the worn-out state of his clothing and wonders why his clothes are so tattered. Ed gives a nervous laugh and explains that he has been traveling around the world for a while, just to see an old lady he used to know. Tia looks at Ed with a gentle smile, telling him to take his time while she handles the fruit and mentions a change of clothes. Ed walks away, momentarily reflecting on the hardships he endured during his long travels. As Tia begins to slice the fruit, she suddenly remembers something and starts to speak. Suddenly asks if he wants to change clothes together, leaving him completely stunned, especially since she is already in her pajamas. As he processes this, Ed recalls his past. Admitting he was never popular with women, he remembers how Tia would often get incredibly close to him, her casual touch and breath leaving him trembling with nervousness. Ed looks around the room, taking in the unique architecture of Tia's home. His gaze lingers on the simple furniture and the fruit resting on the table as he absorbs the atmosphere of the place. Ed continues to look around the room, his eyes landing on the futons laid out on the floor. Just as he begins to process the situation, Tia returns, apologizing for keeping him waiting. The suddenness of her return and the setting leave Ed in a state of total shock. Tia returns wearing a stunningly elaborate outfit, playfully asking Ed if it looks weird. Ed is left speechless and utterly flustered by her appearance. When Teep notices and asks why he is still wearing the same clothes as before, Ed's mind races, wondering why on earth she would dress up so formally indoors, trying to rationalize her behavior in his head. Tia suddenly tells Ed to take off his clothes, leaving him completely panicked, however. It is revealed that she simply wants to use her sewing kit to fix his tattered attire. Once Ed is dressed in a clean white shirt, he expresses doubt about whether the fruit is sour. Ignoring his concern, Tia looks at him and bluntly asks him to feed her. Tia explains that since her hands are busy fixing Edia's clothes, she needs him to feed her. Reluctantly, it gives her a piece of fruit, only for Tia to react with an intense, sour face. Confused and doubting the taste, Ed tries a piece himself, only to be hit by the same overwhelming sourness, leading Tia to accuse him of lying about his reaction. Ed reveals that the sour fruit was actually a prank, teasing Tia about how they used to play like this in the past. As they bicker over whether she was being affectionate or simply toying with him, Ed reflects on their appearance. Tia is an elf over a century old. He realizes that to her, he was likely just a child, and sighs, noting that even after 10 years, Tia hasn't changed. Ed can't help but smugly recall that Tia was the one who exiled him from the Heros party. However, his internal satisfaction is short-lived as Tia's expression turns cold, terrified. Ed frantically waves his hands, insisting he doesn't hold a grudge and was only reminiscing about the old days. Tia simply responds with a chilling sorry, leaving Ed in a state of pure panic. Ed bows deeply, frantically insisting that everything was his fault and begging for forgiveness. However, Tia's bewildered by his reaction, questioning if he didn't come back specifically to blame her. Confused, Ed asks her what she means, leading Tia to reveal a heartbreaking truth: she is the only one who survived. As Tia continues her sewing, she looks back on the past. She reveals that right after Ed left, they tried to find someone who could take his place. Tia continues her story, recalling that at the time of Ed's departure, they were stationed at the front lines of the battle against the Demon King's army. She explains that their attempts to recruit a replacement failed, because the only people interested were those seeking achievements and glory, whereas they desperately needed someone to handle the baggage and support the party. Tia explains that they hired several people, but everyone quit quickly, including a professional porter who left after only 3 months. When a confused Ed asks why a professional would quit, Tia clarifies that the porter only carried luggage. She reminds that he did far more than that, handling the cleaning, laundry, lodging, and even the cooking for the entire party. Tia reveals that because Ed had done so much for them, the party began to view his extreme dedication as the norm for any porter. This led Alexis to demand the same level of service from their new recruits. In a flashback, a professional porter argues with the group, stating that his job is only to carry baggage and refusing to perform other chores, which prompts Alexis to immediately kick him out. Listening to this, realizes that his own fear of being exiled back then forced him to overextend himself, inadvertently setting a standard that no one else could possibly meet. Tia looks down with a heavy heart, admitting that it was only after their failures that they realized the true value of the man they had exiled. Ed listens, shocked by her confession. She explains that their reputation made it impossible to find new help, until someone finally approached them. Just as they were at their lowest, a mysterious masked man appeared, offering to carry any luggage and perform any chore. Desperate Alexis, Gonzo, and Tia gladly accepted his help. With this new porter, the party was finally able to resume their journey, eventually pushing through the demon world until they reached the outskirts of the Demon King's domain. But as they entered the Demon King's domain, they were immediately met with a terrifying sight. A colossal army of demons blocked their path, their glowing eyes piercing through the darkness. Despite the overwhelming odds, someone had anticipated this encounter and was prepared for the battle ahead. Just as the party faced the demon army, their porter, Jin, revealed his true colors. He stole all their healing potions, magic tools, and the emergency teleportation crystals Tia had carefully prepared for the group, vanishing in a flash of blue light, left without their supplies or a way to return to the royal capital. The party was left in a desperate situation. Ed is left in complete shock as he processes the details of the betrayal. He questions whether Jin simply panicked, or if the entire plan was a cold, calculated move to steal the party's resources from the very beginning, having waited for the perfect opportunity to strike. With their supplies gone and no way to retreat, Tia and her party are forced to fight for their lives. Suddenly, a demonic beast emerges from the demon world, catching them completely off guard. As Gonzo leaps into action to defend them, the party finds themselves trapped in a hopeless situation, with Alexis caught in the chaos. To avoid the worst-case scenario, had hidden a single teleportation crystal within the heart of Alexis' armor. With their situation dire, she tells the chosen hero and prince that he must survive for the sake of the world. With a heavy heart, she apologizes and urges him to go. Alexis calls out to Ta, refusing to accept her sacrifice. He declares that as the hero they all decided to follow, he cannot simply abandon his comrades to survive alone, as such an act would be completely unbefitting of a true hero. With a determined smile, Alexis crushes the teleportation crystal in his hand, shattering it into countless fragments. Tia watches in disbelief, realizing that the hero has chosen to face their fate together, rather than survive alone. Tia looks at Alexis, thinking that he chose pride over his mission as a hero. To her, it was the wrong choice, made without a moment's hesitation. "Alexis," she whispers, but her thoughts are interrupted. Tears stream down Tia's face as she breaks down in grief and resolve. She realizes that, like Alexis, she is unable to accept a survival that requires abandoning her comrades. As Tia's heartfelt confession lingers, the view pulls back to reveal the breathtaking scale of a giant, ancient tree surrounding them. The chapter ends on this serene yet mysterious note. The scene returns to the present, overwhelmed by emotion. Tia softly whispers her thanks. Ed looks at her with a calm gaze, asking if she has finally calmed down, and Tia apologizes for her outburst. Tia continues her story, explaining that after the incident, she was transferred to a secret room in the castle of Notland. However, upon her arrival, she was confronted by shocked officials who accused her of stealing Alexis' teleportation crystal to escape alone, questioning her presence and the prince's disappearance. Tia continues her recount, remembering how she explained the situation to the king. The king, desperate for news of his son, decided on a cover-up. They would claim the hero's party was wiped out after crossing the demon world, and Tia was ordered to hide away in seclusion. Back in the present, Ed is surprised by the revelation, but ultimately concludes that it was a reasonable decision given the circumstances. Ed muses on how Alexis, despite being a hero, made the wrong decision by choosing the lives of his comrades over the fate of the world. He acknowledges that the king respected his son's final wish in the aftermath. Tia then explains that because of the king's decision to hide the truth, she was forbidden from participating in the next 3 expeditions to the demon world, a detail that piques Ed's curiosity. Ed asks Tia if she was unaware of the situation, laughing, as he explains that the allied nations sent armies 3 times to rescue Alexis, all of which failed because there were no heroes left to lead them. Shifting the topic, admits, he used a newly acquired magical tool to search for people to see where everyone had ended up, which is how he found her. Though he notes that his current presence is a secret, admits that when he tried to use his magical tool to locate Alexis and Gonzo, there was no response. This confirmation leaves Tai devastated, as she concludes that it would be impossible for them to survive against such a massive army. While Ed apologizes for the grim news, Tai tells him that facing the harsh reality is better than living in denial. Tia beams with pride as she holds up a piece of clothing adorned with delicate flowers, asking Ed if it looks cute. Ed looks at her with a gentle smile and warmly agrees, offering a moment of lightness after their painful conversation. Just as Ed and Tia share a quiet moment, a sudden violent tremor shakes the earth. Startled questions the source of the vibration, while Tia calls out to him in alarm. Ed looks on in confusion as the ground beneath his feet continues to tremble. Ed rushes outside to investigate the source of the tremor, only to find a Sasam lesser dragon standing before him. Confused by its sudden appearance, he wonders why such a creature is here. Tia rushes outside, shocked to find Ed facing the beast. She questions why he went out and wonders if the lesser dragon is astray from the mountains. Ordering Ed to get back into the house, she tells him not to worry and steps forward to take care of the threat, launching a powerful attack that strikes the dragon. Tia tells a shocked Ed not to worry, claiming that dealing with the creature is a piece of cake. With a sudden and overwhelming strike, she slams into the lesser dragon, triggering a massive explosion of force. Tia unleashes a magnificent swirling wall of water, completely shielding Ed from the threat. Stunned by the display of power, Ed can only stare in disbelief, wondering how she created such a massive water wall. As she fights, Tia makes a fierce vow to herself. She will not let anyone else perish, and she will protect Ed at all costs. With a poetic and powerful incantation, Tia channels every ounce of her will to manifest a catastrophic force. As she screams Triad Stream, a devastating wave of energy erupts. Can only watch in absolute shock, dwarfed by the overwhelming power she now wields. With a single devastating strike, Tia blasts the lesser dragon away, sending the massive creature soaring through the air. Ed can only stare in shock, completely overwhelmed by the sheer power Tia has displayed. Ed stares in utter disbelief at the dragon's corpse, shocked that Tia managed to slice through both scales and bone in one strike. He can't believe how much stronger she has become since he was gone, but as Tia catches her breath, panting heavily from the effort, she takes Ed's hand and tells him to get out of there immediately. Ed refuses to leave Tia's side, pulling her into a concerned embrace. He notices her trembling and tells her she looks to be in bad shape. Tia gives a weak smile, admitting that she got a bit too enthusiastic in her desire to show off her growth since he's been gone, though she insists she is fine now. Ed tells Tia to get some rest, to which she shyly admits that she dressed up specifically to look good in front of him. While Ed finds her anxiety amusing, he reminds himself that as a former member of the Heroes party, she is more than capable as he walks away. Ed reflects on a request for him to leave, and deciding that he must first eliminate the threat before he can truly worry about anything else. Ed considers how to handle the dragon's remains, deciding to store them in his Wanderer's treasure box to keep them from rotting. Suddenly a loud thud echoes, and Ed realizes something. Confused, he calls out to Tia, but receiving no clear answer. He climbs up a ladder to reach her. However, the moment he arrives, he is completely stunned by the sight before him. Ed rushes toward Tia, shouting her name in alarm. He finds her lying on the ground, barely conscious and faintly calling his name. Confused, Ed asks why she fell, but as he looks closer, he notices something unexpected, leaving him stunned and questioning what is happening. Ed looks on in absolute horror as he realizes the gravity of Tia's condition. Dark, blotchy patches resembling dead skin are spreading rapidly from her heart area, covering her neck, arms, waist, and feet, leaving Ed completely bewildered and panicked. Panicked and flustered, Ed worries about Tia's clothes while tending to her. Later, in a quiet room, Ed sits by her side, asking how she is doing. Tia, looking more peaceful, tells him she has calmed down and thanks him for his help. As Tia rests, she confesses a secret she had been keeping. Explains that during her time fighting alongside Alexis and the others, she used a forbidden elf technique to ensure their survival. This technique exponentially increases spirit magic, but only by consuming the user's own life force. Ed is stunned, realizing that the black bruises on her body are the physical manifestation of the life she sacrificed for her comrades. Ed is completely shaken, shouting in disbelief as the truth sinks in. He realizes that Tia spent her own lifespan to fuel the attack against the lesser dragon. Confused and distressed, he asks why she seemed fine until just now, while Tia looks up at him with a heartbroken gaze. Tia gives a small, sad smile, explaining that she felt she had to take the dragon down in one strike to protect Ed. Ed is completely stunned, realizing that Tia has no idea how powerful he actually is. Tia then solemnly admits that she didn't have much magic left to live anyway, and that her clothes were the only thing keeping her body from falling apart. Tia explains that her survival was only possible because of her clothes, which shared the magic of a great tree. However, having changed her attire, she admits that she doesn't have much time left to live. Ed is shocked and confused by her decision to change clothes, but Tia simply smiles. Overwhelmed with emotion, Ed pulls her into a tight embrace, and Tia reflects on how happy she is to see him and her wish for things to return to how they once were. Tia reveals that by removing her special clothes, she inadvertently let the magic power of the tree slip out, which alerted the demonic beast to her location. Ed quickly realizes that this is why the lesser dragon attacked, and he is consumed by self-loathing, believing that everything is his fault and that he is an omen. Ed sinks into a deep depression, his mind racing with guilt. He wonders if his overconfidence in his own power led to this tragedy, reminding himself that he came here specifically to ensure his safety. Yet he feels he has only made things worse. Seeing his devastated expression, Ta asks what's wrong and gently tells him not to make such a face. Tia softly tells that although her life was short for an elf, she lived it to the fullest and is happy to have met him again. Overwhelmed by grief and determination, Ed shouts for her not to say such things, insisting that they still have a long journey ahead of them. However, as they cling to each other, a sudden violent shaking erupts from the mystical tree, leaving Ed wide-eyed in shock. Ed firmly refuses to leave, ignoring Tia's desperate pleas for him to get out of there immediately. While sensing that their enemies have already arrived, Ed looks at himself and notes that his appearance hadn't changed at all. He realizes that the flow of time has reverted his body to the state it was in 10 years ago, back when he was still weak. Ed reveals the truth of his journey, explaining that since they parted ways, he has spent 100 years traveling across 100 different worlds. He has faced countless adventures and met many people, evolving far beyond who he used to be. Looking at her with determination, he tells her that he is now strong enough to protect her. Looking on with a gaze of absolute resolve, Ed makes a solemn promise. This time he will not let her suffer. He will be the one to protect her. Tia desperately begs Ed to flee for his own safety, but Ed refuses, promising her with a confident smile that he will never leave her alone again. As he watches, he realizes that even in her weakened state, Tia is trying to stand up to protect him, leaving Ed wondering how he can best support her. Ed tears through the demonic beasts with devastating force, but the victory feels hollow. He knows that no matter how many enemies he mows down, it won't bring back his fallen comrades or restore the time Tia has lost. Tia looks on, her voice trembling as she admits she knows the truth, yet the pain of their situation remains unbearable. Ed refuses to let Tia's life end like this. Driven by a desperate hope that his current power can somehow change the past or create a miracle, he unleashes a formidable technique: blood sword smithing. As the blood sword smithing skill activates, Ed releases an overwhelming surge of power. Red orbs of energy swirl around him as he strikes, obliterating the monsters in his path with a single devastating blow. Ed stands alone in the center of a wasteland of crushed monsters and shattered earth. As Tia gazes at him in utter disbelief, Ed's thoughts drift. He realizes that the power he just unleashed is far too precious to waste carelessly. Recalling his recent acquisitions, he remembers a mysterious, on-time use ability, pondering its nature and how it functions. Ed thinks back to a specific skill he acquired during his time of exile. He wonders if this power could grant him the ability to start all over again, potentially undoing the tragedy. Beside him, Tia looks on, completely stunned by the situation. Pia looks on with a heavy heart, wishing for Ed to live and see the world in peace, even if it means he might hate her. As the tension settles, Ed turns to her with a soft smile, calling her name and asking if he was able to protect her. Tia reflects on Ed's journey, remembering how he spent his time training relentlessly after being cast out from the Heroes party. Stunned by his current power, she returns to the present and asks him a tentative request to escort her to the border of the demon world. Ed agrees to Tia's request, telling her that he will take her wherever she needs to go, even if it's the end of the world. As he gently pats her head, Tia is moved by his kindness and thanks him. Despite his agreement, Ed decides not to ask her why she wants to go there. Ed carries Tia on his back, gently warning her that the ride might be a bit bumpy. Tia reassures him that she is fine, mentioning that she already knows what awaits them. With a determined mind, Ed sets off, focused on fulfilling Tia's wish. Arriving at a desolate area littered with the remains of monsters, Ed asks Tia if this is truly the right place. Tia confirms it is and asks to put her down. Standing in the desolate wasteland, Tia looks around and thinks of Alexis and Gonzo, wondering if they can see her. She reveals that Alexis had used a transfer crystal on her, leading her to this place. Amazed by Ob's power, she notes how easily he navigated the demon world in a single night, a feat their old party struggled with, but believing it may have even surpassed Alexis in strength. Tia looks at him with gratitude, thanking him for bringing her back to a place she never thought she would see again. Tia asks if he remembers the moment they exiled him, admitting that she has been thinking about it for a long time. She confesses that although she didn't want him to die, she lacked the faith to believe in him back then, calling it her own weakness. Ed listens quietly to her apology and simply responds, "That's right." Looking up at the night sky, Tia is struck by a realization. She reflects on how thought was weak and needed her protection. Raid has now become strong enough to protect her. She catches a glimpse of a peaceful world following the Demon King's defeat, wondering if everyone could have seen this future if she hadn't made the mistakes of the past. Softly, she calls out his name. As she looks at him with newfound admiration, Tia looks at Ed with deep gratitude, thanking him for bringing her to this desolate place. She wishes she could grant his wish in return, but Ed gently reassures her that his wish will come true soon. As they sit together, Tia can't help but wonder, what exactly is Ed's wish? Ed reveals that his wish is simply to return home after a long time. Tia expresses her interest in visiting his house, and Ed warmly invites her, mentioning that his mother would be more than happy to welcome her. As Tia thinks about buying souvenirs for her own parents, she worries that carrying money might attract robbers. Ed confidently suggests that Hell just introduced those robbers to Tia, leaving her to realize the strength they now possess. Ed considers the overwhelming power he now possesses, realizing that with his exiled skills, he could easily defeat demonic beasts and rise to become an aristocrat or even the lord of a kingdom. But as he looks down at a fallen flower on the ground, a sudden hesitation strikes him, leaving his thoughts unfinished. As the reflections on power fade, a poignant image emerges of Ed holding the close. A somber narration echoes, speaking of the moment when the life of a loved one is about to end, hinting at a tragic promise yet to be fulfilled. With tears welling in his eyes, Ed gazes into the distance, reflecting on a golden dream that has since faded away. He clenches his fist in frustration and sorrow, questioning if this tragic turn of events is part of a divine plan. He wonders if the overwhelming skills he was granted over a century of exile were meant to lead him to this specific heartbreaking end. With a surge of absolute determination, Ed declares that he will keep fighting until the very end. He activates his final and most powerful ability, the unlimited one-time claim, offering up his past, his future, and everything he possesses just to make his one true wish a reality. As Ed gambles everything on his final skill, a blinding pillar of light erupts from the earth, tearing through the sky and reaching deep into the cosmos, signaling the immense power of his desperate wish. A blinding white light consumes everything. As the light fades, Ed opens his eyes to find himself in a strange, colorless void, confused. He looks around at the sparse surroundings, just a single chair and table in an endless white expanse. He wonders where he is, and if this is all just a dream. Spirals into a frantic panic, screaming in confusion and wondering if he has been kidnapped or perhaps even died. Trying to regain his composure, he decides to assess the situation by tracing back his memories, recalling a job he had taken to exterminate claw moles and pests ravaging the fields. As Ed continues to survey the surreal white void, he spots a solitary door standing amidst the emptiness. Just as he begins to question its presence, he is startled by a sudden movement, discovering a mysterious white book that has appeared before him. Ed reads the mysterious book and pieces together the truth. To return to his own world, he must be exiled from hero parties across 100 different worlds. Stunned by the revelation, he protests, claiming he is merely a small-time mercenary, and refuses to participate in such an impossible ordeal. Ed notices a brilliant glowing orb and recalls that touching it grants a useful power, though it seems suspicious. Overwhelmed by his longing to return home, he lets out a frustrated cry and decides to take the risk. With a shout of desperation, Ed reaches out and touches the orb, triggering a sudden surge of energy. As Ed touches the orb, a surge of energy strikes him, transmitting information directly into his mind. He discovers he has gained a new ability called Flag Maker, designed to ensure he meets the hero. However, the process triggers a series of blurred, mysterious visions of other people, leaving Ed shocked and confused about the nature of this power and the figures he just glimpsed. Ed's eyes widen in shock as he feels a sudden, violent surge of knowledge and fragmented images crashing into his consciousness. He is completely overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information rushing directly into his head. The flood of information transforms into a chaotic whirlwind of fragmented faces and scenes. Ed is struck by the realization that these are memories, but he is left questioning whose life he is suddenly witnessing. Ed clutches his head in agony as a torrent of memories from worlds he has never seen before crashes into his consciousness. He sees visions of himself being exiled by strangers, the sheer volume of these memories threatening to break his mind. Ed clutches his head in agony, feeling his mind and body reaching a breaking point as the overwhelming power and memories surge through him. Fragments of his past selves urge him not to give up, suggesting that this power could allow him to change the past. In the midst of this mental storm, a pivotal question emerges. What does Ed truly wish for in the future? Amidst the flood of memories and power, a serene image emerges, a blonde woman, with a soft, melancholic smile. She is a fragment of his past, one of the many souls he encountered across the 100 worlds. Exhausted but wearing a faint smile, Ed wonders if this is truly his wish. He recalls the moment he won a bet against the god, using own-time claim to obtain an impossible 101st power, the ultimate exiled skill capable of deceiving even a deity. Ed activates his forbidden 101st power, the blessing of the second lap. He declares his intent to inherit every memory and ability his future self ever acquired. Knowing that such a miracle can only occur once in a lifetime, Ed smirks, confident that a single use is all he needs to change everything. With the overwhelming strength of his future self now flowing through him, Ed feels an absolute sense of confidence. He is now unrivaled. Standing before the door to the very first world he was exiled from, he thinks of Tia and vows to overwrite the shitty ending that once awaited them. With a confident smile and unwavering resolve, steps through the gateway. He declares the start of his second lap. Ed vowing to change the tragic fate of the past and forge a happy ending where he and his comrades can finally find peace together. Ed arrives back in the starting world, returning to where his journey first began. However, the reunion is chaotic. Zane is seen shouting in disbelief, demanding to know why he cannot join Ed. Completely unfazed by the outburst, Ed calmly tells him to use his inside voice. Ed coldly informs Zane that his strength is pointless for the party, though he mockingly suggests Zane could serve as a supply carrier. Zane glares back in pure rage. Around them, the crowd whispers in awe, recognizing Ed as the hero and noting that he has already rejected 3 applicants. As Ed stands calmly, the crowd around him buzzes with excitement. Some women daydream about being chosen as his comrades, while others doubt their chances. However, Ed's expression shifts, his sharp gaze sweeping over the crowd, leaving some of them wondering if he is finally noticing them. Suddenly, a djinn appears right beside Ed, startling him. The stranger introduces himself as the strongest luggage carrier and swordsman, asking if Ed is interested in his services. Confused by how the man managed to approach him so stealthily, Ed asks, "Who are you?" The crowd whispers in curiosity, wondering who this mysterious stranger is, and noting how serious the hero has become. With a mischievous smile, Jin introduces himself to Ed, claiming to be a wandering adventurer named Ed. However, internally he is plotting to create some intrigue. Jin reflects on his past, remembering the desperation of begging to join a party, only to be treated as a lowly luggage carrier. He knows that being just a porter leaves him with no influence over the journey, which is why he is presenting himself differently now. However, Ed is not easily convinced, looking at him with a doubtful expression, and questioning how someone burdened with all the supplies could possibly be a capable fighter. Jin responds to Ed's skepticism with a confident smile, proposing a deal if he can defeat while carrying his gear. It will serve as a demonstration of his capabilities. Determined not to repeat the mistakes of his past, Jin declares that he will be a swordsman as well as a porter, driven by a desire to make Alexis acknowledge his true strength. Ed looks at Jin with a challenging smile, telling him that if he refuses to drop his luggage, he'll have to deal with the results. And in a sudden flash of power, a violent clash erupts between them. The force of the impact is so immense that it shatters the ground and sends a shockwave through the area, leaving the onlookers stunned. Ed looks at Jin with a calm, commanding presence and tells him he will consider his offer. Jin smiles, accepting the terms, and graciously offers Ed the first move to start the fight. Meanwhile, the nearby bar owner watches in terror, fearing for the safety of his restaurant. Ed takes the first move, striking with such blinding speed that Jin barely has time to react. The precision of the attack is revealed as a piece of meat on a plate is cleanly sliced in half. Ed looks at the stunned Jin and asks with a smirk if he is disappointed. Ed looks at Jin with a smirk, commenting on the tasteless cold steak. He mockingly asks if Jin would like to surrender early. In a blur of motion, Ed asserts his position, stating that as the hero it is his duty to accept all challenges and showcase his true power. Ed explains that to join the Heroes party and fulfill the prophecy of defeating the Demon King, one must possess overwhelming strength to serve as a beacon of hope for the people. Hearing this, Jin becomes more determined, realizing that if Alexis loses faith in his strength, he will never be truly acknowledged. Standing atop the roof, Ed holds the plate of steak, casually reminding Jin that he is not just a simple luggage carrier and can be trusted to have his back. Mocking the fact that the steak is getting colder, Ed challenges Jin to finally turn up the heat and show his true strength. Jin watches him, noting Iji's bold personality. With a sharp, determined gaze, Ed strikes with blinding speed, his blade clashing violently against Jin's. As the impact sends a shockwave through the air, Ed coldly remarks that he is capable of a thing or two, proving he is far more than just a porter. The air erupts in a violent collision as Ed's strike crashes into Jin, the sheer force of the impact sending a shockwave through the area. The intense clash comes to a sudden halt as Jin manages to parry strike with surprising ease. With a mocking laugh, Jin taunts Ed, questioning if this is truly all the hero is capable of, leaving Ed stunned by the unexpected resistance. Ed smirks, coldly replying, "Of course not," before unleashing a powerful blow. The impact is massive, leaving Jin stunned as he realizes that the hero's strength is far beyond what he initially anticipated. Jin's eyes widen in realization as he recognizes Ed's combat stance, but it is already too late. Ed warns him that his mockery has consequences and unleashes a blinding, overwhelming attack, a true hero's strike. Ed strikes with a blinding flash, unleashing the overwhelming power of the Moonlight Sword. As the attack descends, Jin realizes that while he could easily deflect the strike using Impregnable Fortress, doing so would be a mistake. Driven by a deep desire to be acknowledged as one of the hero's true companions, Jin chooses to face the attack without relying on his ultimate defense. Determined to prove his worth, Jin resolves to overcome the attack using only his sword. Drawing upon 100 years of training, he focuses intensely, attempting to match the direction of his swing to the trajectory of ED's powerful slash. With a sudden and precise movement, Jin manages to parry's powerful strike, proving that his century of training was enough to withstand the hero's attack. Ed looks on with a composed expression, murmuring, "Well, well," as Jin is blasted away by the residual power of the strike. After slamming hard into the earth, a sweating Jin catches his breath, relieved that his parry somehow worked to save him from a far worse fate. The crowd erupts in cheers, stunned that someone could actually match the hero's power, while some of the onlookers are distracted by Ida's handsome looks. Luca watches from the sidelines, intrigued by Jin's raw talent, despite his commoner status. When questioned about his identity, Luca responds with a mysterious laugh. Ed looks at Jin with a stern expression, questioning his recklessness. He warns him that the move he used would have killed anyone else. However, Jin remains calm, asserting that he had already considered the consequences. Realizing Jin's skill and foresight, Ed bursts into laughter, calling him a damn straight sprout. Reflecting on the sheer power Ed displayed, a muscular man admits that even he wouldn't have made the cut if surviving a serious attack from the hero was the standard. He is revealed to be Gonzo the monk. Gonzo explains to Jin that Alexis had planned to push him hard during the trial, signaling Gonzo to intervene only if things became too dangerous. As they talk, Gonzo recognizes Jin as the world's strongest martial artist, praising his legendary healing hands. The two share a loud, boisterous laugh over Jin's role as a frontline healer, while Ed looks on in complete confusion. Tia arrives and immediately scolds Alexis, questioning why he is causing a scene when they were supposed to be leaving. She also turns her frustration toward Gonzo for failing to stop him. Alexis dismissively explains that he was simply showing off his glory to remind a stupid commoner of their station. As Ed listens to the exchange, he is overcome with nostalgia, realizing that their personalities remain exactly as he remembered them. A gentle elvish spiritusor named Lunarisha approaches, concerned and asking if he is hurt. As they exchange introductions, Ed is struck by a sudden realization. He remembers her voice and her face, feeling a deep sense of joy that he finally gets to see her smile again. Ed is overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he realizes the truth. The girl before his reaction, Lunarisha asks if she said something wrong, wondering why he is suddenly crying. Stares in disbelief, his heart racing as he realizes that Taya is truly alive and well. Beside him, Tiz already scolding Alexis, demanding to know what he has done, while Alexis dismisses her accusations with his usual arrogance. He smugly claims that his very existence is extraordinary, leaving Taya exasperated, though she still softly defends him. Ed puts on a facade, claiming he is simply overwhelmed that the famous Heroes party is interested in him. His strange reaction leaves Tia and Gonzo bewildered, with Tia worrying that she might have done something wrong. However, Ed's true longing surfaces as he softly asks Tia to say his name one more time. Tia softly calls out Ed's name, and he responds with an eager, emotional yes. Tia giggles, finding his reaction strange. Internally, Ed is overwhelmed just by the sound of her voice. However, Alexis looks on with a judgmental gaze, questioning why Ed is so happy and mocking him for bursting into tears. Alexis points to the ruined luggage on the ground, coldly informing Ed that they cannot accept him. Ed lets out a heartbroken scream, devastated that his precious meat was destroyed by the Moonlight Sword. Is shocked by the rejection, questioning Alexis, since Sentiment's strength appears to be on par with his own, a sentiment echoed by the excited crowd who witnessed special move. Alexis remains stubborn, questioning why they would even consider accepting Ed, when the party already possesses all the combat strength they need. While the crowd whispers that Ed's strength makes him a great asset, Tia calls Alexis a meanie for his attitude. Seeking a tiebreaker, Tia turns to Gonzo, but the muscular man simply admits he doesn't mind either way, leaving Tia conflicted. Gonzo admits that Alexis has a valid point, noting that it could be reckless to put so much pressure on a porter by expecting them to be a combatant as well. Ed, however, is heartbroken, cursing the meathead Alexis because he truly wanted to learn the glory of muscle from Gonzo. Ironically, while the discussion continues, Gonzo holds up a sign with a score of 10, declaring that Ed has passed. Alexis admits that, aside from himself, Ed might be the strongest person present and praises his swordsmanship. However, he clarifies that they are specifically looking for a porter, not just another fighter. To see if Ed can handle both roles, Alexis gives him a final task. Go and buy all the necessary goods and bring them back to him. Alexis looks at Ed and tells him that since he claims to be the world's best baggage carrier, he must prove it. Holding a coin gives a confident smirk, accepting the challenge. Alexis tells Ed to show him what has got, questioning how he will use the money and transport the goods. As Ed confidently to do it right, receiving encouragement from Tia and Gonzo. However, as Ed looks down at the 10 silver coins in his hand, he lets out a sigh, feeling the weight of his first official task given by the hero. Ed takes a closer look at the money and is shocked to realize they are gold coins. Recalling that he was only given 10 silver coins in the past, he wonders if Alexis has placed more trust in him this time, knowing that a single gold coin can buy a vast amount of supplies. However, as he sets off, he starts to doubt how much he actually knows about the surrounding area. Ed marvels at the town's layout as he walks with Tia. However, the atmosphere shifts when Ed tries to speak to her, leading to Tia becoming annoyed. She calls him out for suddenly using honorifics after previously omitting them, sparking a comical debate about their seniority and how he should address her. Ed tells to simply call her by her name and stop being so formal. When Ed asks why she is accompanying him, she admits she is curious to see how he handles the money. Watching from a distance, Gonzo questions his caution, while Luca notes that Ed seems strong enough to fight Alexis on equal terms. However, Tia has a secret of her own, confidently noting that she is also quite strong despite her appearance. Leaving Ed stunned, Tia leans in close to Ed, admitting that she simply has a feeling he is a good person. Ed is taken aback by her sudden openness. From a distance, Luca and Gonzo watch them, noting that while Tia is generally friendly, she has never been this personal with anyone before, leading them to wonder what is causing this change in her behavior. As Tia and Ed walk together, it is revealed that Tia possesses memories from her past. Watching from a distance, Gonzo expresses his doubt to Alexis, questioning if letting Tia accompany Ed was a good idea. Alexis remains indifferent, noting that while he doesn't think Ed will try anything funny, he will let it be if it's what Tia wants. Alexis and Gonzo share a moment of agreement, with Alexis noting that the free-spirited Tia likely won't listen to him anyway. Their conversation is interrupted by a panicked servant, begging for forgiveness after damaging some furniture. Alexis calmly explains that taking responsibility for one's mistakes is simply the right thing to do. Though the servant mistakenly thinks Alexis is questioning his repair skills, Alexis effortlessly repairs the furniture, boasting about his own special abilities. The crowd is instantly awestruck, cheering for the hero's unmatched skill. Despite the admiration, Alexis looks annoyed by the commotion and tells Gonzo it's time to go. While walking together, asks the why she seems so comfortable around him and goes out of her way for him. Considering they've only just met, Tia ponders the question for a moment before revealing that she is actually over 100 years old. She explains that elves live far longer than humans, and in her long life she has experienced and forgotten many things. Tia continues her explanation, describing how elves sear certain memories into their very essence. She explains that while some memories may fade, those they truly wish to keep persist even through the cycle of death and rebirth. Tia explains that elves sometimes experience a strange sense of nostalgia when encountering a new place or person. She admits that she felt exactly that when she first saw Ed asks if she truly believes this to be the case, while internally pondering if this feeling is similar to déjà vu, or if it is indeed a unique trait of elves whose memories remain engraved in their souls. Tia muses that she and Ed might have known each other and shared a deep bond before their current lives. Intrigued by this possibility, Ed smiles and tells her that he is more than happy to have her company. As they walk together, a lingering question remains about the true nature of the soul. Ty asks Ed if his memories follow him through reincarnation. Ed reveals that he is an existence that carries both his memories and abilities with him across different worlds. As they walk, Ed confidently provides detailed directions to a specific store, surprising Taya with his knowledge of the side streets. He proudly explains that such expertise comes from being a seasoned professional porter. Ed and Tia finally reach the store, but they stop dead in their tracks, staring up in disbelief at the building's roof, which is adorned with massive, ornate angel statues. Confused by the sight, Ed asks what is going on with the roof. Gonzo explains that it was damaged by the moonlight sword, while another voice admits that the sight had been bothering them, prompting an attempt to fix it. Alexis basks in the admiration of the crowd, confidently declaring his own special nature as they cheer for the hero. While the people are captivated by Alexis, Tia turns to him with excitement, insisting that Ed is actually the amazing one. Ed, however, remains unfazed by the praise and the commotion, calmly noting that they seem to have no luggage with them. With a thunderous crash, a mountain of sacks suddenly appears, leaving Alexis and Gonzo completely bewildered. Ed, however, remains cheerful as he begins to categorize the supplies, explaining that there are 10 packs of rations preserved for 3 months and another 10 that will last for a year. Ed mentions that since they aren't leaving immediately, he focused on buying preserved foods. Gon's completely baffled, demands to know how so much luggage could fit into such a small bag. Ed calmly explains that it is a magic tool he discovered in some ruins, possessing a capacity far beyond its appearance. Although it claims he is the only one who can operate it, despite not knowing exactly how it works, Alexis remains unconvinced, thinking the explanation is a complete lie. Ed explains to a defeated T that the bag's special properties vanish when held by anyone's however. In his mind, Ed reveals the truth. The bag is merely a facade for his exiled skill, Wanderer's treasure trove. He calculates that attributing his power to a tool, rather than an innate ability, is the best way to ensure his ultimate goal of being exiled from the Harrow's party. With a smug grin, he is confident that Alexis will never see through the deception. Tia asks about the bag's capacity, and Ed claims it can hold as much as 2 or 3 warehouses. Internally, Ed admits the storage is actually vast enough to hold entire worlds, though he keeps this a secret to maintain his cover. T enthusiastically praises Ed's usefulness, which prompts a skeptical response from Alexis. Suddenly, Ed pulls out another item with a loud thud, startling T. Ed pulls out yet another item, a large magical tool capable of creating water. He uses the device to prove a point, explaining that the bag can store and retrieve objects far larger than its own entrance. Meanwhile, Alexis asks if she had already informed him about this, to which she simply confirms. Alexis questions why Ed spent 50 silver coins on a water-creating tool, pointing out that Tia's spirit magic already provides all the water they need. However, Alexis soon realizes that such a tool should normally cost at least 5 gold coins, leaving both him and Tia stunned by the suspiciously low price. Demanding an explanation, Alexis asks why Ed bought it, and Ed begins to reveal his reasoning. Ed explains his reasoning, pointing out that relying entirely on Tia's spirit magic is dangerous. If she were to get sick or injured, the party would lose their only water source. Alexis and Gonzo are struck by the validity of this point, but the mood turns comedic as Tia reacts with shock and indignation, after Ed admits he had simply viewed her as a convenience. After seeing foresight and useful tools, Alexis finally gives in and acknowledges his skills, fulfilling his promise to let join the party. While Tia looks on, Gonzo celebrates wildly by hugging Ed, enthusiastically declaring his intention to train Ed's muscles to their absolute limit, even suggesting using the magic bag for heavy weight training. Alexis notices that Ed has also purchased a sword. However, upon closer inspection, he is puzzled by the quality of the weapon. He admits he expected to spend more of his budget on a high-quality blade, noting that this surprisingly cheap sword doesn't seem to match Ed's true talent. Ed dismisses Alexis' concerns about the cheap sword, explaining it is just a disposable weapon to get him to the next town. Viewing this as a special second chance, Ed reflects on the immense proficiency and treasures he has accumulated during his travels. With a confident smile, he acknowledges that he is far ahead of everyone else and begins to present a proposal to Alexis. As they arrive at a town built into the rocky cliffs, it is revealed to be a mining hub famous for its silverware. Hearing about the local crafts, Taz's imagination runs wild. She begins to wonder if the treasures it spoke of are something wonderful, like a magic knife that makes any food taste more delicious. The group arrives at a massive rock-carved facility called the Silver Stove. As they make their way inside, Alexis tells that it is time to explain the plan he had proposed. Ed begins to explain his plan to the group, noting that his information comes from a reliable source. With a serious expression, he reveals a surprising detail. A rockworm has apparently built a den inside the mine. The party reacts with shock to Edith's revelation about the rockworm, calmly confirms their existence, explaining that these monsters devour everything made of silver and leave behind massive crevices that can cause large-scale caverns. As he speaks, he reveals a cryptic detail. He knows this because of his first attempt in this world, describes a grim vision of the future based on his past experience. In 3 months, a rockworm will trigger a massive cavern, leaving the town in ruins and many dead. He recalls how in his first life he arrived far too late to stop the disaster. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Alexis and Ty are shocked, questioning why the authorities weren't notified, and insisting that knights be deployed immediately to prevent the tragedy from repeating this time. Ed admits that he has no concrete evidence to bring to the authorities, but he remains certain that the rockworm is nearby. He declares his desire for the group to be the ones to take the creature down, ensuring the disaster never happens. As Tisha and Gonzo look on with determination, Alexis suddenly remembers the treasure had mentioned earlier, beginning to piece together the plan. Ed reveals that the treasure he mentioned is mithril. While Gonzo has no idea how rockworms relate to the metal, Tia is well aware of its value, explaining that mithril is a rare material capable of conducting and storing large quantities of mana. Tia enthusiastically describes how top-tier magical tools and enchanted weapons are commonly made of mithril. Ed laughs, noting that her understanding isn't quite right. Alexis, seeing the confusion, tells it to explain it properly, while Tia daydreams about the sparkling beauty of the metal. Ed reveals the process. Mithril is created when silver is exposed to strong magic over an extended period of time. Hai quickly concludes that the mine must be overflowing with mana, but Ed corrects her, prompting her and Alexis to think about the rockworm's habits. After they realize the worm eats silver, Ed explains that for silver to transform into mithril, it requires continuous exposure to strong mana. He then reveals the logical conclusion. The perfect place for this transformation to occur is inside the rockworm's stomach. Ed delivers a shocking revelation to Tia, explaining that the beautiful sparkling mithril is actually the undigested excrement of rockworms. Tia is left completely devastated and disgusted by this truth. Meanwhile, Alexis accepts the reality of the situation and confirms that the goal is to subjugate the rockworm to get the metal, but he questions on what his actual plan is for using it. Ed gives a confident smile, answering Alexis' question. He declares that there is only one thing to do with the mithril: use it to prepare the best possible weapons for the Harrow's party. Below him, Tia is seen in a state of total despair, sniffling and unable to get over the fact that the material is just poop. Unable to handle the fact that the beautiful sparkling metal is actually worm excrement, Tia falls flat on her face, completely broken by the revelation. Miners cautiously return to the mine, hoping to claim the valuable mithril. However, they are immediately intercepted by a furious overseer who screams at them for returning. When one of the workers mentions that the hero had ordered them to evacuate, the overseer is taken aback, questioning who this hero is. The overseer recalls the Harrow's strict orders to forbid entry and evacuate the mine, wondering what the party is actually doing inside. Meanwhile, Ed, Alexis, Gonzo, and is still fuming to make their way into the depths. Gonzo and Alexis express doubt about the rockworm's presence due to the eerie silence, but Ed suggests they simply didn't reach the feeding grounds. Yet Alexis tries to comfort, who is still utterly disgusted by the gross method of obtaining mithril, while Ed jokingly finds the situation more interesting. As they walk deeper into the mine, Tia asks why they can't simply buy mithril, thinking it would be much better than dealing with poop mithril. Ed acknowledges that while possible with enough money, it wouldn't be the same. He explains that the potent stomach acid of a rockworm acts as a perfect refining process, removing all impurities from silver to create the purest form of mithril. Alexis points out that pure mithril is essential for creating exceptionally high-quality weapons, though Tia is horrified that he would actually use it. After showing off his holy sword, Alexis asks if they are on the right track. It confidently confirms that they are progressing smoothly, activating his exile skill, the Akashic Compass, to lead the way. Ed laughs off Tia's curiosity, explaining that he found the compass in a magic bag, and that he is the only one capable of using it. While Tia wonders about the ruins where Ed discovered such powerful tools, Ed keeps the location a secret. As they descend further into the dark, cavernous mine, Ed suddenly stops and announces that they have arrived, leaving Alexis confused. Arriving at a dead end, Tia is confused, wondering if the rockworm is hidden behind the wall. As Gonzo enthusiastically flexes his muscles, ready to smash through the barrier, Ed calmly suggests he put his bodybuilding exhibition on hold, stating that there is no need to dig. Ed decides to show his companions a more efficient way. Activating his exile skill, Circular Reflector, he delivers a powerful explosive blow to the dead end. Gonzo and Tia watch in disbelief, shouting in worry that he might break his foot, but Ed remains completely unfazed as he shatters the wall. It continues to slam his foot into the rock wall, explaining that his exile skill stores the shockwaves from each impact, as he gathers armor power to channel into a single, devastating strike. A worried Tia asks Alexis to stop him, however. Alexis remains calm, urging her to wait and see what happens. With a final shout, pushes his attack to the limit, demanding the wall give way. As Ed unleashes his stored impact, a massive shockwave ripples through the mine, causing the ground to tremble. Ed urgently calls out to his companions as they realize the earth is shaking. Sensing an imminent threat emerging from the chaos, Alexis takes command and orders the group to prepare for battle. Suddenly, a massive toothy maw erupts from below, shaking the entire area. Sensing the immediate threat, Gonzo shouts for the others to get behind him, stepping up to protect Alexis and Tia from the liar's onslaught. The ground shakes violently as the colossal bursts forth. Gonzo quickly steps in to shield Alexis and Tia, shouting for them to get away immediately as he pushes them to safety. Alexis chants a grand spell, summoning the Spear of Immolation to pierce and burn the liar to ash. As the attack connects, that swords aren't really suited for this kind of battle, and Alexis agrees, admitting his own weapon is struggling. He channels her magic, summoning a devastating strike. Manifest thyself in the name of Lunartia. Volcanic Lance, she commands, unleashing the fiery attack with a final determined go. The volcanic lance connects with the lyre, unleashing a colossal explosion that rocks the entire area. Ed watches from the side as the lyre is overwhelmed by the sheer power of Tia's magic. Gonzo shouts that the fight isn't over, realizing the liar is trying to escape through the roof because it knows it cannot win. While Alexis is caught by surprise, Ed quickly moves in to intercept the liar, mocking it for not seeing the attack coming. Heya, Alexis and Gonzo watch in disbelief, shouting Edith's name as he confronts the massive Leor ready to strike the beast down. Doesn't let the Leor escape, mocking its attempt to hide where they couldn't reach it. With a predatory smile, he activates his blood blade tempering skill, declaring that it will now be much easier to gut the Leor. A violent crash echoes as the liar is struck down, leaving Ed buried under the liar's colossal remains. Horrified, Taya cries out his name. Fearing the worst, she urgently calls for Gonzo to help her save Ed, and the muscular man immediately springs into action. Ed suddenly bursts out from beneath the liar's carcass, though he is drenched in disgusting slime. Yuck, so fishy, he screams in disgust. Gonzo calls out to him, while Alexis dryly remarks that it's only natural since he was essentially eaten by the monster. Ed retorts, arguing that the circumstances don't make the smell any less unbearable. Overwhelmed with relief, Tia throws herself at Ed in a tight embrace. She panics when she sees blood on him, but Ed quickly reassures her that it belongs to the rockworm. Her worry soon turns into frustration, and she calls him a dumbass for his reckless behavior. As Ed explains that his actions were necessary to prevent the monster from escaping, he realizes that Tia's intense concern mirrors how she felt about him in the past. Apologizes for worrying Tia, explaining that he had to act decisively to ensure their hard work didn't go to waste. As he looks at her, he realizes that she hasn't changed at all. She is still the same Tia he remembers. He silently resolves to become even stronger so that she won't have to worry about him in the future. With the tension finally settled, prepares to move forward. Tia holds up a sparkling sphere, wondering if it is a chunk of pure mithril. Gonzo looks on, questioning why such a massive worm only left behind this much. Despite the source, Tia finds it beautiful. He observes that it is an exceptionally large piece of pure mithril, the likes of which he has never seen before, while Gonzo realizes that it is actually plenty. As Gonzo and Tia wonder about the value of the find, Ed muses that the mithril could potentially be worth a whole castle. The sheer scale of the wealth leaves his companions stunned. Ed explains that since it is a potentially one-of-a-kind item, only the most skilled smith will be capable of working with it. Tia and Gonzo are completely stunned by the immense value of the pure mithril, imagining the castles and training equipment they could acquire. Ed tells them to get a hold of themselves. As they discuss how to use the rare material, Tia asks if Ed knows a smith capable of working with it. To her utter surprise, Ed reveals that he is a decent blacksmith himself and plans to forge the item personally. The story enters a new phase as Ed leads his companions toward the Silver Forge. With the knowledge gained from his previous life in this world, Ed finds it effortless to locate the treasures and resources needed to move forward. Ed is amazed by the high-quality furnace and tools available at the Silver Forge, while the grateful blacksmith insists that Ed should use the facilities for free since he saved the town. The group refuses to take advantage of his kindness. Alexis confirms that the forge has been prepared as requested and tells Ed he may begin his work. But he adds a mysterious caveat that leaves Ed confused. Alexis looks at Ed with a serious expression, warning him that if he approaches the task half-heartedly, all their efforts will be wasted. He asks if Ed is properly prepared, and Ed responds with a confident smile, of course. After a moment of mutual determination, Alexis turns and tells Ed and Gonzo to follow him. While the others are occupied, Alexis turns to Lumi and teases her, noting that she seems to have taken quite an interest in Ed. He mentions the recruitment interviews and procurement tests, questioning if she has become a bit too fond of him, which leaves Lumi visibly flustered. Lumi looks flustered and blushes, questioning why Alexis thinks she has such an interest in Ed. As they relax in the town, she counters his teasing, asking if he is really in a position to ask such a thing. Gonzo confronts Alexis, suggesting that he is the one truly fond of Ed. Alexis counters by pointing out that Gonzo himself trusted enough to lead the group to this town and entrust him with the forging. As they drink, Alexis notes that Gonzo typically struggles to trust others. Alexis reflects on Ed's impressive abilities, noting that he is not only a skilled swordsman, but also a source of invaluable information and magical artifacts. He finally admits that he has grown quite fond of the young man. Gonzo laughs, telling Alexis there is no need to be shy about his feelings. Meanwhile, feels a bit overwhelmed, and awkwardly suggests that they leave him to his work, questioning if watching blacksmithing would even be interesting for them. Lumi reveals that her interest isn't in the forging process, but in Ed himself, admitting that she's always watching him. She tells him that it feels like he can do anything, leaving Ed flustered. Despite her high praise, Ed remains humble, insisting that there are still many things he is unable to do. Ed looks at his hand, haunted by the memories of everything he let slip away time and time again. But as he grips his tool with determination, his resolve hardens. He refuses to repeat the same mistakes. Using the skills he has acquired across 100 worlds in his own 2 hands, he vows to make sure that this time, the story ends differently. With a fierce determination, Ed strikes the glowing metal, the sound of the hammer echoing his resolve. As a vision of Lumi flashes in his mind, he vows to change the ending and carve out his own future. With these hands, he will forge a weapon capable of changing fate itself. The scene shifts away from Ed to a mysterious man named Sayen. As he stretches his stiff body, his floating assistant welcomes him back. Sayen reflects on the recent events, noting that the hero arrived and defeated the rockworm, leaving behind pure mithril. He muses over what to do with the material before dismissing the thought. Sayen muses that the fight he witnessed looked like a real pain to deal with. But he is glad that he is only in charge of reconnaissance. With the observation complete, he decides that his first priority is to report back to the Demon Lord. As the sound of the hammer clangs in the present, a memory surfaces from just before the start of the second lap. In the flashback, Ta is asked about the porter who ran away and what kind of person he was. Ta recalls that at a glance, he seemed like just a normal guy, though she vaguely remembers him having a distinctive nose. Lumi awakens from a recurring dream, haunted by visions of a different life and a different path shared with Ed. She wonders why she keeps having these dreams, especially since they have only just met. Startled awake, she finds looking concerned he quickly apologizes for waking her, to which Lumi simply replies that it's fine, apologizing for dozing off on her own. Ed tells Lumi there is no need to worry and suggests she go to bed to get some proper sleep. However, Lumi reflects on how heartbreaking it was to see him burst into tears upon seeing her face, and she decides she wants to stay and watch him a little longer, finding comfort in being together. As Ed wipes away the sweat from his intense labor at the forge, he looks for some water, noticing Lumi's gaze. As Ed reaches for water to cool down, a realization strikes him. He recalls that he was unable to bring all the treasures and travel footprints he had accumulated over the past 100 years, which is the reason he now has to rebuild his sword. Despite the loss of those items, he reminds himself that his abilities and memories are still intact. Sayen watches Ed from the shadows, identifying him as the anomaly causing disturbances in the Heroes party. Confused by the fact that Ed is forging instead of acting as a porter, Sayen finds his behavior inconsistent. While his assistant bot frantically screams for him to kill the human, Sayen remains cautious and decides to keep a close eye on Ed for a while longer. Sayen and his assistant bot discuss the bot's ability to shapeshift and the risks of its cover being blown. The assistant bot transforms into a creature known as a shadow lizard, reminding Sayen of its higher rank and demanding more respect. After deciding to gather further intelligence before reporting to the Demon King, the bot leaves Sayen behind to wait. Ed confidently tells Alexis and Gonzo that he has spent the last 6 days forging the ultimate weapon, while Gonzo impatiently demands to see it. Lumi reminds them to find a suitable place for the reveal. Ed then presents a magic tool on his wrist, promising to explain how it will help them find the right spot. Sayen watches from afar, noting that Ed has used the mithril to create a sword, a gauntlet, and a silver staff. While his assistant bot is surprised by the quick completion, Sayen remains wary. He believes that only the holy sword should be a threat, yet he cannot shake a lingering feeling of dread, leading him to conclude that further reconnaissance is necessary. Suddenly struck by panic, Sayen wonders if Ed has spotted him. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he tells his assistant bot to stay put and uses his shapeshifting ability to transform into a shadow bat. With a sense of urgency, he takes flight, determined to report everything to the Demon King. Flying away as a shadow bat, Sayen is deeply unsettled by Ed's presence. He is bewildered that Ed could sense him when even the hero failed to do so, and the look in Ed's eyes made him feel like prey to Sayen. Such an overwhelming ability simply should not be possible. A sudden violent impact sends Sayen crashing into the ground. Stunned and wounded, he can't believe he was hit by an ice arrow from such a distance, wondering if it was spirit magic. Just then, Ed's voice cuts through the air, casually greeting the general. Ed looks down at the defeated Sayen and calls him by name, catching the general completely off guard. Shocked that his identity is known, Sayen can only stare in disbelief. With a confident and mocking smile, Ed apologizes for speaking too soon, admitting he let the secret slip, but tells Sayen that keeping quiet is now pointless. As Sayen stammers in disbelief, Ed's companions arrive on the scene. Tia is praised for her impressive long-range shot that brought the general down, while casually questions if the creature is a demon scout. A devastated Sayen realizes the irony of his situation. He was the prey all along. Sayen shifts his tone, claiming he is not an enemy but an envoy of the Demon King with a message for the hero. While Tia and Gonzo listen with skepticism, Sayen offers a proposal for a better future together, assuming the hero is simply busy evacuating residents. But Ed steps forward, coldly informing Sayen that the hero isn't coming and laughing at the absurdity of the proposal. Ed lets out a cold laugh, declaring that he is here to shatter the future Saiyan dreams of. Right here and now he mocks Saiyan's situation, pointing out that the hero isn't around to protect him. Overwhelmed by Eid's intense bloodlust and feeling insulted, Saiyan snaps. Unable to tolerate being looked down upon, Saiting activates his shapeshift, transforming his body for a violent confrontation. Saiyan's transformation is complete, revealing his terrifying true form, the Tyrant Deathhorn. The massive beast lets us out a bloodthirsty roar, vowing to crush them all. While Gonzo and Tia are overwhelmed by the monster's sheer scale, calmly assesses the situation, acknowledging Saiyan as a formidable foe and warning his companions to stay on guard. The Tyrant Deathhorn strikes with overwhelming force, creating a massive explosion of energy. Gonzo quickly deploys his aura shield to block the blow, while Taya and the others brace themselves against the shockwaves. Saiyan looms over Ed, Gonzo, and Tia, his monstrous form radiating malice. Despite hating the violence of this form, he is driven by a vengeful fury. With a deafening roar, he charges up a massive sphere of energy, swearing that he will not stop until the entire town is reduced to dust. Saiyan unleashes a violent explosion of energy, sending lightning and debris flying everywhere. Ed looks on with worry, questioning if Gonzo can withstand the strain of blocking such a powerful strike. With a determined expression, Gonzo dismisses the concern and deploys his aura shield, standing as the group's final line of defense. The devastating energy blast collides with a massive shimmering dome, failing to penetrate the defense. Saiyan stares in disbelief as he realizes that Gonzo's aura shield has covered the entire town, a feat of magic he believed to be impossible. He looks on in awe, praising Gonzo and Ed for their overwhelming strength. Gonzo remains stoic and composed, his powerful presence dominating the scene as he prepares for the next phase of the confrontation. Saiyan is left in shock, questioning Ed's true identity and how a newly forged weapon could make such a massive difference. Ed provides Gonzo with a pair of specialized gauntlets and guides him to concentrate his mana into his fists. Preparing for a devastating counter-attack, Gonzo unleashes everything at once, striking with the full power of the new gauntlets. The impact is so overwhelming that it defies all logic, leaving his enemy stunned and unable to comprehend the strength of the attack. The sheer power of the attack is revealed as Saiyan's arm is completely blown away, leaving the Leer reeling in disbelief. Seeing the catastrophic result, Gonzo beams with pride and shouts his gratitude to Ed, calling him the best. Beside them, Taya is left speechless, staring in awe at the destructive force that just unfolded. Terrified and bewildered, Saiyan cannot comprehend how Gonzo possesses such overwhelming strength without the hero or the holy sword. As Gonzo, fueled by the new gauntlets, prepares to strike again with explosive power, Saiyan realizes the gravity of the situation. He concludes that this information is too critical to ignore and must be reported immediately to the Demon King. Gonzo looks at the devastation, wondering if Saiyan blew himself up in the process. Ed calmly corrects him, explaining that the explosion was just a distraction. Unbeknownst to them, Saiyan has disguised himself and retreated into an underground passage, confident that they won't be able to follow him. Ed's keen eyes see right through the enemy's tricks. He provides Lumi with a new weapon, confirming it is hers with a simple yep. With the new gear, Lumi activates Rockbind, trapping the colossal rock monster in a crushing grip. Ed explains that by infusing spirit magic into the blade, Lumi can unleash powerful elemental attributes. Gonzo is shocked by the strength of the attack, questioning if Lumi was always this capable, but she clarifies that the sword simply amplified her basic stone-trapping spell. As the enemy groans from within the rock, Ed calls out to Saiyan. As the trapped enemy struggles in confusion, Ed looks on with a calm, determined smile, stating that this is his atonement. Without further hesitation, he releases an overwhelming burst of power, creating a massive explosion that obliterates the stone prison, leaving the enemy in utter shock at his mysterious strength. With a final, decisive strike, unleashes the full power of the silver-winged sword. As the attack unfolds in 12 directions, the stone prison is obliterated in a massive explosion of energy. In this moment of atonement, a vision of Lumi appears, her presence accompanying the blade as it spreads its wings to bring a definitive end to the enemy. The silver-winged sword cuts through the air with overwhelming force, delivering a final, decisive strike that leaves nothing but ruin in its wake. Ed stands calmly before the gaping, toothy maw of the destroyed stone prison. Gonzo and Lumi call out to him with concern, and if the fight is finally over, as he clenches his fist, a small, satisfied smile plays on Ed's lips. Ed lets out a long sigh, confirming that the fight has finally come to an end. However, as Gonzo looks down into the crater, he is baffled to see a small, slug-like entity, questioning if the enemy is even dead, since it looks unhurt. Ed responds with a smug expression, praising both his weapon and his own swordsmanship, which earns him a frustrated reaction from Gonzo. He then tells Taya to take a closer look at the result of his strike. Looking at the remains, the group is amazed that the cut is so smooth it's barely visible. suggesting the enemy died without even realizing he had been hit. Gonzo tries to assert his role as the hero, but he cannot deny the sheer quality of EDS work, laughs it off, claiming the sword was just a hasty makeshift solution. But his companions insist that no other craftsman in the world could produce something so superior, proving that EDS title is not just for show. Alexis looks at Ed with a serious, searching gaze, unable to reconcile the man he knew with the powerhouse standing before him. He demands the truth, asking Ed who he really is and what he has been hiding from them all this time. Ed puts on a surprised face, questioning if Alexis really thinks. Hiding something, however, internally he begins to panic, wondering if he displayed too much of his true strength. As they stand amidst the wreckage, Alexis gazes at the weapon, noting that its simple appearance is deceptive, and that it is far more than just a mithril staff. Alexis continues his analysis of the weapon, fascinated by how the mithril shifts to form 12 wings, creating an incredibly thin and sharp edge. He observes that while the blade is devastatingly precise, it has a limit before it would shatter. Realizing that the transformation isn't driven by magic, Alexis suspects that Ed utilized the master smith skill to achieve such an impossible level of craftsmanship. Impressed by ED's quick understanding, Alexis acknowledges him as a true hero. He then shifts the conversation, asking what heights he aims to achieve as a blacksmith. While Ed internally worries he might have revealed too much, he honestly shares his goal to forge a blade that can cut through anything. Alexis places a hand on ED's shoulder, asking if he can truly forge a sword of that caliber. Confused, Ed asks what led Alexis to that conclusion. Alexis explains that since Ed didn't call the weapon a work in progress or an experiment, but rather a makeshift solution, it implies that under the right conditions, Ed could create something even more amazing. Alexis presses further, questioning why he didn't simply make the best sword possible if he possessed such skill. Ed admits that creating a weapon of that caliber under their current circumstances is impossible, as the primary limitation is the material. He reveals a stark truth: most of the materials he requires come from other worlds, meaning he cannot simply buy more and must be extremely careful with what he has. With the conflict settled, the group focuses on the destruction left behind, noting that the city wall needs urgent repair. Hannah and Gonzo volunteer to handle the restoration, though Hannah becomes flustered when Alexis stares at her in silence. As Alexis hurries Gonzo away to begin the work, stops Hannah, telling her he has a separate request for her before he goes to help. Alexis pulls Ed aside, telling him that there is something he wants to discuss and asks him to come to his room. Ed is completely caught off guard by the sudden request. Meanwhile, Hannah begins the restoration work, calling upon the power of Lunarsha to manifest an earthen hand to fix the wall. A massive stone hand emerges from the ground, lifting heavy debris with a thunderous rumble. Hannah diligently works to repair the city wall, but she feels guilty for the destruction caused during the fight. As Sensei apologizes to the residents, the townspeople are far from angry. They are completely mesmerized by the incredible magic of the elf from the Harrow's party. The townspeople shower Hana with gratitude, praising her spirit magic and calling her Lunaritia-sama. Filled with hope, the crowd cheers for the party, believing that even the demon lord cannot stand against them. Hannah smiles confidently, promising the people that they will bring peace to the world. Hannah cheers alongside the townspeople, confidently declaring that with their support, the demon lord and his army will be defeated. Not to be outdone, Gonzo shows off his immense power by effortlessly lifting a giant boulder, boasting that neither the enemy rabble nor the demon lord himself can stand against his mighty muscles. The crowd is in awe, praising Gonzo as the world's most reliable embodiment of muscles. However, beneath the confidence, Gonzo reflects on the heavy burden and the growing weight of expectations that come with being part of the Harrow's party. Turning to Taya, he gently pats her head and tells her that everything will be okay. Gonzo gently places his hand on Tia's head, telling her that she doesn't need to force herself to act strong while he is around. He mentions that with Ed joining their ranks, the party has become even more powerful. With a determined expression, Gonzo vows that they will ultimately defeat the demon lord. Tia looks up at Gonzo with a gentle smile, thanking him for his reassurance as he pats her head. Gonzo smiles back warmly, but his thoughts soon shift to Ed and Alexis, wondering where they have gone. Nearby, Ed asks if Tia is doing all right. Ed finds himself in a confusing and nerve-wracking situation as Alexis treats him with surprising politeness, even preparing a drink for him at the inn. Instead of feeling grateful, Ed is overwhelmed by anxiety, fearing that this kindness is merely a precursor to being taken care of or exiled yet again. As Alexis reveals that he called there to show him something, Ed's panic reaches a peak. Convinced that another banishment is imminent, Alexis offers a shocking privilege, telling him he doesn't mind if he draws the holy sword. Stun takes the weapon in his hands, recalling how Alexis used to hate it when anyone else even tried to touch it. Overwhelmed by this sudden change in attitude, can't help but wonder if this is really all right. Ed examines the holy sword, admitting that it is a truly impressive blade. Alexis asks for his honest opinion on whether the weapon deserves to be called incredible. While Ed acknowledges the legendary materials and top-notch forging techniques used to create it, admitting it's far beyond his own basic skills, Alexis seems unsurprised by Ed's keen insight. Ed delivers a surprising revelation, stating that the blade is not the true holy sword, but merely a masterful imitation crafted by human hands. While acknowledging its quality, Ed notes that with his master smith skill, he could likely create something similar. Confused by the deception, Ed asks Alexis where the real holy sword is actually located. Alexis admits the truth, confessing that he doesn't know where the real holy sword is despite sending survey teams across the world. Ed confirms that the current blade is merely a substitute. Alexis reveals the dire stakes. If the Demon Lord ever discovers the sword is a fake, he will hunt for the real one, stripping humanity of its only chance at victory. Alexis confesses that he has been deceiving everyone, and notes that the current substitute sword is reaching its limit. Recognizing Ed's hidden talents, he asks if Ed can forge a weapon even more powerful than the one they have. While Ed admits that his accumulated skills would allow him to create a superior blade, he humbly points out that it would still only be an imitation, unable to match the true holy sword. Alexis bows low before Ed, pleading with him to forge a sword, so that he can continue his role as the hero. Ed is completely stunned, insisting that a hero shouldn't bow to someone like him. However, Alexis remains desperate, promising whatever materials or equipment he desires if he only agrees to help. Alexis speaks with a desperate intensity, explaining that as the hero he carries the weight of the entire world on his shoulders and cannot afford to fail. Watches him questioning how Alexis can endure such a crushing expectation, realizing that the title of hero is merely a gilded cage of sacrifice used by society to avoid their own struggles. Amidst this realization, Ed reflects on his own unique existence, knowing that he is truly special. Alexis remains bowed, his voice trembling with conviction as he explains that he exists only to give people hope for a peaceful future. He is willing to do whatever it takes, no matter how unreasonable, to ensure those hopes come true. With a clenched jaw and a desperate expression, he begs Ed to use his skills to allow him to remain the world's hero. Looks on, letting out a sigh as he realizes the true nature of Alexis' resolve. A vision unfolds, revealing the crushing weight of Alexis' pride. He believes he was chosen by God because he was special, but that he was already a hero, and thus God had no choice but to pick him. This noble yet arrogant facade is actually a shield for his constant need to prove his worth. Watching this, realizes he had misjudged the man, while Ed humbly claims his work isn't worthy of such a hero. Alexis simply understands their bond, shifting into a new level of mutual respect. Ed activates the Akashic Compass, declaring his intention to find the true holy sword. He apologizes to a stunned Alexis for lying about the tool's purpose, explaining that he kept its true function a secret to avoid unwanted attention. Moved by Alexis' determination, Ed decides to use his secret power to assist the hero. Ed holds up the Akashic Compass, which beeps as it activates. He tells Alexis that he can provide guidance to the holy sword's location for a very affordable rate. With a confident smile, reveals the price he demands, that Alexis must defeat the Demon Lord and restore peace to the world. Surprised by the request, Alexis sighs and agrees, admitting that Ed never ceases to surprise him. Alexis solemnly swears to pay the price, set pleading for guidance to where the holy sword rests. He tells that he has no intention of treating him as a simple luggage porter, especially after having bowed head to him. To Ed's surprise, Alexis declares that Ed is now a true member of his party, and grant the privilege of calling him simply by his name. Ed calls Alexis by his name. Admitting that he is the one who is constantly surprised by the hero's resolve, he tells Alexis that he looks forward to seeing what a true hero looks like. As they shake hands, Ed reflects on the moment, realizing that he has finally become a true equal member of the hero's party. The scene shifts to a settlement where the party has stopped. The locals marvel at a wall that Tia repaired in just a single day, noting that her spirit magic has made the structure feel even sturdier than before. As the group prepares to move on to find the real holy sword, the villagers plead with Tia to stay a while longer. She politely declines, and the people offer their heartfelt gratitude for her kindness before the party sets off. The villagers unveil a massive stone statue dedicated to Tia, proclaiming that the entire city came together to honor her deeds. While the crowd showers her with praise, Tia is left speechless and embarrassed, wondering why only she is being recognized when Ed and Gonzo were also there. Meanwhile, Alexis looks on with a critical eye, remarking that the statue feels a bit lacking. While the villagers are still excitedly suggesting rainbow lights for the monument, the Dia tries to put a stop to the overwhelming attention. Ed and Alexis share a determined look, with Ed promising to guide the way and Alexis trusting him to lead. With a clear goal now established, the party sets off to find the real holy sword. However, as Ed looks at the Akashic compass, he notes that while they have the direction, the distance remains unknown, meaning their journey is far from over. With no other choice, the party puts their full trust in the Akashic compass, pushing through towering mountains, deep forests, and even dead-end caves. Ed finds solace in the journey, appreciating the scenery he had missed during his first time through this world. After 3 long months of travel, they finally arrive at a misty forest hidden deep within the mountains of a northern frontier country. As they venture deeper into the misty forest, the party begins to feel they are walking in circles, but Ed reassures them that they are on the right path. Noticing that the thick mist cannot be cleared even with spirit magic, Ed asks Tia to investigate the source. After analyzing the mana, Tia reveals a troubling discovery. The entire forest is under the influence of a powerful illusionary spirit magic that automatically replaces itself whenever an attempt is made to undo it. Tia realizes that if the item they are searching for is truly here, it might be due to Alexis' presence. Gonzo agrees but warns them to stay alert, teasing Tia about a convincing cave she fell for the previous month. As Alexis notes that they have finally reached the right place, a flustered Tia turns to Ed, complaining that the other two won't stop talking. Ed calmly acknowledges that they have indeed made it. As they step forward, the party is awestruck by the magnificent view of a vast plaza, where colossal armored statues stand as silent sentinels. Standing in the center of the grand plaza, the party comes across a breathtaking sight. A massive sword thrust deep into a rocky mound. Ed looks at the weapon with a look of realization, recalling a legend that claims the hero's strength rests at the innermost part of a pure spring within the hidden forest. Looking at the colossal sword, Alexis is convinced that it remained hidden until now because it required the hero himself to find it. Ed smiles, telling him it's a big moment while Gonzo gives him an enthusiastic push on the shoulder, urging him to pull it out with the. Watching expectantly, Alexis prepares himself for the challenge. Alexis expresses his gratitude to Ed, acknowledging that they wouldn't have reached this place without him. However, before stepping forward, Alexis curiously suggests that Ed should be the first one to try pulling the weapon. Despite his initial confusion, decides to give it a shot, prompting Gonzo and Nia to enthusiastically join in and try their luck as well. Ed tries first, straining with all his might, but the sword doesn't budge an inch. He briefly considers using his Stranger Box skill to cheat, but decides it wouldn't count next. Gonzo steps up, confident that his immense strength will be enough, yet even his muscles fail to move the blade. Finally, Taya takes her turn with hope, only to realize the sword is immovable. Alexis looks on calm, admitting he expected them to fail, which earns him a playful scolding from Taya. With the others unable to move the blade, it is finally Alexis' turn. As he reaches for the hilt, Gonzo wonders what he is doing, while Tia reassures the group that his nervousness is understandable. Confident in his destiny, Alexis grips the sword, believing that because he is the hero, he will be the one to succeed. Alexis grips the hilt and realizes he can actually move the sword. Edta and Gonzo cheer wildly, urging him to use all his strength to finish the job. Despite the noise, Alexis tries to maintain the solemnity of the moment, only for a divine voice to suddenly echo, asking who has dared to lay hands upon the holy sword. The mysterious voice asks if he is truly a hero, and in a flash, Alexis finds himself standing in a lavish room. Disoriented and wondering if he is in the royal castle, a memory surfaces of a woman softly telling him that his name will be Alexis. In a poignant flashback, Ira holds baby Alexis, telling him that he is her precious child, and that one day the entire world will know his name. Back in the party watches in confusion. Gonzo and Tia wonder why Alexis has suddenly stopped moving since touching the blade concerned, and steps forward and asks if he is all right. Suddenly, a violent shockwave blasts the group back as massive golems erupt from the ground. Amidst the chaos, shouts for Alexis to snap out of it, but Tia observes that a powerful magic spell has whisked Alexis' consciousness away to another place. As the golems loom over them, Ed concludes that these creatures are guards, meant to ensure the hero's trial remains uninterrupted. At the same time, Alexis is lost in a vision of his past, recalling a tender moment with his mother Iria. He remembers his childhood fascination with legends of heroes who saved the world, and his mother's gentle encouragement of his dream to become one. Driven by the memory of his mother, Alex vows to give his absolute best. He spends years toiling every single day, training without respite or compromise under the watchful eye of the king, all to become the special hero his mother saw in him. As the memories flood back, Alexis reflects on the people who challenged his self-perception. He remembers the crushing realization that he wasn't born special, but was just a boy who had to struggle and bleed to earn his strength. Gonzo throws a powerful blow at a golem, exhilarated by the challenge to his strength. As the battle intensifies, realizes they must target the magic animating the golems. She quickly coordinates with the group, telling to take care of one golem, while she and Gonzo stay close to guard the motionless Alexis. He strikes the golem with determination, refusing to let the enemy disrupt their mission. Meanwhile, Gonzo yells at the still unconscious Alexis, desperate for him to snap out of his trance and rejoin the battle. Despite the realization that he wasn't naturally special, Alexis refuses to give up on his dream. Driven by a stubborn desire to prove his mother right, he pushes himself to the absolute limit through years of training. Finally, the day arrives where he is presented to the people as the new hero, hailed as the one who will end the threat of the Demon Lord. The moment finally arrives as Alexis is officially bestowed with the title of hero. While he humbly accepts the honor before the crowd, he privately questions if this was truly what he had wished for. To fulfill his duties, he begins recruiting companions, meeting talented individuals like Lunarcia to lend their strength to his cause. However, as he moves forward, he realizes that not everyone is capable of keeping pace with him. In a jarring vision, Alexis sees an alternate version of himself, and discussing the necessity of removing from their party. In this reality, Alexis believes that distancing Ed is the only way to ensure he lives in peace. Fearing that staying with them would only lead to a pointless death, shocked and confused, the present-day Alexis screams in denial, realizing that this vision depicts a potential future from long ago that never actually happened in his timeline. Confused and shaken, Alexis sees flashes of Tia and Gonzo battling a fierce enemy, wondering what they are fighting against. As a mysterious voice tells him that many things have slipped from his grasp, he is haunted by a memory of his struggle to pull a sword from the earth. Failing to do so, he is left with a crushing realization, questioning whether someone like him could ever truly be considered a hero. The psychological torment intensifies, as a voice berates Alexis, questioning if he truly believes he is worthy of the title of hero. He is haunted by the image of his own struggle to pull the sword from the earth. While the judgmental gazes of Ed and Gonzo amplify his sense of failure, the voice declares that his stubbornness has blinded him to his duty, leaving him with a bleak future. The vision culminates in a devastating scene: the total collapse of the human world, marking the end of the Heros charade. Amidst the ruins and wreckage, Lumi looks on in shock, while Ed stares at the destruction. Finally seeing the grim reality of the tragedy, a colossal armored figure looms over Ed, its massive scale emphasizing his insignificance in the face of the hero ideal. A voice echoes through the void, questioning if he is truly a hero. Ed looks up, contemplating the question, and calmly admits that he has no way of knowing if he is a hero simply because he was given the title. Within the vision, Alexis finally admits the truth, confessing that he merely played the part he was given, and only felt special because of what others told him. He openly admits that he was never a true hero. Witnessing this is struck with disbelief, shouting in shock at Alexis' sudden and devastating admission. Following his confession, Alexis reaches a point of intense resolve. He shouts in defiance, questioning the divide between those born great and those who work to become so. He realizes that it was the people around him, especially Ed, who truly made him special. Surrounded by a surge of light, Alexis vows to surpass the imposed truth and create his own identity. With a surge of absolute conviction, Alexis completes his sentence, proclaiming himself a hero. A blinding light erupts around him, manifesting a powerful, armored presence that leaves both Ed and Gonzo completely stunned by his sudden transformation. A deafening blast erupts as Alexis' newfound resolve manifests into an overwhelming surge of power. Ed, Gonzo, and Tia stare in utter shock as the blinding light tears through the surroundings. As the light fades, Alexis stands holding a breathtaking holy sword that glows with celestial brilliance. Tia is captivated by its beauty, comparing it to the moon itself, while Ed looks on in disbelief. Empowered by the weapon and the support of his comrades, Alexis declares that he now has the strength to break through the demon world and finally confront the demon lord. With a determined smile and a spark of light in his eyes, Alexis declares that together they can defeat the demon lord. Tia and Gonzo readily agree, their spirits lifted by his newfound resolve. As they share a lighthearted moment about his new power, Alexis finally steps into his destiny brilliantly, taking his place as a true hero. In the demon world, the party takes a necessary break before their final confrontation. Gonzo tells Alexis it is time to rest and offers to take over the night watch. When Alexis asks about Tia and Cyan, Gonzo notes that they are already fast asleep from exhaustion. Looking at his companion, Alexis sincerely tells Gonzo how grateful he is for sticking with him throughout their journey. Gonzo is taken aback by Alexis' sudden change in demeanor, asking if he is worried about not making it through the final fight. Alexis calmly denies this, asserting his readiness while acknowledging that others might not share the same level of resolve. Gonzo laughs heartily, boasting that when the time comes, he will protect Alexis with his sheer muscular strength. Gonzo speaks of a future where he might act selfishly, asking for forgiveness. In a sudden burst of action, Alexis shouts his name as Gonzo, unleashes a powerful aura shield to protect the party. With a confident grin, Gonzo tells them to leave everything to him and boldly challenges the enemy, asking if they have found their prey. Gonzo leaps forward with explosive power, cutting through the horde of monsters. He tells Ed to step aside, taking full charge of the battle to clear the way. With a fierce determination, Gonzo prepares to unleash a secret technique to wipe out the overwhelming number of enemies. With a powerful shout, Gonzo unleashes his secret technique, Full Moon Scraper, Full Moon Light Sword. A massive glowing sphere of moonlight descends upon the battlefield, annihilating the swarm of monsters in one devastating explosion. Ed is genuinely impressed by Gonzo's overwhelming strength. With the path cleared, he quickly checks in with Tia, who is ready for the final push. Guided by his assistant Batit, Ed spots the enemy's hiding place at the tallest tree in the distance and shouts for them to come out, determined to end the fight. Without hesitation, Tia unleashes her power, firing a devastating Tempest Ray to strike down the hidden foe. Tia's Tempest Ray tears through the landscape, annihilating the enemy in a blinding flash of energy. As the attack clears the path, the narrator reveals that this vast and deep forest is a forbidden territory swarming with vicious beasts, making it nearly impossible for anyone but a hero to survive the journey between the worlds of humans and demons. Under the glow of the full moon, the group decides to rest and recover. Lumi and Gonzo admit how much they miss, as home-cooked meals after eating nothing but preserved food, leading to promise them a delicious feast once they return to town. As they relax, they turn their attention to Alexis, questioning if he is exhausted after unleashing such a powerful attack. Alexis remains optimistic about his abilities, asserting that as a hero, he will soon master his powers. Tia notes that although it has only been 6 months since they met Ed, their progress toward the demon world has been remarkably fast, making it feel as though they've known each other for much longer. Gonzo agrees with her sentiment, while Ed looks on, reflecting on those 6 months with his own thoughts. Ed reflects on the depth of the bonds he has formed, noting that the quality of time spent together outweighs the duration. He reveals that one of the conditions to return to the White World is being a party member for over 6 months, a goal he has now achieved. With Alexis having obtained the real Holy Sword and becoming the strongest hero in the world, Ed realizes the next step is to Exiled as he admires the strength of the party. Tia asks about her own standing, including Tia and Gonzo, leaving Ed momentarily puzzled. As admits that while he is fighting alongside his friends, his ultimate goal differs from theirs. He feels an unbridgeable gap between those who belong in this world and himself, who must eventually leave, even though he occasionally thinks that staying wouldn't be so bad. His soul still yearns for home. Ed brings up a light-hearted topic, asking the group what they plan to do once the Demon Lord is defeated. Tia and Gonzo cheer enthusiastically, and Tia begins speculating about Alexis becoming king and Gonzo returning to the Eastern Kingdom. However, behind his smile, Ed is focused on a different goal, wondering how he can naturally lead the party to exile him. Gonzo mentions that he must report his status before returning, while Ed turns the conversation toward Tia. Tia excitedly reveals her desire to explore the vast world and eventually settle down in a home where they can all gather to share their memories. As the group laughs at her enthusiasm, Tia asks what he wishes for in a peaceful future, leaving him momentarily speechless. Ed speaks warmly about his hometown, describing it as a pleasant rural village. This sparks his curiosity and she playfully scolds him for being stingy, demanding his contact information so he doesn't simply vanish. Alexis and Gonzo support her, emphasizing that regardless of whether the party disbands in the future, they will always remain comrades who fought side by side. Gonzo loudly proclaims that their bond will never be broken, filling the air with enthusiasm. Amidst the cheer, Ed turns to Alexis with a serious expression, telling him to ensure the Demon Lord is defeated no matter what. Surprised by the sudden intensity, Alexis jokingly asks if Ed has gotten drunk on water, brushes it off, reminding him that they haven't achieved their goal yet, but then softly reaffirms that he has no intention of breaking his promise. Alexis smiles, encouraging Ed to make his own happy future a reality. Ed extends his fist, his gaze intense as he reminds Alexis of the promise to defeat the Demon Lord. Alexis looks back at him with equal determination, telling Ed to do whatever he must to achieve his own goals. Alexis looks in the eye and gives a firm fist bump, promising that he will definitely defeat the Demon Lord. As they share this moment of mutual trust, Ed realizes that this is only the first of 100 farewells he is destined to repeat. Night falls over the camp, and the party drifts into a deep sleep. While Gonzo snores loudly in his slumber, Ed remains awake, lost in thought. He acknowledges that he might not be able to see things through to the end this time, but he vows to put all his power into reaching that goal, believing that there is something more waiting for him beyond. As the night deepens, Ed asks Gonzo about Tia's condition. Gonzo assures him that she is sleeping peacefully and tells Ed to get some rest while he takes over the watch. Before heading to sleep, Ed asks Gonzo for a favor, his expression determined. He silently resolves that he will no longer harbor any regrets and will crush any lingering concerns that hold him back. The party surges forward with determination. Tia and Gonzo are thrilled to have finally reached the end of the demon world after a month-long journey. Ed, reflecting that this is his final job before being exiled, steps forward to open the path for his comrades. With a single decisive strike, Ed unleashes the full moon scraper. Moonlight sword sending a colossal wave of energy that tears through the landscape with a deafening boom. As the dust settles from the explosive impact, Lumi looks on, stunned by the overwhelming power Ed has displayed to open their path. Ed looks on with a grim expression as he remembers the past. He reveals the reason for the Heroes party's initial failure. An overwhelming legion of demons, led by towering commanders, that left the party with no chance of survival. The flashback reveals the chilling moment of the party's first encounter with the Horde. Soren and the Neri wait for them with sinister anticipation. Facing the massive force, Alexis and his comrades are greeted with a mocking welcome from the monstrous leader, who looks upon them with hunger and malice. The Demon Lord's army blocks their path, led by the menacing Lear. He welcomes the hero and his comrades with a cruel laugh, mocking their exhausted state and doubting their ability to survive the coming onslaught. Lear continues to taunt the group, jokingly suggesting they get the Heros autograph. However, his demeanor changes as he mentions receiving strange reports. He reveals a surprising discovery. The one who cornered the high-ranking leader Saiyan wasn't the hero, but rather the black-haired baggage carrier. Deer stares at Ed with a menacing grin, confirming that he is indeed the one who defeated Saiyan. While Alexis and Gonzo are shocked, remains calm, reflecting on the lesson that no enemy should be left alive, regardless of how weak they may seem. Deer then declares his intent to end them all right there, utilizing the full might of the Demon Lord's army. Ed remains completely unfazed by the threat, questioning if it was even necessary for Lior to confirm his identity. He coldly remarks on how stupid demons are when they speak with an air of superiority about meaningless things. This lack of fear only fuels Lior's fury, causing the Lior to lose its composure and scream in a manic rage, vowing to kill everyone. Enraged by Eid's indifference, Lear screams for his forces to attack all at once. With a thunderous roar, the massive Neri charges forward, a tidal wave of Lears descending upon the small group of adventurers. Facing the onslaught of the Neri, the Heroes party is unfazed. Lumi confidently declares that they will finish the enemies in the blink of an eye, and Alexis agrees with a determined smile. However, Lumi warns Alexis not to overexert himself, reminding him that the final battle with the Demon Lord still lies ahead. Confident and ready, the party steps up to intercept the onslaught. "That's right, leave it to us!" Gonzo lets out a thunderous roar, leading the charge against the Neri. Hannah strikes with overwhelming force, calling upon the power of Lunaritia. Her attack shreds through the charging Neri army, sending demons flying as she manifests a piercing light that cleaves through the battlefield. Hannah doesn't stop there. With a sharp command, she activates Earth Tomb, sending jagged pillars of earth screaming upward to impale the Neri army, leaving absolute devastation in her wake. The Neri army is thrown into chaos as massive rock spikes tear through their ranks. Amidst the carnage, the demon commander Garagashu screams for his troops to move forward, urging them to sacrifice their own lives just to weaken the enemy. The demons are overwhelmed, realizing that the party's defensive magic is impenetrable and the elf's power is far greater than they ever imagined. Garagishu is completely thrown off balance. He screams in frustration, unable to comprehend why the party's defense is so impenetrable and how the elf can continue casting high-level spells without exhaustion. This isn't what he was told. Desperate and cornered, he prepares to make a final, reckless move. Driven to desperation, Gragishu lets out a thunderous roar, summoning Jormungandr to collapse the very ground the Heroes party stands on. Suddenly, the earth shatters beneath Alexis and Gonzo, leaving them vulnerable to the demon's last-ditch effort. A violent eruption of earth tears the ground apart, creating a colossal crater that swallows everything in its path. Alexis and Hana are thrown into chaos as the terrain vanishes beneath them. Gonzo screams in disbelief, questioning if Garagashu is truly so desperate that he would eliminate his own comrades just to destroy the Heroes party. Falling through the debris, and his companions desperately search for a way to stop their descent. However, their panic peaks as they look down to see the gargantuan maw of Jormungandr waiting for them. The massive snake declares it has found the hero, leaving the party terrified by the sheer scale of the beast. Just as they are about to be swallowed by the colossal snake, a giant stone arm suddenly erupts from the darkness. "Everyone, grab onto something!" Ed shouts as the earthly arm manifests under the name of Lunartia, potentially turning the tide of the desperate situation. the massive earthly arm slams down with immense force, creating a platform that stops their plummet. Amidst the debris, Ed quickly reaches out and grabs Tia, reassuring her that she is safe as he pulls her away from the danger. Having secured the party's safety, the earthly arm launches a devastating counterattack, smashing violently into the open mouth of the colossal snake. Jormungandr laughs off the attack, completely unimpressed by the earthly arm. With a menacing grin, the Jormungandr mocks the attempt to escape and declares that it will devour the entire defensive wall. Standing atop the massive stone structure, Gonzo and the others are stunned by EDS capabilities. They marvel at how a single person can possess such power, noting that he can effectively fly them out of danger. Ed simply finds the ability handy and suggests they enjoy the ride, remaining unfazed by the colossal threat beneath them. As they soar through the air, Ed finds himself struggling to control the direction of the earthly arm. He frantically gives directions to the construct, treating the high-stakes escape like a confusing trip in a vehicle. While Jormungandr watches their erratic movement, the clumsy flight ends in chaos as the massive earthly arm plummets and crashes violently into the ground, sending debris flying everywhere. Panicking, Ed screams that they are going to crash and desperately urges Tia to protect them with her wind magic, to which she quickly responds. After the violent impact, Ed breathes a sigh of relief, confirming that Tia's wind magic saved them. He praises her efforts and gives her a potion to recover her spent mana, reminding the group that they still have a long journey ahead. As the dust settles, Alexis observes their surroundings, noting that while they've reached their destination, the situation is different from what they had planned. Meanwhile, Gonzo boisterously laughs off the damage, claiming his muscles are completely untouched. The group stands before a colossal staircase leading toward a blinding light. They have finally reached the threshold of the true demon world, but the sudden arrival brings a sense of apprehension, as entering directly like this is considered risky. The party hesitates to move forward, realizing that leaving the enemy army behind would leave them vulnerable to a pincer attack. Even with their combined strength, the risk is daunting. In this moment of tension, Ed turns to his friends, thanking them from the bottom of his heart for fighting by his side, and prepares to ask them for something important. Ed solemnly warns his companions that the area ahead is a death zone with no guarantee of return. Acknowledging his own status as a hero, he tells them that they have the right to live their own lives and that he would never blame them if they chose to retreat. Despite the looming danger, Ed looks at them and asks if they are still willing to fight by his side until the very end. Ed smiles, acknowledging Alexis' determination and pride, noting that despite his clumsiness, his heart was in the right place when helping Tia. Tia reacts with a mix of annoyance and resolve, stating it is obvious that they will go together. Meanwhile, Gonzo shouts with boisterous confidence, declaring that not even a hero can stop his muscles from moving forward. Ed tells his companions that because of who they are, he can face the path ahead without hesitation. While Gonzo laughs in relief, and Tia suggests that he would be fine even without her, Ed gives a confident smile and firmly declares that he won't leave them behind. Tia is caught off guard by sudden change in demeanor, wondering if he is simply joking. However, EDS' expression is solemn as he firmly tells her that this is no joke. With a look of determination and regret, he looks at her and says, "I'm sorry, Tia," hinting at a difficult decision he has made. Ed drops a bombshell on his companions, coldly stating that for him, this is the end. A heartbroken Tia clings to the hope that they would be together forever, but Ed remains resolute. In his mind, Ed reveals the true reason for his decision. He is contemplating the cruel rules of his trial, wondering if the defeat of the Demon Lord would count as being exiled from the Heros party, and finally grant him the chance to return home. Ed is plagued by doubt, wondering if he should bet everything on finding a loophole in the deity's unspoken rules. He fears that if he fails, he will be trapped forever, but he realizes that taking the risk is the only way to be certain. Recognizing that this is the pivotal moment for everyone's future, Ed resolves to follow through with his plan. He will intentionally be exiled in the middle of the journey. Alexis speaks calmly, noting that Aegis' ability to make rational decisions has always been his strength. When Tade questions the situation in confusion, Alexis clarifies that the decision to leave was Aegis' own. Looking at Ed, Alexis recognizes the deep-seated longing has to return to his hometown, concluding that in this context, choosing to be exiled is the only rational path forward. Ed admits his longing to return home, and Alexis tells the others to respect his choice. With a heavy heart, he acknowledges that this is where they must part ways. Ed remains composed, stating he can handle the challenges ahead effortlessly, while Alexis expresses gratitude, noting that thanks to Ed, he now possesses a true holy sword. Tells the group to teleport away quickly before the battle begins. Unable to accept the separation, clings to Gonzo and questions if they can really let Ed go. Gonzo remains silent, his expression one of shock and disbelief as he struggles to process Ed's decision. Ed asks Gonzo for a final favor, surprising the muscular man with his sudden formality. When Gonzo asks if he is feeling unsure, Ed reveals that he actually feels a sense of peace. He speaks of his companion's growth, noting that Alexis has become the strongest hero with his true holy sword, while Taya and Gonzo have evolved into the ultimate bow and shield, capable of protecting everyone against any enemy. Ed remarks that his companions have become so strong that he almost pities the Demon Lord, admitting that having someone as versatile as Gonzo is a huge advantage. Gonzo dismisses the modesty, reminding Ed that the party strength comes from the combination of all four members, and that they wouldn't have made it this far without him. With a boisterous laugh, Gonzo urges Ed to ask whatever is on his mind without hesitation, to which Ed agrees to be completely honest. Ed contemplates the situation, noting that an ambush by the Demon Lord's army is likely given the current chaos. He and Gonzo discuss the potential size of the enemy force, acknowledging that while small reconnaissance troops are easy to handle, a full military deployment would be a significant problem. Despite the looming threat of the enemy's entire force, Ed maintains a calm confidence, believing that everything will likely be fine. Gonzo suggests that fighting the army now could be a good opportunity to weaken the enemy forces before the final battle. However, Ed disagrees, pointing out that they have been fighting continuously since the day they entered the demon world without any proper rest. He explains that this cycle of battle will continue until they manage to escape, and despite their victories, the mounting fatigue is becoming undeniable. Gonzo expresses doubt about their current condition, wondering if they can truly defeat the Demon Lord while so exhausted. As Tia looks on, the conversation shifts to the most critical objective, ensuring Alexis reaches the Demon Lord. Agrees with the priority, and Gonzo declares with confidence that his muscles were made for exactly this kind of challenge. Ed stresses that they must be prepared to make rational decisions when the moment arrives. He asks Gonzo to watch his back, just as he will watch over the others. Overcome with emotion, Ed pulls Gonzo into a tight hug, pleading with him with desperate sincerity. Ed hands over a large, heavy pack to Gonzo, jokingly remarking that a man of his strength should be able to carry it easily. However, the mood quickly shifts as Ed admits that the time has finally come. Gonzo looks at him with a serious expression, realizing that the moment Ed spoke of has arrived, and Ed confirms it with a desperate plea. Gonzo solemnly accepts plea and begins to move. As Ed urges the group to get going, Gonzo starts walking with the heavy gear on his back. But as they move, Tia is struck by a sudden realization, shouting that Gonzo is heading in the completely wrong direction, away from where the enemy army is located. Ed continues to walk away, prompting a shout of his name. However, Gonzo suddenly grabs Alexis firmly, stopping him in his tracks. Gonzo tells Alexis that the path Ed is taking is not where a hero is supposed to go. Confused and frustrated, Tia watches as Alexis struggles to break free, indignantly claiming that he is not the type of person to do something so ridiculous. Tia is horrified, questioning if sacrificing a comrade is what Ed considers a rational decision. As Ed walks away without a word, Gonzo suddenly casts a barrier spell, trapping himself and Alexis inside. Tia screams in confusion and anger, demanding to know what Gonzo is thinking and refusing to accept the situation. From a distance, Ed coldly acknowledges that she most certainly wouldn't accept it. As Ed walks away, a memory flickers of the man he once was, the selfless hero who put others first and lent a helping hand to Tia. But that version of him is gone. With a cold, determined gaze, Ed calculates his next move. He intends to use the full power of the Demon Lord's army to wipe them all out, leaving only the Demon Lord remaining for the final confrontation. Gonzo puts immense pressure on Alexis, reminding him that the world expects him to be the one to defeat the Demon Lord. He demands an answer, forcing Alexis to confront the weight of his title and his own determination. Memories flood back as Ed recalls his determination, not to waste the efforts of his comrades. He remembers a conversation with Thea about bringing peace to the world and his blunt confrontation with Alexis, calling him too stubborn to fulfill his duty. With a confident gaze, Ed affirms his own identity before calling out to Alexis, reminding him of the solemn promise they made to defeat the Demon Lord. East's memory lingers on a pivotal moment, where he held out his fist to Alexis with a confident smile. He reminded him that no matter what it took, this was their last promise to fulfill. Ed makes a cold request, asking to be expelled from the Heroes party for desertion. Tia is devastated, screaming that she won't accept this, while Alexis struggles violently against Gonzo's grip, pleading to be let go. Amidst the chaos and desperation of his comrades, simply utters Alexis' name. With a cold and final alright, Ed turns his back on his comrades and begins to walk away. Alexis calls out to him in Reisbeshing, his face filled with distress, while Tia can only stare in stunned silence, unable to process that Ed is truly leaving them behind. With a calm and determined smile, Ed grips his sword. Finally free from the bonds of his former comrades, He has officially been expelled from the Heros party, stepping away to forge his own path. Alexis shouts with desperation, calling his comrade and pleading for him to return. One day Ed looks back with a faint smile. Acknowledging Alexis' bravery and thanking him for everything as walks away, a system message flashes across the screen. Condition met. Ed entrusts the remaining party members to old Gonzo, leaving everything in his hands. As a system notification warns that only 10 minutes remain until his return, Ed looks back at it with deep regret. He apologizes to her, confessing that the sole reason he embarked on this second lap was to see her smile once more. As Ed prepares to leave, Tia is suddenly consumed by a harrowing vision of the past. She recalls the agony of being protected by someone precious, only for them to be sacrificed for her survival. Overwhelmed by guilt and grief, she cries out in pain, unable to comprehend the crushing weight of being the sole survivor once again. Overcome by grief, Tia cries out in hatred and despair. But Gonzo harshly interrupts her, demanding she not waste determination. Despite her sorrow, Tia remembers that Ed was the only one who truly believed in her and chose her for this path. As she begins to move forward, a mysterious feeling of déjà vu washes over her, leaving her confused. Ed looks on in confusion, wondering if what he just experienced was a strangely realistic dream. Beside him, Gonzo remains stern and uncompromising. He tells Tia that it was nothing more than a dream, harshly reminding her that if she cannot respond to this challenge, she has no right to call herself a comrade. The vision unfolds, revealing the grim reality Ed and Tia were recalling. Stands solitary, his sword drawn, facing an overwhelming legion of demons. Above them, a demon commander looks down with cold indifference, noting that the Heros path has been cleared thanks to a certain sacrifice. A muscular demon sneers, declaring the fight futile and claiming that everything beyond belongs to the demon race. Ed stands his ground, gripping his swords as he faces the endless ranks of the Neri. Looming over the scene, the demon commander mockingly asks if there is still a future for him, declaring that his end will happen right here, right now. With a fierce smirk and a gaze full of determination, Ed prepares to strike. Invoking the contract to end the blood mist, he declares that this is the end of the line for the entire Neri army. With a serene yet determined smile, Ed grips his sword firmly, ready to bring an end to the Neri army. As activates the contract, his aura shifts violently, erupting in a burst of red energy. Soren, who was mocking Ed for standing alone against the army, is suddenly struck by a sense of dread, recognizing that Ed's true strength is terrifying. The vision transitions into a series of memories from the past. Lumi recalls the early days when they first met, remembering the peculiar, distant expression often wore. Even while he was focused on crafting their weapons, he seemed to be gazing at something far beyond, as if he were watching children play from a window, blending a sense of kindness with an unreachable loneliness. Lumi reflects on his distant gaze, remembering how he always seemed to feel like an outsider who didn't belong. She recalls her own desperate longing to prove him wrong and show him he was wanted, even if doing so would have cost her everything. Lumi reflects on the depth of yearning, realizing the place he longed for was far beyond anything she could imagine. In the vision, Ed, Jin, and Gonzo stand dwarfed by a massive skeletal leer. As the beast towers over the party, it coldly proclaims that this is as far as the hero will go. The skeletal beast, Graskier, looms over the party, declaring that no one shall pass and expressing a sadistic desire to rip them apart. Despite the liar's overwhelming size and threats, maintains a confident smile, asserting that the beast is no match for them. Amidst the chaos, Lumi asks Gonzo to set her down, her resolve firm as she looks towards the battle. Lumi assures her party that she is really okay, stepping forward to confront the massive skeletal beast. As she begins a complex incantation, calling upon the spirits of the four seasons and the name of Lunarisha to sweep away her foes, Graskier sneers at Ed, believing he is merely sacrificing a weak comrade. However, the leer is quickly left bewildered by the intensity of the magic Lumi is manifesting. With a final, powerful cry, Lumi unleashes Stormbringer, summoning a violent whirlwind. She then infuses her blade, activating the Silver Spirit Sword as she prepares to deliver a decisive blow. The combined power of Stormbringer and the Silver Spirit Sword erupts in a violent explosion of energy, creating a massive, swirling vortex that tears through everything in its path. With tears of determination in her eyes, Lumi declares their mission to defeat the Demon Lord. She urges Alexis to move forward, driven by a deep desire to reach the future that Ed had longed for from the other side of the window. Stepping toward the dark abyss, she commits herself to the journey ahead. The devastating power of the Stormbringer spell tears through the battlefield, completely crushing the skeletal beast into rubble. As the dust and energy settle, Lumi speaks softly to Ed, asking if the result is satisfactory. The devastating impact of the attack ripples through the ranks of Neri, breaching their barriers and sending the demon soldiers into a frenzy. As reinforcements are frantically summoned, Garagishu stares in disbelief. The instant death of Graskier was completely unforeseen, leaving the commander shaken and desperate to know the true identity of the man who possesses such overwhelming power. Amidst the wreckage and the scattered remains of the Neri army, the demon commander watches in shock. He is completely bewildered, questioning how a mere porter could be this powerful, especially since he isn't even the hero. Ed reveals the sources of his terrifying power and exiled skill known as Blood Engine. While it enhances all his abilities by 100 times, the cost is extreme. The energy boils his blood into steam, and if he pushes beyond his limit, his heart will burst and kill him within 10 minutes. Just as Ed attempts to move, the demon commander unleashes a powerful gravity attack to snatch away his momentum. The sudden crushing force slams Ed face-first into the earth, leaving him shocked and pinned down. Ed finds himself floating helplessly, realizing that the gravity magic is manipulating the environment around him rather than his body directly. As he struggles, Garagashu closes in, pinning him down. The commander declares that Ed has finally been caught and is now unable to dodge the devastating attack he is preparing. With Ed completely trapped and unable to dodge, Garagashu seizes the moment to deliver a finishing blow. He unleashes a massive, overwhelming blast of energy known as Destruction Nova, engulfing everything in its path. A blinding explosion erupts as the Destruction Nova detonates, obliterating everything in its path with a catastrophic surge of energy. Garagashu looks down at the massive crater left by his attack, convinced that Ed is finally dead. He dismisses the fight as a farce and orders Jiganoth to chase after the hero first while he reorganizes his remaining troops. But Jiganoth is not in a mood to obey. He mocks Garagashu for losing his authority along with his fallen army, declaring that he will be the one to defeat the hero. Garagashu shouts at Jiganoth, reminding him of the Demon Lord's orders and insisting that they prioritize killing the hero over their own petty power struggle. However, before Jiganoth can even process the words, a sudden and violent strike tears through him, leaving him in shock as he is brutally slashed. In a flash, Ed strikes back with overwhelming force, piercing through Jiganoth in a brutal surprise attack. As the demon stares in disbelief, Ed coldly declares that he isn't going anywhere. The impact is catastrophic. Jiganoth is slammed back by the sheer power of the blow, screaming "bastard," as he is completely overwhelmed by Ed's sudden and devastating strength. Jiganoth screams in disbelief, unable to comprehend how Ed is still standing. Without hesitation, Ed activates Gravity Press, trapping the demon in a crushing force and coldly commanding him to die. Jiganoth activates Magic Absorb, smugly declaring that Ed's technique won't work on him. But despite the counter, Ed remains completely unaffected, standing invincible against the demon's power. Ed looks down on Jiganoth, coldly stating that the demon is lacking in every aspect. As he strikes with Bloodblade Tempering, Ed reflects on the repetitive nature of his journey over the last 100 years, and his inevitable departure from this world. With a final powerful blow called Orbit Reflector, he acknowledges that regardless of his power or who he is with, he will always be nothing but an outsider. Accepting his nature as an outsider, Ed unleashes a final, overwhelming surge of power. The attack strikes Jiganoth with brutal force, leaving the demon screaming in agony as he is consumed by the blast. Ed delivers a crushing blow, his voice echoing with conviction as he speaks of the liberation he has chosen to define his life and future. Jiganoth, reeling from the impact and the sheer scale of ED's power, is filled with terror. Realizing he has gravely misjudged the man before him, Jiganoth screams in desperation, ordering anyone and everyone to stop Ed at any cost. Ed doesn't let up. Reflecting on the fact that he is returning alone, he activates Bloodblade Tempering, striking with a fierce determination to bring everything back with him. With a look of absolute intensity, Ed unleashes a crushing strike that tears through Jiganoth. He declares his resolve, vowing that he will not leave a single piece of the tragic end or the future of despair behind in this world. The Neri watches in disbelief, unable to comprehend how a single man could possess such terrifying strength. As they question his identity and fear, calmly activates his skill, Regenerate, a non-licensed doctor without bandages, instantly mending his wounds. With his wounds completely gone, Ed lets out a small sigh, his expression turning cold as he declares it's time to finish this. Driven by desperation, the remaining soldiers of the Neri charge forward, screaming for his death in a final futile attempt to take him down. With a series of lightning-fast strikes, Ed carves through the remaining Neri soldiers. Their desperate attack proves useless against his overwhelming power, and he leaves them slaughtered as he stands calmly amidst the carnage. With a series of lightning-fast strikes, tears through the remaining Neri forces. His blade moves in a blur, leaving nothing but destruction in its wake as he brings the battle to a definitive close. Covered in the blood of his enemies, Ed turns his attention to the final survivor. He calmly asks the demon general for his next move. While the general admits that Ed is likely the strongest member of the Heroes party, he sneers, claiming that Ed's arrogance is the reason he was left behind. and will ultimately lead to his downfall. Refusing to accept defeat, the demon general puts his own life on the line for one last strike. With a roar of desperation, he activates a devastating technique, gravity collapse, creating a massive void of energy intended to crush Ed and end the battle once and for all. The demon general laughs in derision, questioning if Ed truly believes he is the strongest. Rather than reacting with anger, Ed reflects on the people he once knew. He remembers Gonzo's unmatched strength and protective heart, Alexis' boundless courage to face the demon lord, and Typh's warmth that uplifted everyone. In Ed's eyes, they were the best, and together they were truly the strongest. Ed acknowledges that his former comrades possess a strength and purity of heart that he lacks, viewing himself as a mere outsider. Driven by this belief, he is prepared to stake everything on this final clash, confident that even if he falls, his friends will secure the victory. With a final powerful surge, Ed thrusts his hand straight through the demon general's chest. As the general begins to disintegrate, he lets out a manic laugh, cursing Ed by claiming that such overwhelming power comes with a price. He mocks as the strongest loser, predicting that he will burn out and die in solitude, never to reunite with his former comrades. Ed stands firm, his expression cold and resolute, as the demon general collapses beneath the weight of his overwhelming power. The battle has reached its definitive end. Stands silently over the broken remains of the demon general. He is heavily panting, his body battered from the clash, even with his recovery abilities boosted. The toll of the fight is evident. As he acknowledges that the enemy has been completely wiped out, he begins to contemplate what this means for his next move. Ed pants heavily, trying to maintain a facade of ease despite the toll the battle took on his body. Clutching his chest in pain, he tells himself to hold on just a bit longer. He is satisfied knowing that no enemies remain to obstruct his former comrades, leaving the final blow against the demon lord to Alexis and the rest. As he looks ahead, he can't help but wonder what their lives will be like after everything is over. Ed looks on with a bittersweet smile, knowing that the world of ruin is finally gone. He thinks of Alexis, Gonzo, and Taya, relieved that they will now have a bright future and that Taya will no longer have to hide in the forest. To him it is a certain everyone will live in this world. As he stands alone in the desolate landscape, he wonders if this was fate or inevitability. Noting that while the place has changed, he would recognize it anywhere. Ed looks out over the desolate landscape, realizing that this is where his journey ends. With a peaceful smile, he addresses a vision of Tia, asking her if he has finally fulfilled the promise he made to her. Ed contemplates whether he fulfilled his wish, concluding that the uncertainty itself is his reward. Not wanting Tia and the others to suffer while searching for him, he plants a marker in the ground to signify his end in this world. With only 10 seconds remaining until his return, Ed smiles, comforted by the thought that his friends will finally have closure. The countdown continues as Ed's body begins to dissolve. With a peaceful smile, he acknowledges that he has reached his limit and finished everything he wanted to achieve in this world. In his final moments, he sends a silent farewell and a wish of good luck to Alexis and Gonzo, finally vanishing as the timer hits 1. As it disappears entirely, only his sword remains, standing alone in the desolate landscape. A final gentle message lingers in the air, a wish for Tia to take care of herself. A system message flashes across the void. World transfer complete. As the blinding light begins to subside, Ed starts to materialize, leaving the world he just saved behind. Ed lets out a sigh of relief, confirming that he made it back in one piece. As he stands in the vast, bright expanse, he looks around with a bored expression, remarking that the white world is just as dull as he remembers. Ed takes a moment to inspect himself, noting his shabby armor, pathetic body, and crappy sword. He is relieved to find that everything is exactly as it was when he first started, as any significant change could have been fatal. After confirming his status, he approaches a familiar door marked 001, noting that it too remains the same. Ed reflects on how strong his former comrades have become, confident that they can defeat the demon lord on their own. After a brief thought about some manju buns hell have to wait for, he opens door 01 and finds a glowing orb. Surprised that he is receiving a reward even after a second lap, he wonders if he will gain a completely new skill or an upgraded version of one he already possesses. Ed reaches out to touch the glowing orb, wondering why it isn't reacting. Suddenly, a book launches from the orb and smacks him right in the face. Outraged and nursing his head, Ed yells at the system, complaining that it always has to drop the reward on his head every single time. Ed picks up the book, noting that it is titled Heroic Record Result Book, and wondering if this is his reward for clearing the world. Upon opening it, he realizes it isn't an autobiography, but a deity's observation diary of Alexis. As he flips through the pages, Ed is horrified to find that the record covers every single aspect of Alexis' life, starting from his birth and even including embarrassing details about his diapers, leading Ed to remark that such a thing is in poor taste. Ed continues reading the book, amused by the trivial details of Alexis' childhood, such as his dislike for tomatoes. He is struck by how meticulously the book records everything, including environmental details and subconscious thoughts that even Alexis was aware of, as he turns the pages. Ed's hand lingers slightly. When the record reaches the part where T joined the group, Ed laughs to himself as he discovers his own name appearing in the text, finding it fascinating to see the world he once knew from a completely different perspective. However, as he looks at the records of Alexis and Gonzo, a realization hits him. While he now observes everything from the outside, in the narrative of their lives, he was never the lead. Looking at Alexis, Ed admits that he is still the real hero, leaving Ed to wonder how he is perceived in their story. Ed continues reading the heroic record, reaching the epilogue of World War I. He discovers that upon returning to the capital, Alexis publicly credited a fourth, comradeed himself as the true hero who made their victory possible. The records state that although he vanished, he was later enshrined as the divine emissary. Reading this lets out a small chuckle, thinking to himself that Alexis is exaggerating far too much. Ed places the book into a slot on a dedicated bookshelf, noting how it fits perfectly. He observes that the shelf is mostly empty and realizes the record only covers events up until the Demon Lord's defeat. As he walks away, he can't help but wonder about his old friends, worrying if T is traveling the world or perhaps even searching for him, while feeling more confident that Gonzo likely returned to his homeland. Ed stands before a door marked 002, his expression determined. He reflects on the promises kept in the first world and decides it is now his turn to act. Vowing to bring happy endings to the remaining 99 worlds, he is momentarily haunted by the phrase "die alone in solitude," but he quickly dismisses the thought, acknowledging a truth he had known from the beginning. With a look of absolute determination and glowing eyes, Ed accepts the weight of his choices. He reflects on how he was willing to leave everything behind and exist as a mere passerby just to find his way home. Stepping forward, he crosses the threshold into the next world. With a final look back, Ed steps through the portal to World Oro 2. As he vanishes into the light, the mysterious white-haired entity watches him go, her gaze reflecting the start of his new trial. As Ed steps into the second world, he is greeted by the wide-eyed, startled gaze of a blonde elf woman, the two of them staring at each other in a moment of sudden encounter. With tears streaming down her cheeks and a look of overwhelming relief, Lumi smiles warmly at Ed, whispering that she has finally found him. The scene shifts to a nostalgic memory of children playing in a town, pretending to be the legendary party of heroes. While the Alexis enthusiastically takes the role of the hero, Alexis, another child, grumbles about always having to play the role of Ed. Lumi smiles, reminding the child that the hero Alexis considered his best friend, as they imagine the ease of defeating the Demon Lord. The story shifts to the memoir of the First World, set in the peaceful kingdom of Notland. 10 years have passed since the Demon Lord was defeated and Ed vanished from their lives. Lumi, now a striking figure who captures the attention of everyone in town, speaks fondly of Ed, claiming he is really cool, much to the bewilderment of those around her. In the grand throne room, the king informs his servant that he will deliver the news to the citizens himself to speed up the process. After a petitioner bows in gratitude and departs, the king dismisses the thought with a humph and calls for the final guest of the day to enter and present their petition. Lumi enters the throne room and politely thanks the king for granting her an audience. However, the king is in no mood for pleasantries, coldly reminding her that his time is precious and urging her to skip the prefaces. Lumi tells Alexis that there is not a second to waste. As Alexis acknowledges her, Tia suddenly appears and throws herself at him in a tight hug, exclaiming how long it has been and praising his growth as a king. Overwhelmed, Alexis asks her to please let him go. Alexis laughs at his spirited nature as they discuss her recent sea voyage and the fact that Gonzo was unable to join her. Tia warmly greets Mr. Reginald, while Lumi eagerly asks if they can finally speak with Alexis. Although the king mentions his busy schedule, Mr. Reginald reveals he has already cleared the day for Tassa's visit, leaving Alexis confused but agreeing to wait, much to Lumis' excitement. Under the starry night sky, Alexis and his companions look out over the kingdom of Notland. Alexis kindly offers Tia a warm drink to ward off the evening chill, as they gaze at the city lights, which Lumi describes as a river of stars on the ground. She commends Alexis for his hard work in rebuilding the land. Alexis smiles, acknowledging that while they have finally taken their first step forward, their journey is only just beginning. Alexis looks out over the city, acknowledging that while the capital is peaceful, the rest of the world remains in darkness. He declares his mission to bring light to every home, stating that failing to do so would mean breaking his promise to Ed. As he speaks, the scene shifts to a memory of the day the Demon Lord fell, recalling how they rushed back with all their remaining strength to the place where they had last seen Ed. The flashback reveals the heartbreaking moment when Alexis, Gonzo, and Lumi arrived at the scene, only to find the remnants of monsters and EDS sword, with no sign of Ed himself. Alexis had hoped to at least bring Ed's body back to his homeland. Now, 10 years later, he still clings to the faint hope that Ed might still be alive somewhere in the world. Tia gently suggests that it is time for Alexis to face reality and move on from the memory of Ed, however. Lumi interrupts the somber mood with a revelation. She asks Alexis if he remembers the purpose of her journey to the Eastern continent. As Alexis recalls her quest to research a technique that can sense souls, Lumi confidently declares that she has succeeded. Lumi delivers a bombshell revelation. She has finally found where Ed's soul is. Alexis is completely stunned, recalling how they had scoured the entire world for years without finding a single trace. But as hope surges, Lumi adds a frustrating details. She has no idea how to actually reach him, leaving Alexis confused and desperate for an explanation. Lumi explains the difficulty of reaching Ed, noting that his soul is far too distant, perhaps across the sea, in the sky, or even beyond the boundaries of their world. Alexis asks if there is a spell capable of reaching any destination regardless of distance, to which Lumi calmly replies that she was already thinking of using a little trick. Alexis considers the possibility of using teleportation magic to reach, but Lumi quickly points out the flaw in the plan. She explains that such a spell would require an immense amount of mana, more than even Alexis could provide. Lumi admits that despite her own large mana pool as an elf, it still wouldn't be enough to bridge the gap to where ED's soul resides. Alexis suggests a drastic solution, collecting mana from the entire world to power the spell, even offering to seek volunteers for the cause. He warns Lumi that teleporting blindly to an unknown location is fraught with unpredictable risks. Touched by his willingness to help, Lumi thanks him but ultimately declines, stating that her quest to find Ed is her own selfish wish. Lumi firmly tells Alexis that she wants to handle the search for Ed by herself, fearing that Ed would be angry if she caused more trouble for her friends. With a confident smile, she reminds them that she was part of the strongest party of heroes who saved the world. Determined, she retreats to her study to prepare for the journey alone under the moonlight. A servant enters the study to remind Alexis that it is time to retire for the night. Though the servant suggests a dinner with Lady Taya, Alexis declines the offer. He smiles to himself, acknowledging that Lumi has finally found a clue leading to Ed, and he does not want to interfere with her efforts. While continuing his own work, Alexis mentions that Taya is likely absorbed in her research within the archives. As Taya diligently searches through the vast collection of books, Alexis worries that both she and Lumi are pushing themselves too hard, hoping they won't sacrifice their health in their desperate pursuit of Ed. Lumi laughs with confidence, dismissing any worries. She has finally found a clue to the whereabouts of their missing comrade. With a determined smile and a quill in hand, she vows that Ed will not be able to escape her now. The scene shifts to the imposing royal archives under the night sky. Inside, Lumi is completely absorbed in her research, marveling at the wealth of knowledge stored within the nation's archives. With Tia's help in gathering more materials, Lumi continues her search with renewed excitement. Lumi and Taya express their gratitude to Meslin for gathering the requested research materials, thanks to the special permission granted by Alexis. Lumi now has access to the National Archive's most restricted documents, surrounded by piles of books on mana and magic. Lumi feels confident that these resources will finally lead her to Ed. Lumi continues her exhaustive research, discarding irrelevant documents as she pushes herself to the limit. Driven by her deep bond with her friends, she swears a solemn oath to find Ed, even if it takes the rest of her life. As she struggles through the archives, the silver-winged sword that Ed left behind remains undisturbed in the kingdom's treasury. With the help of one of the sword's wings, Lumi finally manages to track down Ed's location. However, her hope quickly turns to despair as she realizes that he is still impossibly far away. Exhausted and disheartened, she collapses among the piles of research books, whispering a longing greeting to the comrade she so desperately wants to reach. Lumi stands alone in her study, surrounded by maps and documents that track Ed's whereabouts. Looking at the evidence of how far he has gone, she can't hold back her emotions, whispering how much she misses him and questioning why he had to go so far away. Lumi's sorrow is momentarily interrupted as she comes across a specific research paper titled on the practical implications of using external mana to cast large-scale spells. A look of sudden resolve crosses her face, and she slams the book shut, as if she has finally found a potential way to bridge the impossible distance between her and Ed. Lumi looks closer at the document, her eyes widening as she reads the author's name. Researcher Rouge. Stunned by the discovery, she whispers in disbelief, realizing the significance of who wrote the paper. The focus shifts to Tai, who is greeted by a man in a dark cloak. She seems unusually cheerful, her mood reflecting a newfound hope, but as she continues her walk, a frantic guard calls out to her. desperately trying to stop her because His Majesty is in the middle of something important. Tia bursts into the room with overwhelming excitement, calling out to Alexis. She breathlessly announces that she has found something amazing a way to reach, regardless of how far away he is. Tia realizes she might have been a bit too hasty in her excitement, giggling sheepishly at the stunned faces around her. Hannah laughs, finding Tia's energetic nature endearing, and wonders if she has truly found something new. Amidst the commotion, the meeting is brought to a brief halt as a short recess is called. Alexis calls out to Tia, who apologizes for barging into the meeting and asks if he is free. Noting her unusual restlessness, Alexis asks what is the matter. Tia excitedly presents a research paper titled on the practical implications of using external mana to cast large-scale spells by Rouge, praising the article and wondering about the identity of its author. Alexis reflects on the talent of the researcher, Rouge, and agrees to let Tia borrow the article. When Tia notices his armor and asks about it, Alexis explains that he is about to inspect a dangerous area, though he remains confident in his strength. Overjoyed and focused on the research, Tia excitedly begins to realize how she can apply the theory to a method she had previously given up on. Determined and full of energy, Tia promises to make the experiment a success, though she keeps the specific details of her plan a secret for now. After thanking Alexis, she quickly rushes away, wishing him luck with his royal affairs. Alexis simply chuckles to himself, commenting on how she is always in such a hurry. A man approaches Tia near a large stone tower, asking for a moment of her time to ask her something. Tia responds with an excited expression, revealing that she has discovered a hidden shortcut. Riding atop a great griffin, Tia reflects on the research she found. She believes that if she can successfully implement the theory, she will be able to transcend her current world and finally reach Ed. However, the process covers an area rich in atmospheric mana, leading her to the conclusion that the demon world is the only place where her plan can succeed. As she soars through the sky, Tia thinks of Alexis and Gonzo, realizing that they both have their own paths to follow. This is her own desire, and she refuses to let her ambition become a burden to them. With a firm resolve, she decides that she must face the challenges ahead and complete this mission entirely on her own. Standing in a bleak, twisted landscape with her griffin by her side, Tia's resolve hardens. She thinks of the efforts of her comrades and the 10 years she has spent searching for a way. Though she is unsure if her theory will actually work, the memory of Ed keeps her going. With a determined smile, she prepares herself for one final attempt. Tia immerses herself in her research within the harsh landscape of the demon world. Between studying her notes and experimenting with mana, she remains steadfast in her goal, her heart set on finding a way to reach Ed. The journey is far from easy. Tia endures torrential rains and clashes with monstrous creatures, but each challenge only strengthens her resolve to find a way back to Ed. Pushed to her absolute limits, Tia endures endless fatigue, finding solace only in the presence of her griffin. Through grueling labor and meticulous study of the land, she finally discovers a glimmer of success. As her theories are put into practice, a brilliant otherworldly phenomenon erupts across the horizon, signaling that her long journey is finally bearing fruit. A brilliant beam of light pierces through the sky, striking a lone rock in the middle of a still lake. In this desolate wasteland, a tiny fragile sprout begins to bloom, signaling a miracle born from Tia's tireless research and resolve. The desolate wasteland has been transformed. In place of the barren land, a serene, snowy village now stands, with ships docked along the frozen shore. Tia walks through the snow, gazing upon the life that has finally returned to this forgotten world. At the docks of the newly transformed snowy region, a massive ship arrives. Gonzo steps off the vessel and greets Alexis with a boisterous laugh, remarking that it has been 4 years since they last saw each other. Alexis, dressed in royal attire, smiles and thanks Gonzo for coming. As they walk through the snowy village, Alexis explains that cleansing the miasma is the first step toward establishing a teleportation gate. Gonzo, who has brought elite battle monks from the eastern continent to assist, is amazed that such technology is becoming a reality. Alexis reveals that this breakthrough was only possible thanks to Tia's research and revisions of the thesis, leading Gonzo to ask where Tia is now. Gonzo and Alexis speak with a hooded man about Tia's whereabouts. They reveal that Tia was expected 3 months ago, but rushed off again after discovering a lead on Ed. Though they are bound by their own responsibilities, they admit that they share Tia's deep longing to find and reunite with Ed. Alexis worries that Tia shouldn't have to carry the burden of finding by herself. However, Gonzo disagrees, explaining that Tia is simply fulfilling her own destiny, just as they are fulfilling theirs. He points out that by handling their own responsibilities, they create the stability that allows Tia to devote herself entirely to the search, reminding Alexis that helping someone isn't always about direct action. The king admits that he still has much to learn despite his royal status, prompting a hearty laugh from Gonzo. When Gonzo asks about Tia's whereabouts, The king explains that she grabbed her thesis and rushed off immediately upon arrival. A behavior Gonzo finds typical of her. As they speculate on where she might have gone, Nari suddenly appears, catching them in the middle of their discussion about her research. Gonzo welcomes her, noting that she looks well, and asking if they can question her about the thesis. Nari greets Gonzo warmly, but the conversation quickly turns to business as the king asks her about Tia's intentions with the thesis. Seeing an opportunity, Nari agrees to reveal the truth, only if the king doubles her research budget. This demand sparks a loud argument, with the king insisting she follow proper procedures and be more humble, until Gonzo finally steps in to stop the bickering. After the king agrees to consider her request, Nari begins explaining the core of the research. She reveals that the thesis focuses on the application of external mana, enabling a user to harness the mana in their surroundings as if it were their own. Nari explains that while larger-scale spells previously required multiple mages working together, this method theoretically allows a single person to achieve the same result. Nari enthusiastically explains that with a spell circle, almost anyone can harness external mana, which is the key to creating a teleportation gate. She emphasizes that this breakthrough could advance their world's magic technology by 100 years. Gonzo asks if the strength of external mana varies by location, leaving Nari puzzled. Meanwhile, the king reflects on the astounding nature of the thesis and wonders where Tia could have gone. Nari confirms that locations rich in mana are obviously more efficient for harnessing external power. She mentions a place she had previously excluded for being too mana-dense place where monsters have lived for ages. When a stunned Gonzo asks where such a place could be, Nari reveals the shocking truth, the demon world. Determined to find Tai, Alexis suddenly announces his departure, leaving Gonzo and Nari in utter disbelief. Despite the importance of their current tasks, the king grants him leave, putting the cleansing on hold to allow Alexis to pursue his goal. The king justifies his sudden decision to support the search for Tia, explaining that if they wait any longer, she will likely leave to find on her own. While Nari agrees that this is typical behavior for Tia, the king points out that the defeat of the Demon Lord has changed the world balance. Nari's attempt to interject, the king remains firm, insisting that they must hurry before Tia flies completely out of their reach. Nari is completely bewildered and outraged, unable to believe that the king is seriously considering a journey to the demon world. She shouts at him, demanding an explanation and refusing to let him play dumb. Despite her anger, the king remains resolute, stating that he will proceed regardless of the cost. Just then, a man named Reginald arrives, and Nari quickly turns to him, hoping he can force the stupid king to finally explain himself. Nari continues her outburst, stressing that the delay affects more than just the kingdom, but the entire eastern continent. She complains about the 6-day journey to the demon world by Griffin, questioning the king's logic. Reginald, seeing the validity of her concerns, addresses the king, asking if there is a specific reason why he must go regardless of the risks and delays. The king firmly declares that seeing his friend is something he must do, regardless of the consequences. Nari is appalled by this admission, shouting that such a selfish reason is unbecoming of a king. However, Gonzo steps in to defend the decision, explaining that as the true hero who answered everyone's prayers and saved the world, Alexis has every right to claim this journey as his just reward. Nari is outraged to find that everyone is simply doing as they please, especially when Reginald announces he will also join the trip to claim his own reward. Eventually, she gives in with a huff of annoyance. Gonzo emotionally wishes Alexis the hero a splendid journey. As Nari pouts in frustration, Reginald apologizes to her and tells the others they can leave her in his care. Reginald bids a heartfelt farewell to Alexis, wishing him success and awaiting his return with good news. After a brief exchange of gratitude, the group prepares to depart. Nari watches them, sighing in frustration as she complains that men always act like children regardless of their age. The others simply laugh it off, and with a final call from Alexis, the group sets off immediately, with Gonzo following close behind. Nari watches the departure, feeling a deep sense of joy that Alexis, who always fought for the sake of the world, is finally pursuing a personal wish for a friend. With a final call from Reginald, Alexis and Gonzo soar into the sky as he flies away. Alexis thinks of those who have shaped his journeya, Gonzo, and holding them close in his heart as his irreplaceable comrades. Alexis recalls a quiet moment by a campfire, acknowledging that while they once walked the same road, their futures must now diverge. He expresses his desire to see his friend off without any regrets. But as he and Gonzo soar through the air, Gonzo suddenly shouts for him to look, leaving Alexis bewildered by what he sees. High above the ground, Alexis and Gonzo fly on their griffins, crossing over a sprawling dark landscape that stretches out beneath them. As they soar above the canopy, Gonzo observes that the giant trees are far too different from the surrounding vegetation to be natural. Alexis agrees, Concluding that such a feat must be the work of Tia, their conversation is interrupted when Gonzo spots smoke rising from the distance, urgently calling out to Alexis. Following the smoke, Alexis and Gonzo descend upon a strange structure nestled within the massive roots of the forest. Landing with urgency, Alexis shouts out to Tia, certain that she is the one waiting for them. Tia is completely startled by the sudden arrival of Alexis and Gonzo. After shouting for her griffin, coolly, to calm down, she opens the door and expresses her disbelief that they have already found her, warmly inviting them to step inside. Ta proudly shows off her home, explaining that she built the place using magic. However, the mood shifts when she asks why they arrived so early, mentioning a letter she had sent. Gonzo's confused reaction reveals that they never received any such letter, leaving Tia bewildered as to why they decided to visit her. Tia and Alexis discuss the progress of their plan, confirming that Gonzo's arrival to help install a teleportation gate means everything is going smoothly. When Gonzo asks about the giant trees they saw during their flight, proudly explains that these special trees gather and store surrounding mana, and it is thanks to this unique property that she was able to build her home on her own. Tia explains the true purpose of the trees, describing how they act as points in a vast network. By connecting them through their roots, she creates one gigantic magic circle. Once activated, the gathered mana will provide her with the power needed to reach Ed. Tia explains that the reason she sent the letter was to say a proper goodbye, as her preparations are now complete. When Gonzo asks when she plans to leave, Tia simply answers tomorrow, leaving him shocked by the sudden timeline. Alexis, however, remains composed, reminding them that they have already reunited and that there are still things left for them to do. Tia confirms her decision to leave, while Alexis and Gonzo look on. Despite the impending departure, the three friends decide to make the most of their remaining time together, agreeing to spend the entire night talking and reminiscing. In a touching moment, Tia prepares a message for Teed, telling him that she will be coming to see him soon. Tia cherishes the laughter and stories shared with Alexis and Gonzo, acknowledging the warmth of their companionship. However, she remains resolute in her decision to depart, driven by a deep longing to see Ed, regardless of whether he will be happy or angry upon her arrival. As they sit together under a breathtaking starry sky, the peaceful moment is broken when one of them calls her name, drawing her back to the present. A mysterious Ed appears before Tia, questioning if she still harbors feelings for Ed even now. Without a moment's hesitation, Tia beams with a blush, answering with a resounding yeah. Her heart is set on a single goal: to see Ed once more, no matter what it takes. The man simply smiles, acknowledging her unwavering determination. The group arrives at a desolate area dominated by a massive vine-entwined rock. This is the final place where a trace of Ed was found, the site of his sword. Believing this to be the closest point to Ed's current location, Tia prepares to activate her magic to reach him. However, before she begins, Alexis and Gonzo reveal they have a small farewell gift to give her. Alexis and Gonzo present Tia with thoughtful farewell gifts: a healing pendant found during the search for the Holy Sword, and a pair of first-class bracers. Though they admit the gear isn't as exceptional as what it once made, Tia is thrilled and feels fully prepared for her journey. After showing off her new equipment, she shares a tender moment of gratitude with Cooley, urging the companion to take care back at the castle as she prepares to leave. Shares a warm, emotional hug with Alexis and Gonzo, expressing her deep gratitude to them for always being there to support her. Calling them her best friends and comrades, she finally prepares herself to leave, determinedly announcing her departure. With a determined look, Tia activates the magic, opening a radiant portal of light. As she prepares to step through, Alexis and Gonzo watch her with bittersweet smiles, reminding her that saying goodbye is simply a necessary step to move forward. They call out to their dear friend one last time, asking her to give their regards to Ed as she vanishes into the light. Tia plunges through the shimmering void, her heart racing as she cries out for Ed. In the midst of the blinding light and swirling energy, a familiar voice suddenly echoes, calling her name. As Tia searches for Ed, she is suddenly overwhelmed by fragmented visions. She sees a glimpse of Ed from his time as a porter, questioning who he really was back then. Stunned by the revelation, she realizes that she is witnessing the very world she had seen in her dreams. As Tia delves deeper into the void, she is suddenly engulfed by a whirlwind of fragmented images. Overwhelmed by the intensity, she realizes that memories she has never experienced are flooding into her mind like a muddy stream, revealing the hidden depths of Ed's long and arduous journey across different worlds. As the torrent of images continues, Tia feels a profound ache within her soul. She realizes that this is no dream. These fragmented glimpses of the past are actually her own lost memories returning to her. In a chaotic swirl of fragmented memories, Tia screams Ad's name, reaching out with all her might. But just as she feels she is so close, a powerful force drags her away. Confused and devastated, she wonders if even her vast mana wasn't enough to bridge the gap. Amidst the shattering void, Ad's voice echoes, pleading for a wish to be granted, offering his past, his future, and everything he possesses. Refusing to succumb to the force pulling her away, Taya's resolve hardens. With a look of absolute determination in her eyes, she declares that this time it is her turn to reach out her hand. The mysterious voice declares that the past has been changed and offers Tia the future. With a surge of determination, Tia reaches out her hand, shouting for the entity to take her to where Ed is. The scene shifts to a luminous gateway where Ed stands waiting, his back turned to the viewer as he awaits Tia's arrival. As Ed waits in the luminous void, a voice suddenly rings out, declaring that they have finally found him. Ed is frozen in shock, his expression a mix of joy and utter disbelief. He tries to rationalize the situation, thinking that such a reunion is too cruel to be a joke, and that there is simply no way Tia could actually be here. Just as Ed questions if it's all a cruel joke, Tia suddenly appears and embraces him, tightly overcome with emotion. She cries out his name, finally reuniting with him in the luminous void. As he holds her close, feels a familiar warmth and hears a voice he knows all too well. There is no longer any doubt in his heart. He clings to her, whispering with profound relief that it is truly the real Tia. Ed gently asks Ta if she has calmed down, and she apologizes for crying over him once again. Ed laughs it off, warmly offering her his chest for comfort as much as she needs. As Ta softly thanks him, Ed suddenly pauses, his mind catching on to her specific choice of words. He looks surprised, wondering what she meant by saying again. Tia clings to Ed, confessing that she now remembers everything he did for them, including how he granted her wish and altered their fate. As she begins to express guilt over how her presence might affect his future, Ed cuts her off in shock. Confused and overwhelmed, he demands to know how she possesses this knowledge and, more importantly, how she managed to find him here. Ed erupts in a panic, shouting at Tia for her recklessness in spending 10 years searching for him and risking her very existence just to find him. He is bewildered and terrified by the danger she put herself in. Tia simply smiles, reminding him that he was the one who vanished without a word. With a determined and affectionate gaze, she declares that she has finally caught up to him and will never let him run away again, leaving Ed speechless and blushing. Ed notices his hand trembling slightly and realizes that her determination mirrors his own past struggles. Understanding that she abandoned everything just to find him, Ed decides there is only one thing left to say. He pulls her into a warm, tight embrace, telling her how happy he is to see her again, to which Tia tearfully responds with her own gratitude. Ed shares a startling revelation. Just before arriving, he was flooded with memories from another version of himself in that dark timeline. After Ed's exile, the group was overwhelmed by the Demon Lord's army, leaving Tia as the only survivor. Overcome by the contrast, Tia thanks for his efforts in rewriting their history, ensuring that Alexis and Gonzo survived and the world found peace. Ed humbly deflects the praise, insisting that their current happiness was a collective effort. Ed tries to brush off his achievements, claiming he only helped for his own gain, but Tia simply smiles, knowing the truth. As they sit together in the strange luminous void surrounded by mysterious numbered doors, Tia realizes that this place is far from a regular world. Noticing her, Pirius himself to explain the long and complicated story of how they ended up there, and Tia eagerly agrees to listen. Upon learning that Ed was exiled from 100 different worlds and gave up everything to fix their fate, Tia is horrified. She screams in frustration, unable to comprehend why he would put himself through such agony. But as the weight of his sacrifice sinks in, her anger fades into tears. She pulls into a tight embrace, and despite his apologies, she simply thanks him for everything. Determined to stay by his side, Tia boldly declares that she has decided to join Ed on his journey through the other worlds. Ed is completely caught off guard, stunned by her request. When Tia asks if he doesn't want her to come, Ed frantically denies it, though he remains bewildered as to how it could possibly be possible. Reassures Ed that she has everything planned out, dismissing any worries about those they left behind. Ed admits that while he once thought of returning, he has changed his mind. Looking at Tia with deep affection, he confesses that he would regret it for the rest of his life if he left her alone. He declares his desire to travel by her side, doing it for his own happiness, just as she did for him. Tia tells Ed that she can find a way back if he truly doesn't want her along, but she asks if she can become part of the wish he made. Ed chuckles, calling her demanding, to which Tia jokingly admits she is a greedy woman. While Ed agrees to let her join him, he mentions that there are some special circumstances that might pose a problem, leaving Tia curious. Ed admits that the power to travel between worlds isn't his own, expressing doubt about whether he can actually bring Tia with him. As they speak, Tia notices a crystal ball nearby glowing brightly, admitting she had been curious about it. Ed is surprised that the object is still active, Recalling a book from earlier, Taya recognizes the ball as the source of Enj's mysterious powers, while Ed wonders what could possibly be causing the ball to react so strongly right now. Intrigued by the crystal ball's strange behavior, Ed asks Tia if she could try touching it. Though slightly hesitant, Tia agrees and reaches out. As soon as her finger makes contact, a blinding explosion of light and energy surges forth, catching Ed completely off guard. Calls out to Tia in panic as the energy settles. He rushes to her side desperately asking if she's okay or if anything feels strange. Tia calmly replies that she is fine and was only slightly surprised, but she pauses sensing something new. Tia informed that she saw letters in her mind, realizing she has gained a mysterious power of her own. When a surprised Ed asks about the nature of the ability, Tia explains that by holding someone's hand, she can transcend the barrier between worlds along with them. Ed is left in shock, realizing that Tia can now truly accompany him on his journey. Taya is ecstatic, wondering if she can now accompany Ed on his journey across worlds, and marveling at the warmth of her new exiled skill. However, Ed is left in a state of shock. He begins to question everything, wondering if this was all part of the system's design, and if he was merely playing into its hands the entire time. Ed sinks into a dark realization, wondering if everything he has done was merely following a script written by God. He questions why he had to take such a roundabout path if the goal was simply to save the worlds. Lost in his turmoil, he doesn't notice Tia's concern until she urgently calls out to him to snap out of it. Taya looks at Ed with concern, asking why he suddenly became so quiet and if she had done something weird. Ed puts on a brave face, laughing it off and assuring her that everything is fine. However, inside, he reflects on the situation, believing that the power to transcend worlds should have belonged to her anyway. He decides that he doesn't care about the motives of some unknown god, the result is what matters. Realizing that this is a far better future than he ever could have hoped for, Ed pulls Taya into a warm, comforting embrace. Tia thanks Ed, reminding him that they are now companions on this journey. Ed smiles and tells her he'll be counting on her, to which she happily agrees, overjoyed. Tia marvels at the prospect of visiting unknown worlds, though Ed warns her that the path won't always be easy, undeterred. Tia declares that as long as they are together, they can overcome anything that comes their way. Holding hands, Ed and Tia stand before the portal marked 0 Row 2. Ed agrees with her and thoughtfully asks if she is ready to leave right away, reminding her that since time doesn't flow in this place, she can take a break first if she needs to. Visions of the past flash by, revealing a moment where Ed spent his own lifespan to defeat a lesser dragon. Though the memory of his sacrifice leaves Tia momentarily stunned, she quickly recovers, feeling an overflow of energy. Filled with excitement, she tells Ed she is ready to go, and the two decide to set off for the second world without further delay. Ed extends his hand to Tia, gently asking her not to let go as they prepare to step through the portal. Tia responds with an intense, joyful determination, vowing that she would never let go regardless. While Ed finds her energy a bit scary, he secretly cherishes the warmth her presence brings to the cold white void, realizing he is the one who doesn't want to let go. As they are swept away by the brilliant light of the portal, Ed reflects on how generous the reward for saving a world truly is. Amidst the glow, the curiously asks Ed what kind of world awaits them. Ed simply laughs, telling her that she's about to find out as they plunge into the unknown together. Ed and Tia step out into a vast, snowy landscape, marking their arrival in another world. While Ed is excited, Tia looks around skeptically, wondering if this world is truly different from the last one. As they take in the scenery, a voice suddenly calls out, asking what they are doing there. Ed, seemingly unsurprised, notes that it's starting already. The mysterious voice is revealed to be a small Animalian. He aggressively questions why Nofers have entered the territory of the Animalians. While Tia remains speechless, steps forward to greet the creature, though he quickly tells Tia to stay quiet and let him take charge of the conversation. Despite Ed's warning to stay back, Tia can't resist the small creature's fluffiness. She lunges forward, squeezing the Animalian in a passionate hug, while gushing over how adorable it is. The poor creature is left stunned and shouting in confusion as Tia completely ignores. Eds pleads for her to stop. Ed waves his hands in a panic, pleading with Tia to let go of the creature and reminding her that it's rude to act this way with a stranger. Tia, however, is too enamored by the creature's cuteness to care. Suddenly, the Animalian's expression shifts to one of pure shock as it recognizes Ed, shouting that he is the hero. Tia freezes, completely bewildered by the revelation. The Animalian, now completely humbled, offers a sincere apology for its behavior. At the same time, Tia feels a bit guilty and apologizes to Ed, admitting she simply couldn't resist the creature's cuteness. Calmly reassures her that the situation can be fixed, though Tia insists that they should start by properly apologizing first. Ed sincerely apologizes for Tia's rudeness, while Tia continues to gush over how incredibly cute and fluffy the Animalian is. Flattered by the praise, The Animalian proudly accepts the compliments and decides to forgive them with its generous heart. As Ed bows deeply in gratitude, the Animalian looks at them and begins to say, "By the way," the Animalian questions Ed, wondering if he knows who he is since he was called a hero. Ed, recognizing him immediately, reveals that he knows Waffle is a master martial artist, despite his small size and a candidate for the warrior tourney. Waffle proudly confirms that Ed is correct. Ed and Tia introduce themselves to Waffle, explaining that they are adventurers from the human kingdom who were heading to the warrior selection tourney. Waffle is genuinely impressed by Ed's strength and presence, leading him to make a request to Ed, citing that fate has brought them together. Ed asks if they can accompany Waffle on his journey. Waffle reflects on the difficulty hairless ones face in traveling to this region and decides that their meeting is fate. He agrees to let them tag along, leaving Ed ecstatic and Waffle, feeling proud of his own generosity. Waffle is touched by Ed's understanding, remarking that for a hairless one, Ed really understands him. Ed offers to look after him, and they perform a traditional Kaminoan handshake. As they prepare to move on, a confused Taya asks about the strange gesture. Ed explains that in their culture, placing one's hand on top signifies a higher rank, effectively establishing a boss-subordinate relationship between Waffle and himself. As they make their way forward, Ed notes that Kaminoan beings are unique to this world. Tia is intrigued by their otherworldly culture, but her curiosity gets the better of her as she wonders aloud if they are just bipedal beasts, immediately cuts her off with a sharp warning, telling her never to say such a thing, which leaves Tia completely bewildered. Ed sternly warns Tia, explaining that calling Kaminoans beastmen is a rude term used by humans, as beasts are considered creatures that failed to become human. He makes sure she understands the weight of the word. Suddenly, Waffle remembers something and asks the duo if they possess a hunting permit. Ed awkwardly admits that they don't have one. The issue of the hunting permit is settled, as the Animalians tell and his companions to just do their best and pay the town entry tax. Tia reacts with pure excitement, her face lighting up as they prepare to head toward the town. Ed and Tia finally enter the town of the Kaminoan people. Tia is wide-eyed with wonder, marveling at the unique architecture and the diverse looks of the inhabitants. She is amazed to see that even those of the same species can look completely different from one another. Ed has to hold back to keep her from rushing off in her excitement, reminding her to be polite and stay close so she doesn't get lost. Waffle leads them to a local establishment, suggesting it as a suitable place for them to stay. After settling them in, Waffle explains that he will be staying elsewhere and intends to head to the hunting lodge tomorrow for a job, asking Ed and Taya about their plans. Ed encourages Waffle, mentioning his hero form, and they agree to meet at the hunting lodge tomorrow morning. As they part, Tia becomes completely lost in a daydream, captivated by Waffle's cuteness and imagining Alexis with animal ears and a tail. Ed finds the idea of a cute hero amusing at first, but quickly tells Tia to stop saying such weird things. Amidst their banter, a local Animalian asks if they intend to stay at the inn. After settling into their room, Tia asks why they split up with Waffle, noting that the inn is actually quite decent. Ed explains that Waffle was simply being considerate of their finances. He reminds her that traveling together, how to automatic them equals, especially since Kaminoan society values strength above all else. For Ed, tomorrow is the key to proving their worth and earning their place as true companions. Ed explains to Tia that the situation is more complex than just Waffle's personality, pointing toward a much larger problem affecting the entire world. As Tia questions if the relationship between humans and Kaminoans is truly that strained, Ed reveals the precarious position of the Kaminoan nation, which is sandwiched between human nations to the east and the Demon Lord's territory to the west. Ed asks Taya to consider the problems that arise from the nation's geographic location. Taya realizes this means the Kaminoan people are directly attacked by the Demon Lord's army, which Ed confirms. He explains that this country is on the front lines, fighting every day to hold back the enemy forces. Because the Kaminoan nation acts as a buffer, human countries are spared from direct monster attacks and live in peace, leading them to seriously underestimate the true threat of the Demon Lord's army. Ed continues his explanation, noting that while human nations provide some supplies, it is a far cry from a fair exchange for the blood the Kaminoan people shed. He reveals that some humans even view them as a convenient shield, bought with pocket change, leaving Taya horrified. However, Ed solemnly explains that the Kemen Lord's army, to prevent their own land from being destroyed, effectively protecting the very nations that despise them. Ed describes the bitter reality of the world, where human nations enjoy peace and prosperity, while the Kaminoan people suffer the brunt of the war. He points out the hypocrisy of humans who treat Kaminoan heroes as cheap commodities, buying their lives for a pittance. This profound lack of empathy and exploitation is what fuels the deep-seated rift and hatred between the two sides. Ed continues his explanation, noting that the battle-hardened Kemenoyan people look down on humans as weak and sheltered, often calling them hairless. He points out that this prejudice is so deeply ingrained in their culture that it is spoken without a second thought, highlighting the severe divide between the nations. With a grim expression, Ed warns that if the Demon Lord is ever defeated, the next war will inevitably be between humans and the Kemenoyan people. Taya listens in silence, eventually calling out to him. He looks on with a saddened expression, wondering if the cycle of hatred is truly inevitable. Solemnly explains that the problems between nations and races are far too complicated for outsiders like them to simply solve. However, looks at him with a glimmer of hope, reminding that he had already managed to save her entire world perfectly once before. Tia looks at Ed with hope, pleading for him to believe that they can save these people, just as he did in the past. Ed gives a small, knowing chuckle, recalling the faces of his former comrades, Gonzo and Alexis. He tells her that while he provided assistance, it was the people of that world who truly fought for their own salvation. He concludes that ultimately a world can only be saved by the people who live in it. Ed decides to change his mind and offers to give the Kemenoyan people a helping hand. Tia is overjoyed, declaring her determination to do whatever it takes to help. As they consider their next move, Ed observes that the situation has currently settled into a stalemate thanks to the efforts of the Kemenoyan people. To break the current stalemate, the Kemenoyan people have come to a decision. Ed explains to Tia that in 2 months, a warrior selection tournament will be held to determine the strongest warrior in the land. The most skilled fighters from across the country will gather to compete for the title, and Ed notes that Waffle is one of the contenders. Tia realizes that Waffle is currently only a candidate for the warrior title, and suggests that they should support him. However, Ed dismisses the idea of winning the tournament and becoming a hero without any help. While Tia initially understands, she remains puzzled, questioning if they are simply meant to stand by and do nothing for the time being. Ed simply replies with a no, hinting that they have other plans. Ed reflects on his situation, noting that if exile were his only goal, things would be simple, however. Since he now has the chance to redo the past, he is determined to prevent a looming disaster. Tia, sharing his desire to change the outcome, asks what exactly happened the first time around. Ed begins to explain the chain of troublesome events that led to the original tragedy. As Ed continues his grim recollection, a haunting image of Waffle appears. He reveals the ultimate tragedy of the first timeline. The accumulation of troubles caused Waffle to stop smiling forever. Tia is left stunned and heartbroken by the revelation. The scene shifts to the present. As Ed and Tia arrive at the settlement, a cheerful Waffle spots them and calls out enthusiastically. Waffle greets them with a bright smile, a stark contrast to the heartbreak of the previous timeline. Waffle excitedly presents a job opportunity to Ed and Tia. Would be a fitting task for them to combat voidlings. When a confused Tia asks what voidlings are, Waffle explains that they are lethal enemies of the world born from the Demon King. Ed recognizes the threat immediately, but he decides to keep the details to himself, noting that Tia is unaware of their nature. Waffle explains that voidlings are pitch-black entities with movements completely different from normal creatures, warning that they can be lethal to those who don't know how to handle them. Noting that humans, or Nofers, lack experience with such enemies, Waffle suggests that Ed and Tia start by observing his combat style. Ed agrees, and they prepare to watch Waffle in action. Waffle is flustered, but agrees to let Ed and Tia watch his heroic deeds from up close. However, he warns them that they must be responsible for their own safety during the encounter. Ed, looking completely unfazed, confidently assures Waffle that they are more than capable of handling themselves if any enemies attack. As they depart from the settlement, Waffle informs Ed and Tia that because they lack hunting licenses, they cannot form an official party or claim any rewards from the hunt. He suggests that they gather medicinal herbs along the way if they want to make some money. Once they agree, Waffle notices their attire and asks about the outfits they are wearing. Waffle remarks that their new clothes suit them well, and Ed explains that they wanted to fit in to avoid drawing negative attention. Curious of Ed's familiarity with the area, Waffle asks if he has been to the country before. Ed confirms that he has, though it was a long time ago. T expresses concern that just watching Waffle give them a chance to show their true abilities, questioning if they should step in if he gets into trouble. Ed calmly tells her that's not quite the case. As they approach a dark cave entrance, Ed asks Tia why he has been praising Waffle so much. When Tia suggests it's to gain favor so they can travel together, Ed admits that he might have done that during his first time in this world, implying his motives have changed. Ed cuts his conversation short, signaling for silence as Waffle detects the enemy's presence. Suddenly, a menacing spit orb with glowing eyes and several smaller creatures appear before them, marking the start of the encounter. A massive, menacing spidorb towers over them, its presence suffocating. Waffle suddenly leaps into action, shouting for Ed and Tia to stay hidden while he takes on the threat. Tia is shocked, worrying that fighting so many enemies alone is too dangerous, while she realizes that these are the voidlings Waffle had described. Ed remains calm, quietly reassuring Tia. Ed looks at Tia with a confident smile, explaining that his praise for Waffle is genuine and not mere flattery. As he speaks, Waffle leaps into action, striking the voidlings with impressive force, leaving Tia speechless in admiration. Waffle moves like a blur, unleashing a whirlwind of sharp energy arcs that tear through the voidlings. The sheer power and speed of the assault leave the monsters completely overwhelmed. Waffle swings his massive blade in a devastating arc, cutting through the enemy with ease. Observing the sheer power of the attack, acknowledges in his mind that Waffle is truly strong. Waffle doesn't let up, unleashing a devastating series of strikes. With blinding speed and a determined gaze, he tears through the enemy, his movements a blur of lethal precision as he dominates the fight. Waffle unleashes a final, explosive strike, tearing through the Spidorb's defenses and slamming a powerful blow directly into its face. Watching the sheer intensity of the attack, Tia is left in complete awe, exclaiming how amazing it is. Stunned by the display of power, Tia exclaims that Waffle's bare-fisted strength reminds her of Gonzo. Ed smiles, agreeing that they have watched enough. Declaring it's time to pull their own weight, Ed prepares to leap into the fray, while Waffle continues to relentlessly tear through the remaining monsters. No longer just observing, Ed leaps into the fray with explosive speed. He delivers a devastating strike that slams into the enemy, sending a massive shockwave through the ground and cracking the earth. Waffle looks on as Ed finally joins the fight, showcasing his own immense power. With a thunderous crash, NDS attack connects, sending the lyre flying backward as the sheer force of the blow devastates the surrounding area. The shockwave settles, revealing the total destruction of the Leor. The Leor is blown apart, unable to withstand immense power. Ed stands calmly in the center of the crater, while Waffle watches the aftermath of the crushing blow. Just as the dust settles, Ed finds himself surrounded by a swarm of lyre. Surprised by their numbers, he doesn't hesitate, immediately summoning a massive hand of earth from the ground to smash the creatures in a devastating blow. As the massive stone hands of the earthen hand skill remain clamped over the defeated Leor, a mysterious cloaked figure stands before them, offering a calm well done. The figure observes Tia's progress, pointing out that she managed to fight without relying on incantations or the sword she was given. Tia beams with pride at the recognition, but Ed and Waffle can only look on in confusion, sensing that something is off. Tia excitedly tells Rin that she practiced tirelessly after Ed disappeared, though she admits her current success is largely thanks to her bracers. She explains that these extraordinary items, crafted by a specialist from the eastern continent based on a weapon once left behind, allow her to simplify magic incantations. While Ed acknowledges that both Tia and Rin are very strong, Waffle is fascinated and asks for more details on how the bracers actually work. Waffle reflects on the battle, admitting that even no-furs are capable fighters and apologizing for looking down on them. Rin dismisses the apology with a smile, recalling how he used to squeeze Waffle because he was cute. Waffle brushes it off as a thing of the past, and Rin concludes by formally stating that it is an honor to work with Mr. Waffles. Waffle tells Rin that he doesn't need to be so formal, acknowledging Rin's strength as they shake hands. Ed then asks Tia what she plans to do with the fallen enemies. Realizing she had forgotten, Tia steps forward and decisively crushes the remains of the Leor with her powerful grip. Tia brutally crushes the remains of the lyre, a sight so violent that it leaves Ed and Waffle trembling in sheer horror. While Tia cheerfully declares the matter settled and moves on, Waffle admits to feeling a knot in his stomach from the shock. Tries to play it off, though he is clearly just as disturbed. Meanwhile, Rin looks on, holding a rectangular device in his hand. Rin explains that voidlings naturally disintegrate within 10 minutes, but a hunting badge can be used to absorb their power for rewards at the hunting den. Intrigued by the system, asks if they can obtain their own badges. Rin informs them that while it is normally impossible, he can use his influence to vouch for them, leaving Tia pleasantly surprised. The group arrives at the hunting den, where Ed and Tia finally receive their own hunting badges. Tia is absolutely thrilled, giggling with joy as she excitedly shows off her badge. Ed, also holding his new badge, laughs and expresses his gratitude to Waffle for making this possible. Rin brings up the heroic tournament and acknowledges the skills and new hunting badges of Ed and Tia. He then formally asks Ed if he would be willing to form an official party with him. Surprised but eager, Ed and Tia readily agree. Tia is absolutely thrilled at the idea of being proper comrades, shouting her happiness and thanking Waffle for the opportunity. In her excitement over forming an official party, Tia lunges forward and wraps Waffle and Rin in a powerful hug, nearly crushing them. As Waffle shouts in protest and Rin struggles to breathe, Te realizes she went too far and sheepishly apologizes for getting too excited, while the surrounding beastmen look on in disbelief. The moment of joy is cut short as a heavy memory flashes through's mind. He recalls the deep-seated animosity between humans and animalians, questioning if their hatred is truly that severe. He remembers a critical moment involving a powerful attack, and the grim realization that once the Demon King is defeated, the two races might turn on each other in a violent struggle for power. The memory continues as Ed and Tia face an animalian named Dobin. Dobin is visibly enraged, snapping at them for speaking his name so casually and dismissively calling them no-furs. Despite the tension, Ed remains composed while Tia quickly tries to smooth things over, apologizing for her companion's rudeness to the agitated animalian. As the confrontation unfolds, a crowd of animalians gathers, mocking the no-furs for daring to cause trouble in the hunting den. The massive and intimidating Dobin towers over Ed and Tia, his overwhelming presence making the situation look hopeless to those watching. Waffle recalls the rumors circulating about a fool who dared to bring humans to the hunting den, only to realize that the talk is about him. Dobin looms over him with a menacing glare, coldly questioning if an owner should teach their dogs proper manners, addressing Waffle with utter disdain. Waffle stands his ground, correcting Dobin and proudly calling Tia his trusted comrades. However, Dobin only laughs in derision, calling Waffle naive for trusting no-furs. He lashes out with hatred, claiming that humans are cowardly beings who trample the pride of animalians and use them as mere tools. Dobin's fury peaks as he dismisses Waffle's words as a complete joke. Seeing the hostility, Te hurriedly apologizes to Ed, feeling responsible for the conflict. However, Ed simply tells her not to worry, calmly observing that while their first meeting is moving fast, it might not be a bad thing. The tension reaches a breaking point as Dobin looms over them, but Ed remains completely indifferent to the threat. Just as the situation seems poised to explode, a loud voice cuts through the air. Another animalian arrives, calling Dobin bro and teasingly reprimanding him for his habit of starting trouble. The female animalian looks at Dobin with an exasperated expression, demanding to know what he has gotten himself into this time. She complains that trouble always seems to find him the moment she turns her back. While Ed and Tia watch the scene unfold, Dobin casually tells Kira that nothing happened, dismissively claiming that Ed and Tia are truly nothing. After a heavy stomp that cracks the ground beneath him, he begins to walk away. Despite Kira's concern that they are still watching, Dobin turns back one last time to issue a stern warning to the no-furs. Dobin's expression turns vicious as he delivers a final cold warning, telling Ed and Tia that they don't belong in this country and should leave before they are killed. After the threat, he turns to Kira, calling her Mimilu, and tells her it's time to go. As they walk away, Tia looks on with concern, while Kira casts a lingering, thoughtful glance back at the human. With Dobin finally gone, the group lets out a collective sigh of relief. Notices lingering distress and tries to reassure her, arguing that a collision with someone as large as Dobin was simply inevitable. He suggests that since the confrontation ended peacefully, they can now trust Waffle to help them work things out. However, Tia admits that Dobin's chilling warning about humans not belonging there is still weighing heavily on her mind. Ed contemplates the complexity of the world's issues, feeling the weight of being an outsider and the lasting impact of his actions. Noticing Tia's distress, he tells her that she doesn't have to carry the burden alone, reminding her that they are partners who will solve any problem together. Touched by his kindness, smiles and Ains decides to rely on him, playfully calling him her great mentor, to which Ed confidently agrees. Tia asks if he had always carried such a heavy burden on his own, while Ed silently hopes that this time he can share that weight with her. As they wonder where Waffle is, the Waffle finally arrives, explaining that he had been resolving some matters to celebrate the successful completion of their first mission. Waffle cheerfully suggests they all go get some drinks. As they settle in, Waffle comforts Tia, explaining that the tension earlier wasn't her fault, but rather a result of Dobin's strong prejudice against those without fur. Ed listens and acknowledges the explanation, intrigued by Waffle's knowledge of the man. Tia asks him about his relationship with Dobin, leaving Waffle to ponder the question. Waffle reveals that he considers Dobin a rival, though he admits the gap in their strength has grown. He explains that the hunting den tracks voidling kills, noting that Dobin has taken down around 400 in just 3 months. Curious Ed asks Waffle about his own count, to which Waffle replies that he has defeated 137. While Ed seems less impressed, quickly reassures Waffle that his record is still quite impressive. Waffle continues to describe Dobin's overwhelming power, recalling how he served as chief commander during the Battle of Ludo Village, and drove back 3 packs of voidlings alone. He admits that he cannot replicate such strength, explaining why Dobin is considered the top candidate for the heroic tournament. Tia playfully teases Waffle, asking if his deep admiration for Dobin is actually love. While initially shocked and flustered, Waffle's expression turns determined as he grips his sword hilt. He reveals his true feelings, stating that Dobin is a goal he intends to reach, and he refuses to simply admire him until he can surpass him. Seeing Waffle's drive to improve, Ed proposes a plan. He mentions that there is still time before the heroic tournament and suggests taking Waffle to a specific location filled with tough foes. Although Ed had planned to spend his time hunting voidlings for his own training, he offers this opportunity to Waffle instead. Intrigued and eager, Waffle finds the idea perfect, while Ed confidently asks if Hez interested in the challenge. Waffle is shocked that such a convenient training spot exists, wondering if it is the place where Ed himself trained. As they discuss their goal, EG's tone shifts as he recalls the heroic tournament. Mentioning how someone lost their smile after the event, he explains that the tournament is a single elimination format with 16 competitors, leaving Waffle curious about the specific structure. Ed explains that the tournament's lack of fair matchups is intentional, as real battles are rarely fair. He then recounts Waffle's journey to the finals, where he faced a formidable opponent named Dobin, a muscular warrior more than twice his size. Despite the daunting odds, Waffle emerged as the victor. T is amazed by the feat, calling Waffle a hero, but she remains puzzled about how such a triumph could have resulted in Waffle losing his smile. Waffle was recognized as the hero, and Ed and his companions continued their travels together. However, after his defeat in the tournament, Dobin disappeared. One day, while responding to a call for help from a village being swarmed by voidlings, they discovered a tragic coincidence. The village was Dobin's hometown. Ed recalls arriving at the village to find it already devastated, with fallen warriors and grieving survivors. As he caught up with Waffle, he heard a haunting wail echoing from the outskirts. There he witnessed Dobin fighting the enemy swarm, swinging his claws wildly with a ferocious bloodlust that strangely reminded Ed of a crying child. Ed recalls the chaos of the battle, where Waffle and the others fought separate fights, unable to reach Dobin. Despite Waffle's desperate pleas for cooperation, Dobin remained isolated in his bloodlust. When the dust finally settled, the only ones left standing were a wounded Waffle and a helpless Ed, staring down at the limp, lifeless body of Dobin. Ed reveals the heartbreaking truth behind Dobin's stubbornness. During the finals of the heroic tournament, Dobin's sister was abducted and used as leverage to force him to lose to Waffle. Waffle's status as a hero was built upon this cruel conspiracy. This is why Dobin could never bring himself to take Waffle's hand. His pride as a warrior would not allow him to accept a victory born from such a rigged and dishonorable outcome. Ed explains that Waffle had no idea the tournament was rigged. When the truth finally came to light, Waffle completely crumbled, feeling that his title of hero was empty and that the real hero, Dobin, had died. This trauma stripped Waffle of his emotions, leaving him as a mere actor playing a role, incapable of smiling or crying. To sadly notes that neither of them were to blame for the tragedy, a sentiment solemnly agrees with. Determined to make things right, Ed tells Tia that they can change the cruel fate dealt to Waffle and Dobin. He explains that since they know what will happen, they can at least prevent the tragedy from occurring. Tia, filled with hope, suggests that Ed use one of his unique skills to find the person responsible for the rigged tournament. Ed admits that, unlike before, he has no clues regarding the identity of the perpetrator this time. He warns Tia that the culprit is likely an Animalian, meaning any reckless action could spark a full-scale war. While they cannot stop the scheme without concrete evidence, Ed realizes there is still one thing they can do immediately. Pet proposes a backup plan. If they are unable to stop the abduction, they will save Dobin's sister immediately after it happens. Ed finds this to be a viable idea and adds that they will also help Waffle increase his strength. He believes that if Waffle can defeat Dobin in a fair and square match, he will truly earn the title of a hero, free from any conspiracy. Dobin wraps up his training with Mimilou, but his aggression seems higher than usual. Kira observes this change, noting that his mood shifted after he ran into certain people at the hunting den. Dobin realizes she is right, admitting that the memory of a particular man's face is pissing him off for some reason. Ed, Kira, and Cian arrive at a cliff, questioning if this is the correct location. While Kira wonders if there might be a nest of voidlings nearby, Ed carefully searches the rock face. He soon finds a hidden crevice, and upon reaching inside he discovers a metal ring, confirming they have found the spot. Suddenly, the ground begins to shake violently, leaving Ed, Kira, and Cian in shock. As the tremors subside, a hidden passage opens up within the cliff, revealing a dark entrance that leads deep into the rock. Ed tells Tia to send a gust of wind into the passage to ensure it is safe to enter. Tia complies, casting a spell that sends a powerful current of air deep into the cavern. With the path seemingly clear, Ed signals the group to head inside. The group advances across the bright expanse toward the gaping maw of the cave. As they draw closer to the entrance, a Mimilu looks on with a bewildered expression. wondering what exactly is waiting for them inside. Deep within the passage, a strange sight awaits them. A crystal pedestal supporting a chaotic, swirling sphere of dark energy. The group stares at the swirling dark energy floating above the pedestal. Ed confirms that the entity is indeed a voidling, a revelation that Sin had already suspected. As Mimilu expresses surprise at the creature's appearance and asks if they are meant to fight it, Ed confirms they will, though he notes that there is some necessary prep work to complete before the battle begins. Ed explains that the creature before them is a Miralith, a rare type of voidling capable of mimicking the form and strength of its opponent. After telling Tia and Sin to watch from a safe distance, Ed steps forward with confidence, ready to show them how it works. The dark orb suddenly erupts, shifting its form until a perfect double of Ed stands before him. Tia and Cian are stunned, realizing the terrifying efficiency of the Miralith's mimicry. However, Ed remains completely calm, wearing a confident smirk as he tells his clone to come. Ed clashes blades with the Miralith, the impact sending sparks flying across the hall. With a confident expression, he drives the attack forward, shouting for the clone to show him exactly how strong he is. The clash intensifies as Ed and the Miralith clone trade lightning-fast strikes. Every move Ed makes is mirrored perfectly, turning the battle into a relentless test of speed and precision. With a final blow, overcomes his double, causing the Miralith to dissolve into a black substance and retreat back into the central pedestal. Tia and Mimilu cheer for his victory, but Ed calmly explains that he was only fighting one of the creatures. Tentacle, he notes, that since the mimic retreats to recover and will eventually emerge again, it serves as a highly useful tool for training his skills over and over. Ed points out a groove in the floor, explaining that it marks the safe zone where the Miralith's tentacles cannot reach, making it a risk-free way to grow stronger. He describes how fighting one's own reflection allows a warrior to specifically tries and sharpen their strength. Overcome with excitement, Cooley immediately declares a desire the first attempt, although C enthusiastically vows to use caution to blow the enemy vows to use full force to blow the enemy away, leaving Ed exasperated by the lack of caution. To questions whether the Miralith is limited to fighting one's own clone. Explains that while the form doesn't change during a fight, multiple people can enter the ring to face multiple mimics simultaneously. The prospect of a mock battle catches Cooley's interest and leaves Tia deep in thought about the possibilities. Eager to test his own strength, Cooley steps forward. The Miralith reacts instantly, manifesting a dark, towering replica of Cooley that looms over him, ready for battle. Cooley clashes with the monstrous clone in a flurry of strikes. As the fight continues in the background, Tia turns to Ed, questioning him about the mysterious cave they've entered, prompting Ed to prepare an explanation. Ed explains to Cian that the cave is a secret training ground used by local warriors, a secret shared with him by the survivors of Dobin's village. As he speaks, he recalls how they brought Waffle there to help him find strength after he became dissipant. However, Ed remembers with sadness that his words couldn't reach Waffle at the time, and the warrior fought as if he were seeking death. As Tia and Cian listen, Ed recalls how Waffle became terrifyingly strong after 2 months of relentless training, yet remained disillusioned, refusing to ever accept the title of hero. Despite this, the world's desperate need for a savior kept them traveling together. Their journey eventually led them to ancient ruins that only an Animalian could enter, and it was there that Waffle made a shocking decision. He exiled. Ed concludes his story, marking the end of his first journey in this world. When Lumi asks about the fate of the Demon King, Ed admits he doesn't know the outcome since he didn't have the results book with him at the time. Filled with determination, Lumi insists that they must bring a wonderful future to this world this time, and Ed agrees. However, Lumi suddenly seems to realize something, pausing in confusion. Tia looks worried, questioning if they should be trespassing in a place where they lack permission. Ed, however, remains unfazed and smugly quotes a wise man, telling her that illegality only begins once you are discovered, and that it's only a crime if someone catches you. In the background, Cooley lets out a powerful roar, fully immersed in his training. Cooley emerges victorious from his clash with the Miralith, boasting about his splendid win. Ed congratulates him and asks for his thoughts on the experience. Cooley explains that fighting a mirror image of himself allowed him to notice subtle mistakes in his posture and instinctive movements, making it an invaluable training method. Just as Cooley is eager to continue, Tia speaks up, wanting to ask something. Tia asks Cooley if she can have a turn to train. Cooley agrees, though he wonders if Ed can even use magic. Tia then asks Ed to assist her, which catches him off guard. Ed asks if she's really looking for a serious fight, but Tia confidently asserts that she has the guts and can use her strongest spells since Hell be acting as a mimic. Tia teasingly challenges, asking Woos to say, he won't be the one defeated. Responds, with a smirk, offering her some advice. He explains that the Miralith has a limit to the power it can mimic and cannot perfectly replicate the abilities of a truly strong opponent. Upon realizing that the mimic won't be able to match his full strength, Tia looks disappointed, feeling that the challenge is now a bit of a letdown. Ed points out a major weakness of the mimic, noting that it cannot use his exiled skills. However, Tia remains excited, acknowledging that even as a mere imitation, it is still a copy of Ed. With a confident smirk, she prepares to engage the clone, playfully asking how well it can dance. With a sudden, explosive burst of speed, Miralith lunges at Tia, his expression cold and focused. Tia reacts instantly, bracing herself as the two clash violently in the center of the training ground. Miralith lunges forward with a sharp blade, but Tia reacts instantly, dodging the strike with grace. With a determined expression, she gathers her mana and blasts a massive swirling vortex of magic directly at the clone. The force of Tia's magic erupts, slamming into Miralith and blasting him away. The clone is unable to withstand the sheer power of the attack, being thrown back violently across the training ground. Tia shouts there, as she releases a massive surge of energy. The attack, known as the Pale Shining Crescent Moon Bow, strikes Miralith head-on, sending the clone flying backward with explosive force. Watching from the side, Waffle is thrilled, exclaiming that it was a direct hit. Miralith is sent reeling from the previous impact, but it doesn't let up. With a focused gaze and a powerful chant in the name of Lunarisha, she summons a surge of electricity, manifesting a devastating thunder arrow to strike her opponent. With a final decisive motion, Tai releases the thunder arrow. The bolt of lightning tears through the air, slamming directly into Miralith. The clone is engulfed in the blinding light, unable to withstand the sheer force of the magical assault. The impact of the thunder arrow creates a massive, blinding explosion that consumes everything in its path. Miralith is caught in the center of the blast, utterly overwhelmed and destroyed by the sheer intensity of Taia's power. As the blinding light fades, a massive crater is left behind, with debris still scattering across the training ground. Tia stares in wide-eyed disbelief, stunned by the overwhelming power of her own attack. Waffle is completely blown away by the explosion, admitting that Tia is just as powerful as Ed agrees, noting how hard she is trained to reach this level. As he watches her, he remembers that Tia fought alongside Alexis' party to defeat the Demon Lord, acknowledging her genuine strength. Meanwhile, a beaming Tia asks for their approval, confident and proud of her victory. Ed admits that Tia won, but he points out that she went a bit too far with the scale of her attack. Tia sheepishly admits she got carried away. Waffle enthusiastically praises the strength of the clone, calling it a necessary sacrifice, but Ed calmly describes the clone's power as pretty iffy. This blunt assessment leaves both Tia and Waffle completely stunned. Waffle is left stunned, wondering if Ed's power is truly on another level. Ed smiles and encourages Waffle, promising that with the right training, they will both get stronger. Motivated and determined, Waffle vows to eventually beat the stuffing out of Ed, which only earns a bewildered reaction from the protagonist. With the heroic tournament approaching, Ed, Tia, and Waffle dedicate themselves to their training, pushing their limits together. While pushing himself to the limit during his training, Waffle realizes that his values have shifted. He finds Ed and Tia to be strong, honest, and genuinely enjoyable companions, leading him to question the negative prejudices he once held against no-furs. Waffle continues to reflect on his changing heart, realizing that his old prejudices have vanished. He acknowledges that while strength is impressive, the true value lies in supporting one another and sharing laughter. Looking at Ed and Tia, he finally accepts that they are more than just humans. They are his friends and comrades. Waffle pushes himself through intense training, his mind focused on a new purpose. He realizes that trampling others and looking down on them is not pride, but mere arrogance to him. A true hero is a courageous soul who stands against any threat to save everyone, whether they have fur or not. This is the ideal he now strives for, the determination to become a true hero. Driven by his new resolve, Waffle pushes his body to the absolute limit. He knows he needs more power, not for arrogance, but to protect everything and everyone that matters to him. As he trains alongside Ed, Waffle focuses his mind on the true strength he must strive for, determined to become a hero in his own right. Waffle stands with newfound resolve, finally grasping the true meaning of pride. Ed acknowledges his hard work, noting that the heroic tournament is almost here, urges Tia and Waffle to get moving. Ed advises Waffle to stop pushing himself and get some rest to be fully prepared for the main event. He confidently tells Waffle that his current strength is more than enough to secure a victory. Realizing how deeply focused he had been, Waffle accepts the advice but tells Ed that he has one last request. With a determined gaze, Waffle makes his final request. He wants to fight one more time. He believes this last clash is the essential final step before he can face Dobin and finally make him understand his true feelings. The scene shifts to a desolate rocky canyon where a group of Animalians arrives at a grand ancient temple. As the others marvel at the imposing stone structure and its towering statues, Dobin stands firm, his expression grim. He dismisses the excitement around him, declaring that he didn't come here to play games. As they stand before the massive temple, Dobin's gaze is filled with intense resolve. With a fierce expression, he declares that this is the place where he will finally become the hero. The heroic tournament officially begins. As Dobin walks into the ancient temple, Kira calls after him, urging him to make it quick so she can go get some punalberry crepes. Irritated by her lack of focus, Dobin reminds her that they didn't come here to play. A breathtaking view of the vast, labyrinthine temple complex, carved into the cliffs, reveals the sheer scale of the heroic tournament's venue. Impatient and focused, Dobin tells Kira to hurry up and get registered. Meanwhile, the question remains, will Waffle's intense training finally bear fruit? Dobin is greeted with overwhelming enthusiasm by the crowd, who cheer for him as the strongest warrior and a top hero candidate. Amidst the excitement, Dobin meets up with Jack. The two exchange a firm handshake and a challenge, both determined to give their all if they face each other in the tournament. Jack tries to ask Mimilu out on a date contingent on his victory, but Kira bluntly tells him that she has already walked away. As the group enters the temple, Jack advises Kira to remain cautious, noting that there could be other strong opponents, even as he maintains his own facade of strength. As they wait in line to register for the tournament, Kira tells Jack not to cause any scenes. Jack confidently brushes off her concern, while Ed and Mimilu stand by as the official calls for the next person in line. At the registration desk, Jack presents his hunting badge to the staff member to secure his spot in the tournament. The staff member confirms his identity and asks for a letter of recommendation from Master Brute, which Jack promptly provides. As the registration concludes, Dobin looks on with a smirk, questioning if Jack only showed up because he was recommended. Dobin looks down at Jack with a stern expression, warning him that the tournament's outcome will decide the nation's future and that mere connections cannot defeat the Voidlings. Undeterred, Jack reflects on his past weaknesses and declares his resolve to prove his true strength in the tournament. As the registration process concludes, Dobin observes Waffle, noting a sudden spark of determination and fire in his eyes that wasn't there before. After receiving their forms from the staff, Dobin turns to Waffle with a smirk, telling him to just try not to embarrass himself during the upcoming competition. Waffle explains the registration process to Tia, noting that while abilities are the primary criteria, he also received an endorsement from Master Brute. Confused by the term connections, Tia asks for clarification, leading Ed to point out that some might see such an endorsement as an unfair advantage. Waffle confesses that he has never actually met Master Brute and is unsure why he was recommended for the tournament. Despite the mystery, he is determined to face the challenge head-on and give it his absolute best, thanking Ed and Tia for giving him the confidence to do so. Ed looks at him with a kind smile and politely asks to confirm if he is indeed Master Waffle's. An escort in a dark cloak approaches, stating he is there under Master Brute's orders to escort Waffle to his lodging. Waffle politely asks if Ed and Tia are allowed to join him. The escort confirms that their presence won't be a problem, much to Waffle's relief. As the escort prepares to lead Waffle to his lodging, Ed suddenly remembers some business he needs to attend to. He suggests that Waffle and Tia go ahead without him, prompting Tia to call him an airhead. While Waffle excitedly anticipates staying at a proper inn, Ed mentions his interest in visiting shops exclusive to men and leaves Tia in Waffle's care. With a mischievous glint in his eye, Ed prepares to head off on his own. Ed wanders through the bustling town, taking in the unique architecture and the lively atmosphere of the Animalian community. After his explorations, he treats himself to a plate of delicious, berry-topped waffles. Dobin's younger sister is absolutely thrilled to finally try the famous punarberry crepes, eating them with such enthusiasm that Dobin has to warn her not to choke. As they spend time in the town, the locals express their deep gratitude and admiration for Dobin, calling him a hero for his efficiency in defeating Voidlings. While Dobin brushes off the praise with modesty, his sister looks at him with newfound admiration, realizing just how respected her big brother truly is. Dobin's sister sighs, calling her brother a troublemaker who would have started another fight if she hadn't intervened. An elderly Animalian laughs, questioning who would dare challenge a hero like Dobin. The conversation then turns to Waffle, one of the other contestants, who has reportedly brought two humans referred to as Nofer to the holy fighting grounds. The local explains that such an act is considered offensive, though Dobin's sister seems confused as to why it would be such a big deal. The elderly Animalian scoffs at the thought of a leader who caters to Nofers, claiming that humans only use them as disposable meat shields. Dobin disagrees with the old man's perspective, stating that for a hero and a warrior, such a thing is unthinkable. With a look of intense determination, Dobin declares that his pride in fighting for his family and comrades is what maintains the nation's peace. He firmly resolves that he will not allow his people to be weakened by entrusting their lives to unknown humans, leaving his sister to wonder if that is the core of his conviction. Ed steps in, calmly challenging Dobin's narrow view of pride. He asserts that Waffle is fighting for his own honor and possesses a deep determination to protect everything, just as any true warrior would. Dobin's temper flares instantly. He hurls a cup at Ed, who catches it with effortless precision, leaving Dobin's sister shocked by the sudden escalation. Enraged by the Nofer's audacity, Dobin looms over Ed with a menacing glare, ordering him to shut his mouth and vanish from his sight immediately, threatening to silence him forever if he dares to stay. Ed remains unfazed by Dobin's rage, flatly rejecting the ultimatum to leave. He points out the irony that Dobin, who looks down on humans, is himself being protected by Waffle. Acknowledging his own reliance on Waffle, Ed vows to defend his friend's honor as a comrade, preparing to meet Dobin's aggression with his own. With a confident smirk, Ed looks Dobin in the eye and issues a formal challenge to a duovalaza. The surrounding Animalians erupt in a frenzy, mocking Ed for his arrogance and questioning how a Nofer could possibly challenge their hero. As the noise reaches a peak, Dobin lets out a thunderous roar, demanding silence from the crowd. The elderly Animalian steps in, declaring that the duovalaza is a holy rite that must not be sullied. While the crowd is thrilled at the prospect of the fight, the elder scolds him, arguing that fighting a Nofer is dishonorable and merely a one-sided slaughter. He shouts at Dobin, questioning his understanding of the honorable Animalian way. Unmoved by the lecture, Dobin simply grunts and tells the elder to follow him. As Dobin leads the way, the elderly Animalian sternly warns Mimilu not to follow them, however, easily wins her over by promising her as many crepes as she wants, leaving the elder to sigh at her lack of restraint. Soon, the two combatants arrive at a wide-open arena, standing opposite each other in the silence of the wasteland, ready for their clash. Dobin glares at Ed, reminding him that no one is coming to help him in this secluded place. Ed simply smiles, noting that the location is perfect for trading blows. He finds the simplicity of the situation appealing, eager to engage in a duel of strength to see whose convictions will ultimately prevail. The duovalaza is a holy Animalian rite of combat, a brutal test of pure power, where fighters must rely solely on their own bodies. Dobin is convinced that a Nofer like Ed, lacking fangs and claws, stands no chance of victory. However, only smiles, taunting Dobin to begin the fight, leaving the wolf-like warrior wondering what the human is plotting in his twisted mind. Without hesitation, Dobin launches a massive, crushing blow. Ed stands his ground, challenging him to show his full strength, but the sheer force of the attack sends him flying across the arena. The sheer force of Dobin's strike is overwhelming, driving Ed deep into the earth with a thunderous impact. As the dust settles, lies incapacitated in the center of a colossal crater, while Dobin looms over him, an imposing silhouette of absolute power. After being slammed violently into the earth, slowly pushes himself up from the crater, showing no signs of being defeated. Dobin watches him with a look of surprise, admitting that the human's endurance is not bad. Ed, Cian, and Mimilu arrive at a stone complex. Kira explains that this accommodation was prepared by Lord Brute's orders. As they are shown to their quarters, they are told that a specific wing of the building is reserved for their exclusive use, leaving Mimilu thoroughly impressed. Cian expresses her relief at the provided housing, admitting that finding a suitable place for Eddie had been a struggle. The escort humbly attributes the arrangement to Lord Brute's foresight. Impressed by the escort's presence, Cian asks if he plans to enter the hero selection tournament. However, the escort firmly declines, explaining that as a servant his only true mission is to be of use to Lord Brute, and such a glamorous stage is far beyond his concerns. The escort explains that he takes pride in remaining out of the limelight. He promises to discreetly cheer for Mimilu's victory, and tells Cian and Mimilu to enjoy themselves before taking his leave. Cian thanks him as he departs. A thunderous impact rocks the earth as a powerful strike crashes down, sending shards of stone flying in every direction. Ed is thrown back by the sheer force of the explosion, the ground beneath them shattering under the overwhelming pressure. Dobin let up, launching a barrage of devastating blows that slam into Ed, pushing him to his limits with sheer ferocity. Ed is completely caught off guard by the sheer speed of Dobin's strikes, barely able to process what is happening. As he is overwhelmed by the rapid-fire assault, Dobin lashes out with fury, calling him a Nofer bastard. Dobin delivers a crushing strike that slams into Ed with immense power, sending him flying backward. Though the impact is severe and leaves him battered, Ed grits his teeth and refuses to collapse. He won't yield, and he won't fall. Dobin stares at Ed, questioning if the man is truly strong. He sneers with contempt, mocking Ed as a Nofer and claiming that even a street brat could land a hit more powerful than EDS. However, Ed, though panting heavily, wears a defiant smirk. He dismisses Dobin's insults, telling him that he isn't even close to his limit and that the real fight is only just beginning. Ed admits to himself that Dobin is incredibly powerful, noting that he cannot keep up using only raw physical ability without his exiled skills. Despite being exhausted, Ed confidently tells Dobin that he can still keep going. This stubbornness irritates Dobin, who demands to know what Ed is trying to prove, and if Hez just trying to make others feel inferior. Ed immediately denies the accusation, points firmly at Dobin, declaring that he cannot forgive the insult directed at his comrade Waffles. Despite Dobin's disbelief and mockery, Ed remains dead serious, warning him not to get cocky. Dobin scoffs, questioning if the Nofer human truly believes he can protect the honor of the Animalian race, telling Ed not to get too full of himself. Dobin lets out a ferocious roar, challenging the Nofer Ed to bring on the fight. Beside him, Jack shares the same aggressive energy, declaring that everything will be settled with their fists. As the Animalians prepare for the clash, an observer looks on, wondering why Ed still hasn't returned to the fray. Taya remains vigilant, noting the eerie silence and Waffle's absence. Ed approaches her, explaining that their future plans depend on the current situation and urging her to simply play along. He expresses his intent to reach out to Dobin, but then tells Taya there is something else he needs her to do. Ed explains that Mimilu still hasn't woken up and that he is unable to track the culprit, so he asks Tia to keep a lookout for any warning signs. Tia confidently agrees, claiming her wind spirit magic makes it a piece of cake, though she internally admits that investigating by sound will be tough. As she departs with Jack, she wonders why Dobin left Mimilu alone, but concludes that he must have his reasons, while once again admiring Ed's competence. Jack boldly declares his determination to beat Dobin in their next clash, but Dobin's sister only offers a skeptical smile, reminding him of her brother's temper. Though she wishes they could have spent more time together, Jack comforts her, appreciating the quiet moment they shared. As he walks away, Jack gives a cheerful wave, bidding farewell to the sleeping Mimilu. Tia tries to offer a friendly greeting to Dobin's sister, but the moment is shattered by Jack. He erupts in anger, shouting that she doesn't belong in their town and ordering her to leave immediately, while warning her not to speak so casually to Mimilu. Dobin's sister steps in, firmly telling Jack that he has gone too far. When she threatens to stop talking to him entirely, Jack is instantly terrified, and he shouts one last warning at Tia to behave herself before finally agreeing to go home, though he adds a parting word of caution regarding Mimilu. As Jack departs, Dobin's sister lets out a heavy sigh, exhausted by the constant trouble. Jack suddenly snaps, shouting at her to knock it off. He claims that his attempts to be nice were met with her arrogance, and his expression turns murderous as he threatens to kill her and make her regret everything right now. Ed stands his ground against Jack, admitting that the wolf-like warrior's power is terrifying. He calls out Jack's aggression, comparing his behavior to a child's tantrum and distinguishing true bravery from mere recklessness. Even as he recognizes that he is completely outmatched, Ed's resolve remains unshaken. Ed glares at Jack with fierce determination, questioning why having fur should matter in the first place. He declares that he is willing to risk his life for what is truly important, firmly stating that he will neither back down nor retreat. Driven by his resolve, Ed lunges forward and throws a punch at Jack. However, the gap in their strength is overwhelming. In a flash, Ed is sent flying backward, crashing hard onto the ground, as Jack looms over him with a menacing, cold gaze. Jack looks down at the defeated Ed and admits that he has guts. As Ed lies on the ground, Waffle suddenly rushes in, frantically calling out and worrying if Ed is hurt. Eventually realizing what had happened, Waffle is struck by a sudden realization, reflecting on why Dobin looked down on him. Comparing himself to Ed's unwavering courage, he concludes that he is not a real hero, but a cowardly fake, leaving him questioning his own identity. Ed looks on, noticing Waffle's distress. Coming back to his senses, Ed looks up dazed and admits to himself that he has lost. Confused by the gap in his memory, he wonders if he blacked out, but his thoughts are interrupted by Dobin, who looks down at him and bluntly calls him an idiot. Ed wakes up to find that Dobin has stayed behind to treat his injuries. Despite the blunt insults, Ed thanks him for the potion used to heal his fracture. Dobin, confused and slightly irritated, demands to know why a swordsman like Ed would challenge him with bare hands. Ed simply smiles, pointing out that Dobin didn't use his claws or fangs either, acknowledging that if Dobin had actually intended to kill him, he would have been minced meat long ago. Dobin explains his philosophy as an Animalian warrior, stating that he only uses his full strength to protect his comrades and would never use it to torment the weak. He speaks of the pride passed down through generations, noting that while victory is crucial, winning at any cost is not the right way. He concludes with a bitter remark about how those who view Animalians as mere meat shields would never understand this honor. Dobin looks down at Ed, admitting that while he initially saw him as a delusional idiot, He is impressed that a Nofer would dare to challenge him to a duavalaza and try to follow their warriors' ways. Ed realizes that Waffle's judgment of the situation was accurate. With a slight smirk, Dobin notes that the fight won so bad, though Ed quickly interjects, insisting he isn't taking back his previous word. Dobin asserts his victory, and Ed begrudgingly accepts it. Dobin praises combat skills, noting that they are far beyond what his scrawny physique suggests. After learning his name, Dobin makes a bold statement. While he respects strength, Waffle must prove himself personally. He declares that he will only retract his previous words if Waffle can actually beat him in a fight, leaving Ed stunned. Out of respect for EDS strength, Dobin makes a solemn promise. If Waffle stands in his way during the selection trial, he will not hold back and will crush him with everything he has. Trusting in Dobin's pride as a warrior, agrees that actions speak louder than words. With a smile of gratitude, thanks Dobin for the commitment. Dobin expresses surprise at Edie's dedication to Waffle, questioning if they have known each other for a long time. Despite his injuries and his arm in a sling, Ed smiles and tells him that time doesn't matter when it comes to becoming friends. Dobin laughs, acknowledging that he had been somewhat insensitive. Dobin asks where they should go next, to which Ed replies that there is only one place a warrior goes, once a fight is over. Dobin agrees that it's obvious and leads into the cliffside city. The two former opponents put aside their differences and bond over a hearty meal, aggressively devouring large pieces of meat. Ed is completely blown away by the delicious meat at Dobin's favorite spot. However, the atmosphere shifts as Dobin admits he has never encountered anyone as strong as Ed and asks who he really is. Ed modestly describes himself as a wandering swordsman who is practically unknown in towns. While nearby Animalians whisper in disbelief about EDS power, Dobin offers to introduce him to other Usterstrong fighters. Ed agrees, though he privately reflects on the fact that the warriors he knows are from entirely different worlds. The scene shifts away from the feast to a quiet stone chamber. Yuna lies on her bed, staring blankly as she laments that she has been waiting forever, yet still hasn't returned. Ed and Dobin are seen drinking heavily, with Ed becoming visibly intoxicated. Dobin teases him, suggesting that Ed's lack of interest in the local women is because of Tia. Despite his wobbling, a drunk Ed denies it and suggests inviting Tia to join them, all while Yuna watches the scene in surprise from behind a wall. As Ed and Dobin arrive back, they are greeted by the loud, excited shouts of Mimilu and Tia from the balconies above. Dobin is completely bewildered to find that Ed is staying at the same place. Questioning how he managed to secure a room, Ed casually greets Mimilu and Tia, mentioning that they have a certain hero to thank for the arrangement. Ed introduces Tia to Dobin, and she identifies herself as Lunarsha, offering an apology for a previous encounter. While Dobin questions his strength, Ed explains her mastery of magic. The conversation shifts as Dobin introduces his little sister Mimilu, who greets them hesitantly while recalling a memory from her past. Mimilu is fascinated by Tia's long ears, questioning if she is an elf or simply imitating them, while Dobin tries to pull her away. Meanwhile, Tia teased for returning smelling of women and drinking, despite his claims of staying behind. Loudly insists that his actions were actually a calculated plan to get Dobin to loosen up, though Tia remains skeptical of his excuse. Ed turns to Tia with a playful wink, asking if anything happened on her side while he was keeping Dobin occupied. Tia looks thoughtful, admitting that while she isn't completely sure, she thinks she has figured out who the person is. In the background, Dobin laughs heartily while Mimilu looks on with a skeptical expression, wondering why someone would behave in such a manner. Tia explains the mechanics of her communication method, revealing that she uses the spirit of the wind to carry the vibrations of voices. While Ed finds it convenient, Tia warns him about its flaws. It doesn't work over long distances or in completely sealed spaces. The listener must interpret the vibrations themselves. Despite these imperfections, the method worked this time, and now the rest of their plan depends on them. Ed explains that acting rashly could lead to them being captured or worsening the situation, so it's best to stay hidden for now. Despite Tia's hesitation, Ed insists on holding back. He explains that to save everyone, it is actually safer to let Mimilu be kidnapped, as he is certain she will be released unharmed. Tia reassures that the situation isn't his fault, even as he apologizes for not having a better plan. She admits that she was being selfish by wanting to prevent anyone from experiencing something scary, but she resolves to hold on if it means they can all smile together in the end. As the moment passes, calls out to her, asking if she is still there. Milu suddenly appears, energetically inviting Tia to grab a meal together since her brother won't wake up. Tia looks to Ed for his thoughts, and he smiles, commenting on how quickly Milu makes friends. Agreeing that it would be rude to ignore her, Tia decides to go, while Ed takes the opportunity to finally get some much-needed rest. Milu admits her curiosity about Tia, mentioning that while her brother dislikes Nofers, she has never met a human girl her own age before. She explains that since Tia is with Ed, she feels she can trust her. Touched by the gesture, Tia agrees to become friends, and the two excitedly head off to enjoy a meal together. Tia finds herself completely enamored by Millis' wiggling ears and fluffy tail, thinking how cute they are and desperately wanting to touch them. However, she quickly tells herself that doing so would be far too rude. Meanwhile, Mimilu is in high spirits, excitedly recommending the punal berry crepe as a must-try local treat. Tia is immediately on board with the idea, and the two head off together, with Mimilu happily chanting crepe. Crepe! While Tia and Mimilu enjoy their time, a sense of urgency looms. Both Tia and Dobin dwell on the fact that there are only 5 days remaining. Meanwhile, Ed sits in solitude, firmly resolving that this time he will create an ending where everyone can smile. The scene shifts to a grand coliseum, packed with spectators. The atmosphere is electric as the hero selection tournament begins, a brutal competition where elite warriors from across the lands fight for a single prestigious seat. Among the cheering crowd of Animalians, the name Dobin is shouted with conviction, as many believe he is the only one worthy of victory. The announcer bellows to the excited crowd, proclaiming that a hero will be selected to finally end the long war. As the 16 chosen warriors prepare to appear, the first match is called. Stepping out from the tunnel is a warrior hailed as the strongest of the era, whose devastating power is said to shake the very ground. Dobin lets out a deafening roar, commanding his comrades to join in the excitement. As the crowd erupts in cheers, the announcer shifts focus to the next fighter, describing him as a towering warrior whose sheer size crushes everything in his path. The announcer reveals the opponent, Balmoon. The towering beastman stands before Dobin, radiating an overwhelming presence. As the announcer declares the start of the first match of the hero selection tournament, Dobin accepts the challenge with confidence. However, Balmoon lets out a stern warning, claiming that he is no longer the same as he was before. The signal is given to begin with a thunderous roar. Balmoon lunges forward with overwhelming force, initiating a brutal clash against Dobin. Balmoon rains down a flurry of devastating blows, his massive fists striking with overwhelming force. As the attacks crash around him, Dobin maintains a steady gaze, calmly speaking about what it truly means to be the strongest while facing the onslaught. Balmoon strikes with overwhelming power, sending Dobin reeling from the impact. With a fierce and determined expression, Balmoon declares that winning alone just isn't enough. With a thunderous roar, Balmoon unleashes a final attack that sends Dobin crashing into the arena floor, leaving him completely unconscious. The announcer immediately calls the match, declaring a winner as the spectators watch in disbelief at the sheer power of the warrior hailed as the strongest. Dobin stands victorious in the arena, raising his fist as the crowd roars in admiration of his overwhelming power. Balmoon lies defeated on the ground, having been taken down without Dobin even needing a sword. From the stands, Ed looks on with a smile, the sight reminding him of the grueling training he endured under Old Man Gonzo. The spectators praise Dobin's ability to adapt his fighting style, declaring him truly unbeatable. With the first match over, the announcer calls for the second match to begin. He introduces a fighter from the Shiveria tribe, a warrior whose small frame hides incredible speed and surprising strength. Waffle steps into the arena, drawing an excited reaction from Ed and the crowd, as the announcer warns that he is known to toy with any opponent, friend or foe alike. The announcer introduces the second contender, the born trickster Jack. Stepping into the arena with a confident grin, Jack acknowledges the cheers from his supporters, specifically Mimilu. With absolute determination, he vows to win the match and eventually surpass Dobin. Ed watches from the sidelines, recalling Jack's overconfident nature. While Jack looks down on Waffle, claiming his opponent is no match for him, Ed notes that Waffle is actually quite strong. As the announcer declares the match to begin, Jack takes a combat stance, determined to finish the fight quickly and dismissively. Jack strikes with blinding speed, his mind focused entirely on his ambition to surpass Dobin. But as the blade swings, Waffle stands his ground, calmly warning Jack that he is not like the others. Jack's initial strike misses its mark, leaving him bewildered by Waffle's agility. Surprised that his attack was so easily avoided, Jack doesn't hesitate to ramp up the pressure, unleashing a barrage of fierce strikes while shouting, "How about this then?" As Jack pours everything into his assault, Waffle remains unfazed, his mind flashing back to the training he received from Ed. Advice to sense the flow of strength and focus on the basics of swinging a weapon, Waffle confidently declares his absolute defense, blocking Jack's powerful strike with ease. The crowd watches in utter confusion, unable to comprehend how the small fighter is holding his own. As Waffle maintains his defense, he admits to himself that despite his efforts, he can never win a pure test of strength against larger opponents. Ed, watching from the sidelines, can't help but jokingly wish he had a bigger body too. Ed tells Waffle that a difference in physique is not an insurmountable obstacle if one puts in the effort. He reminds Waffle that he can convert his speed into power through high-speed spins. A flashback shows Ed guiding Waffle's training, helping him develop a unique and incredible technique. Returning to the conversation, Ed asks Waffle if winning through sheer brute force is truly what matters most to him. Spat's voice echoes from the past, explaining that true strength lies not in brute force, but in being flexible and adaptable like a vessel of water. This lesson resonates with Waffle, who remains calm and untouchable in the arena. Meanwhile, Jack is driven to desperation, unable to understand why he cannot land a single hit on his smaller opponent. Jack is completely bewildered, as his aggressive strikes slip right through Waffle, who moves with an effortless, water-like fluidity. Panicking at the thought of losing, Jack begins to doubt his approach. However, his struggle doesn't go unnoticed by Dobin, who looks on with disdain and calls him a fool for repeating his old mistakes. Determined to break the deadlock, Jack shouts that he will keep his distance to avoid Waffle's fluid defenses. However, Waffle is far too fast, darting toward him in a blur of motion and declaring that he will not lose when it comes to speed. Putting ED's training into action, Waffle unleashes a devastating spinning strike. The overwhelming force of the attack catches Jack completely off guard, blasting him away with immense power. Waffle's powerful strike connects perfectly, sending Jack crashing into the arena floor with enough force to create a crater. As Jack lies unconscious, the announcer shouts that the match is over, leaving the spectators stunned that a favorite to win was defeated so decisively. Ed looks on with a proud, knowing smile. The announcer enthusiastically declares Waffle the winner, announcing his advancement to the second round as the crowd erupts in applause and surprise. Ed watches with a smug smile, knowing that his training has pushed Waffle to a new level of strength. However, Dobin remains, analyzing Jack's failure and noting his habit of retreating when disadvantaged. Though he admits he never expected Waffle to dominate the fight so completely. With the third match about to begin, Ed decides it is finally time to make his move. He contemplates the current state of the tournament, realizing that if the current trend continues, Waffle and Dobin are destined to meet in the finals. As he walks through the corridors, Ed reflects on the past few days he spent keeping a close eye on Dobin, preparing himself for the upcoming confrontation. Ed continues his observations, noting that there is no sign of Dobin being in contact with anyone suspicious. He deduces that the culprit will likely make their move during the tournament. Realizing that the only way a threat would actually work on Dobin is if they reveal they have taken Mimilu, Ed tells Tia that he is counting on her, promising that he will definitely find the culprit without interfering with the fighters' matches. Meanwhile, Dobin is preoccupied with worry, wondering why Milu hasn't caused a scene yet and where she could have gone. His internal turmoil is interrupted when a staff member informs him that the first round has concluded, and it is almost his turn to enter the arena. While the tournament continues above, the perspective shifts to a hidden, rocky underground passage. A heavy door creaks open, hinting at a secret location beneath the arena. Inside the dark, desolate underground area, Mimilu is found tied up and gagged, her eyes wide with fear as she remains trapped in the shadows. Mimilu's eyes are wide with fear and desperation, as she remains bound and helpless. A figure draped in a white cloak turns and walks away, to disappearing diaper into the cold stone corridors of the dungeon.